infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever!
Yeah! Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it? It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the NintenByte Podcast Season 3 episode, I don't know, is it 15 or 16? Somewhere in there. How you guys doing? We have a banger show for you today because we didn't know 100% for sure that we were getting a direct this week, let alone that it would be announced today, let alone that it's the longest Nintendo Direct of all time. Well, caveat, the Switch 2 Direct. So technically both directs that have had Switch 2 are an hour long. I don't know what's happening, all right? With the Mario 40th anniversary as well going on this weekend. So maybe there'll be some stuff like that in the Direct as well. We don't know. But we have a lot to go over, and it's bingo time. We're going to be going to the bingo pretty much right away, and then we'll see where it takes us. Because I'm going to be honest, I was so damn busy today, I didn't even get to make topics. So we'll just kind of see where it goes. When you have an hour-long Direct, I think we have plenty to talk about, especially when you see what's in the background of Dave. Then we know we're getting some Metroid Prime 4 this week. That's got to be coming. We got to be getting at least release date, right? We got to be getting some good for that. So, all right, so let's go around and introduce everyone. First, Hoops and Hip Hop is here. How's it going?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me, guy. Thanks for having me again, I should say.
Thanks for having me, guy.
Yeah, I'm hyped that like I actually got to, because I've obviously been here several times, but I'm glad I caught you guys when there's like a direct coming up, because I've never been on here when we've got like
I don't think we've ever been on for the hype for a direct when we're actually announced.
Yeah.
You've been on for rumors, but that's not the same thing. It's like no, this is real.
Right.
It's happening. Like
yeah. So
and I'm sure you know there's rumors about some spin-off games possibly coming from Pokemon.
I may have heard some rumblings, but yeah, we'll definitely have to talk about that.
Yeah, there's some rumblings on it might be a spin-off getting announced this week. We'll see. After all, we now know Pokemon games can be announced in Nintendo Directs. That used to not be a thing like 2 years ago.
Yeah, they also did a new trailer for
the Mega
ZA earlier this year, and they never did that before. So it's kind of a wild card now.
Yeah, so now it's kind of cool because Pokemon news can now officially actually happen in Directs. That's pretty awesome. All right, then we got Super Metal Dave. How you doing?
Good, man. I'm ready for some Metroid Prime 4.
Oh yes.
Please.
It's gotta be. If it's not in this Direct, it's officially delayed. I'm just
it's canceled again. Yeah.
Oh my god. They had to reboot it a third time. Despite having public demos just last month.
No, yeah, I'm really excited to see it finally. And release date. We need it all laid out.
Yeah. All right. And we have Eric Moore. Hello. Mr. Sock Puppet.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got the Birdman.
What's up? Oh man, it feels like I haven't been here in forever. Just missing one show feels like a lifetime away.
Mhm.
I'm not even joking. It's so weird. The other day, I'm like, dude, whatever happened to the podcast? So that being said, it's really good to be back. Missed you guys, obviously. I got to chime in last week and stuff to give a little bit of PAX impressions. I've got a handful of videos. In fact, I gotta talk to you both, you and Stash, about getting a little bit of footage too.
Oh, sure.
There's a couple games I didn't get footage for, but I'm preparing all my impressions videos. And for everyone in the audience, I've begun work on the vlog of all of us, which is very fun. It's very interesting because I've never done a video like this before. So it's weird, like telling the story of the trip with like the random B-roll and interactions that we had, but glad to be back.
And you weren't there for the best part. We have the defending champion, NBA Jam, PAX West 2025. You missed that part. And so when he comes back, he's the defending champion going for back-to-back.
Dude, if I had vlog footage of like Stash bleeding on a SNES controller,
I can send it to you.
Please do. Yeah, because this still happened. So just because I wasn't there.
That's my last video to do after like all my previews, because it's the least timely, of course. Some of these games are coming out soon. So I'll send it all to you, dude.
For sure.
Had to bleed for that one. It was needed.
That being said, I miss everyone. Crazy birthday week. My daughter's birthday, my birthday. Mine was the 5th. I was gone the 3rd for a birthday dinner. So had a very nice birthday, even though I was sad to be away from you guys. But listen, it's back to reality now. My wife's birthday is tomorrow. So it's chaos around here. Thankfully, it's not the direct's not Friday. That being said, let's rock and roll, people. We got a 60-minute direct coming. Let's rock.
Dude, this is insane. I can't believe this is like a thing we're talking about, a 60-minute direct. ThunderStash is here.
Yep, happy to be here, guys. It feels like Christmas, right?
Woo!
Like as soon as it was announced, this is very exciting. It's nonstop. I get on Twitter and my whole feed is just people's predictions, laying them out. I get on YouTube, prediction videos everywhere. It's like, oh man, it's finally here. And then, of course, 60 minutes. Bro, that's exciting because there's a lot at stake there if you think about it. Because everyone's debating, right? Will this include Mario Anniversary stuff or will it not? And either way, it's exciting because if it doesn't, it means we got 60 minutes of other stuff, and we're gonna get our own in like Mario Direct. You know what I mean? So, like either way, it's really a win-win situation. So a lot to be excited about, and I'm still working on my cart, so I'm gonna keep it short.
That's all right. So am I. All right, guys. Well, I'm Nintendo Prime. You know what's up with me. If you don't know, well, you're about to find out if you watch this show because we like twisted nipples and milk around here. Let's go ahead and just get right into the big topic, and that is there's a freaking Nintendo Direct. So what we're going to do, especially because I know Hoops is limited on time, we're going to go to bingo card session. We're going to get the bingo cards out right away, and then we can do some more talk after, speculation on, what we want to see from specific games and stuff like that. I definitely want to hear Dave's thoughts for Metroid Prime 4 for sure. I love every time when he's on. And also, I might pick his brain a little bit on Star Wars Outlaws. I saw a little bit of your live stream on that, but I'd like to know a few more thoughts that he has on that because he's a big technical guy out there. And this is what Digital Foundry is saying is the new showcase game. So they're probably not wrong about it, to be honest. I think it's the first ray traced game on
Switch 2. It is.
Yeah, so we'll get into that. But that being said, let's do bingo cards. Who wants to go first? I know Stash does. Wait, hold on. So just to clarify, folks. So for the main 4, we have 2 bingo cards. Okay, we have a serious one, like competitive. We're trying to get the most right. It's a competition. As Gamebird missed, ThunderStash loves his competitions.
Sure do.
He goes for W's. That's all he does.
Oh no!
I mean, you saw it with royalty free for
I
all.
was gonna say we saw it with royalty free.
Royalty free for all. He's going for blood. That's what it is. But the thing is, when you're going for blood, sometimes it takes some of the fun out of like some of the more fun picks, the things that probably won't happen, but you really wish they would. So we have a second bingo card that's more fun picks. Now I obviously don't know what Hoops has made. I believe Dave didn't make any, which is totally fine. He can just comment and laugh at all of our dumb picks.
Yep.
That's my bingo card right here.
Oh, there you
yeah,
go.
that's all we need.
There you go.
That's it.
100%.
I won.
I won.
Yeah, that's a sweep. That's instant bingo.
Instant bingo right there. It's just one giant pick for Metroid Prime 4. What? Nash Guild ends up being right, and there's also going to be a Metroid Prime 4 Direct. That would be sick. If that's the thing that gets announced. That said, I think, we should probably do the serious cards first and get those out of the way. However, it's a competition. What are we betting? I was trying to ask you guys behind the scenes, but we were all so busy today.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because last time it was dressing up Goofy as a character at PAX, and Eric lost.
Yeah, and that actually worked out in Eric's favor and our favor because we could find you so easily.
You're right. Yeah, I think
And Nintendo loved it.
Yeah, right.
Dude, he was the NintenByte beacon for all of PAX.
Yeah.
Yep. And if you're lost and don't know where to go, just look for the toad head.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so what are we gonna bet this time? That's the real question. Any ideas, guys? I mean, chat, feel free to chime in as well. Maybe you guys have ideas. Because we need some.
Man.
Yeah, maybe we let chat decide this, and then like
you will definitely see
I don't know
Eric
if you
at the
want to
end.
just. I don't know if you want to just let it go to them. That's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, I know the chat's pretty wild. They're saying like $500 bet right now.
Yeah.
See the chat's already going like, yeah, 500. Next up to grand. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'll just show this. He wants to see Eric dressed as Toad. I guarantee you that's going to be in the vlog. 100% that's going to be in the vlog. So yeah, just pay attention to Gamebird's channel when he gets that vlog out. You'll see the Toad. You'll see the Toad. A loser dressed in their best Zelda outfit. For the chat, if you don't know what we're asking for, we're trying to come up with ideas. Okay, so we're doing direct bingo and we have a serious card, but we're trying to get the most right. We want to know like what happens for the winner and what happens to the loser.
Oh God.
Maybe it's a good idea to have the
loser has to eat a Carolina Reaper. Well, then we want Eric to lose. He is the Spice Lord.
Yeah.
I probably loser should have to dress up as a Nintendo character.
How you decide one loser?
You can do the Nintendo character again for a whole episode.
Yeah.
You can do that. That's always
And,
good.
and whoever loses gets to decide what character. So it'll be a surprise.
Yeah.
The next episode when they show up dressed as whatever Nintendo character they choose.
Yeah. Okay. So the loser has to dress as a Nintendo character. The winner.
I'm glad I didn't play this.
Well, it only counts for the 4.
Oh, okay.
Anyone else ever participate like Hoops with his? It's just for fun. Like what am I supposed to do? Hoops, hey, you lost, buddy. You got to now you're on next week. You better be dressed as Pikachu. Let's go.
Yeah. That'd be something.
See now if Landon was on Nintendo Land, I already know he's got a Tingle costume.
Yeah.
He had to wear that as a punishment. We'll come up with something for the winner because we still got a couple days. I still got a couple days before the direct happens, which is weird. 48 hours. It's weird.
This would be great punishment for Nate.
What? I would like a 1 hour play of Henry the Hamster. No! It's one of the worst games of all time. No, Henry the Hamster Handler.
Yeah. I mean, winner could choose the outfit.
All right. Loser's gonna dress as whatever character they want on the next show, and then we'll figure out something for the winner before we because it sounds like everyone but Eric's gonna be here on Monday's stream, so we'll have an answer by then for the actual live stream.
Fridays
Friday stream. Yeah. All right. That being said, that doesn't matter. Let's go ahead and get to the bingo cards. We should probably have Hoops go first, right? Because he's the guest of honor that they made at least one, maybe two. I have no idea.
Yeah, so I ended up making a a competitive one.
Yes.
Used all my ideas, just threw them in there. And I've got a good mix of like things that I think are like, I feel pretty good about this overall, but I have like stuff I think is like a foregone conclusion. I have like big announcements that I think have a good chance to happen. And then I have stuff that's a little more of a wild card, but I think it's like worth putting in there because like you never know. It's not like it's not too out there. I think there's some logic to it. So I guess where I will go first, I'm going to go big with my first one. And I'm going to say that there's going to be some kind of tease or maybe even like an actual announcement of a new 3D Mario. Because I think with the fact, I mean, obviously we're due for one, but like it's an hour-long direct. It's coming on the eve of Mario's anniversary. And I just think the stars are aligning. So I think it's as likely as it's ever been for them to drop that right now.
Okay.
I approve of that pick.
That's a good pick. Are you waiting for someone else? You can give all your picks right now.
Oh, you want me to just do them all? Okay, I'll do them all. Okay.
Graphics to share, so everyone's going to see ours all at once. So.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, my next one, I'm gonna do the ones that I just think are like no brainers. I think we for sure get a Hyrule Warriors release date. I think we for sure get a Metroid Prime release date. And then there are a couple other third-party ones I think we'll get release dates for, namely Final Fantasy VII and Elden Ring. I think the fact that it's an hour long, I think there's going to be some third-party stuff in there. So I think we could see that. And in coming up, I did a 4x4 bingo card. So ended up with 16 different picks. And I was trying to fill this up with stuff because I had like things that came to mind right away and things I had to think a little more about. And so as I was kind of trying to figure out what could happen here, something I did come up with going along with the whole Mario thing, because I think that could be a factor as to why it's a little longer. I think we could maybe see a Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition. I think that is somewhat in the cards because it was a big deal, and obviously we've not really seen anything for it with regards to the Switch 2.
I wonder.
I do too. It is a wonder. I also think going along with the Mario stuff, that possibly you could say this is a little more out there, but I think maybe we could get an update on the sequel to the Mario movie, because I looked up the release date. It's in April of next year, which is fairly close. We haven't heard anything about it. We did get some updates in directs for the first one. So with the anniversary, I think that's like might be a little more of a wild card, but I think it's possible. Couple that I think are very likely to happen, but might be a little under the radar, are an update on Splatoon Raiders and an update or release date or whatever about Professor Layton, because that's also due for this year.
It's a good one.
And particularly Splatoon Raiders I'm interested in, because I've always I really like Splatoon, but I'm not a huge multiplayer person, so like single player Splatoon, that appeals to me specifically. Okay, let's see what else we got. I also, as kind of a more wild card pick, I threw in the idea of possibly getting Donkey Kong DLC.
Okay.
I think that's like 50-50, because obviously you never know with Nintendo and their DLC. Like we didn't get any for Odyssey, but it's still a really big game, so who knows? I also think we're very likely to get some NSO updates, whether that be like release dates for games that they've already announced or new games that they announce or whatever. I specifically was thinking about Pokemon Coliseum and XD Gale of Darkness. I think we could very well get release dates for those, so that'll be fun. Also along the lines of updates, maybe I think we could get some Mario Kart World updates. I don't know what that would be, like whether that's DLC or whether they just want to say something about the game or something. I don't know. That could happen. And then let's see. I think I have a couple more left. Okay, I have 3 more left. I think this is kind of a very broad pick, but I think we'll get some kind of significant third-party announcement going along with Final Fantasy being there, likely Elden Ring likely being there. I think whether it's a new game announcement or something like that, or like a game we know about coming to Switch 2, I think that's in the cards. I also think, just because it's kind of weird with this direct, because like so much stuff is on the table, but we don't really know what's coming to us, because this is like the first big like actual normal direct of the Switch 2's life, other than like the console one. So I think going along with that, we could get a cold open that's going to be a new first party reveal. So it's going to be some kind of Nintendo IP. They're going to just drop it like they usually do, because we usually get something pretty big in those cold opens. And then finally, and this probably wouldn't be the cold open, but it kind of relates because it's a first party game. This is another wild card Animal Crossing tease or reveal. And I put that in there because other than 3D Mario, I think Animal Crossing is like the Nintendo IP that's like next in line to start getting, like, whether it's, I don't know when it'll be, but I feel like it's next in line to get some kind of announcement, especially with how good New Horizons did. So might not, it is a bit of a wild card, but I could see that happening sooner rather than later. So, and that's my bingo card.
All right.
Very nice.
It's a good card. Very nice card. Who would like to go next between Eric and Bert for the serious card?
I mean, I can. Doesn't matter.
Sure.
Go for it.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
I know you made it. So.
Yeah. I gotta get it open.
Gotta get it open now.
Speaking of that, Nate, you singing right there. I forgot to tell you. I did you a favor.
What was that?
So, when we're at PAX, one of the night we went out, Nate and I were the last ones out.
Of course we were.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to keep an eye on you too, just so you know, to make sure no one messes with you, right?
Oh yeah. Because I had that thing at PAX East. Yeah.
So, I didn't tell you I did this, and I'm not planning on showing it unless you ever want it shown. But I got a video of you on the mic doing karaoke.
I'm sure you do.
Dude, it's so good.
Oh, did you really?
I swear, you know what? You actually killed it.
I'm sure I did. I'm a good performer. I know I'm a good performer.
You actually are.
But you know
I
what's
was taken back. I'm like, holy shit, he takes this serious.
Sucks about that? I wasn't going to get to perform karaoke. I had to bribe the DJ.
Yeah, I remember that.
Not. I had to fucking Venmo him some money in order for him to let me actually do karaoke because he was shut down.
And didn't you say
please?
For like a
I'm like,
or
are
something?
you kidding me? That's all I wanted to do this whole trip. How much money? How much money? Oh, it was like $50. I'm like, fuck. Whatever. This is one time. I said, if I ever see you again, you owe me more than one song.
Well, no pressure, but Nate, if it's okay with you, I'd love to include at least, a clip of that clip for the vlog. Of course.
I need to see the clip first. I know I can sing karaoke, but I was also at that point in the night, like I was like 50 shots deep.
I was gonna say you were pretty well.
That's why I wanted to keep an eye on you.
I was feeling real good.
You were. That was fun, dude.
I'm sure, as you noticed, though, I'm just fun when I have too much. It's great.
Yeah, that was a great time, actually.
That's what I tell people. I'm really fun to party with. People just don't know because they don't stick around long enough.
Like me.
Yeah, no, I get it, dude. Back in the day, we used to play beer pong until the sun came up.
Yeah.
We used to get kegs all the time.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was It was wild time. This is why I don't party anymore, though, because I did it right. I did it right a long time ago.
It's a little extreme to do it that hard all
Yes.
the time. All right, Eric, what do we got here? This is your serious card.
Yeah. Okay. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. Humans Fall Flat 2. Hades 2. RE7. Red Dead 2. I should have just made the whole top row
Just all
twos.
twos.
Yeah, dang it. I just thought of that now. Pikmin 4 is getting a Switch 2 edition. RE4. And this one should have been all fours. No. Some sort of Animal Crossing. Splatoon Raiders get shown, or something with that. Pokemon ZA, Octopath Traveler 0, Final Fantasy 7, of course, Just Dance, because this appears in every single direct. Mina, Bubble Bobble Sugar Dungeons, Yooka Replay Persona 3, Once Upon a Katamari, Toa, which was pretty freaking fun.
Yeah.
Dragon Quest 1-2 HD2D, Metroid Prime 4 Direct being announced as the one more thing. I think there was rumors out there that the Mario movie wasn't quite ready, like the trailer wasn't quite ready, so they possibly shit canned the Mario 40th Direct. I think they probably wrapped it into this one, and that'll be part of this Direct. And then 007 First Light, Reanimal, and Elden Ring. It's kind of where I'm at.
Okay.
My expectations card feels like complete hopium compared to the first two cards.
Well, the way that you were talking,
over there.
I was like, I went hardcore on all of them. I'm like, well, I think we might know who might be losing this time.
Hey, I still feel confident. That's the thing.
Well, you know what?
Let's see.
I hope you win for your
right.
for your.
There we go. Let me see. Let me pull this up.
Yeah, you can go next. My serious card is ready, by the way, so that's not a problem. I'm wrapping up my
Right. Let me.
wish list.
There we go. All right.
Get that up in here, baby. Who do you think has the best card so far, Dave? You gotta choose wisely. There's only two people so far.
Right.
Well, I think Eric's so far looks a little bit, I guess, better.
Better. Hoops just got shot down.
We will see. We will see.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, here we go, Game Bird.
You're just fine.
We're gonna start with Final Fantasy 7. I mean, this one's like multi-tiered. I think we're gonna get that release date for FF7 remake. We may even also get the official announcement for Rebirth from Nintendo and see some footage of that. Duskbloods. Would not be surprised to see Duskbloods in this one. Mario Maker 3. We know it's the Mario's 40th. I'm not entirely sure we'll see the next big 3D Mario yet. It's definitely think it's possible, but I feel like Mario Maker 3 feels like a safe bet to me. I think this is one that really plays well into the celebration of Mario, and they could add in a lot of the Wonder stuff that we got in Mario Wonder, as well as, guys, huge one right here, mouse controls. Like there was a huge step down in Mario Maker 2, losing point and click controls for level design and all that stuff. Mouse controls really fixes that. So I think this one has a pretty solid chance of happening. Star Fox, this one's a little bit of a reach, but I really believe that we're gonna see kind of a lot of comeback stories on Switch 2 for IP that feel a little bit more dormant or left behind for that matter. Assassin's Creed, Ubisoft, they're going through some tough times right now. They need to get games kind of everywhere. And I think we're going to see Assassin's Creed at some capacity at the show, whether it's the long rumored Shadows or even getting, Origins or Mirage or Valhalla, and Odyssey, games like that. Hades 2. I think we'll get a trailer and a release date for that one. Mario 40th. So 2 weeks ago on the podcast, I said when we were talking about like our expectations for Direct that this is a tough one because the only precedent we have for a Mario anniversary direct is during the time of shutdown and pandemic. So it's not really indicative of like a trend that Nintendo would keep up with. They very well may have seen success with it and want to dedicate, oh, this is the big 4-0. We got to do a special direct, but they also might just couple it with this. And I've been kind of leaning towards that ever since I was predicting it a couple weeks. I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to stick with it. Metroid Prime 4. We're going to see this game. I think we have two possibilities here. One, we just see the game in a release date, or we get the game, a release date, and the announcement of a Metroid Prime Direct, which is something that I think would serve this game really well. This is a game that I think we all agree is probably going to do critically very well, but I think they also need to give this game an opportunity to show longtime fans what makes this particular entry stand out, and people who maybe aren't just sold on the Metroid series in general, why this game is special. Kind of like how the Donkey Kong Bonanza Direct worked wonders for Donkey Kong. Deca Police. I've been predicting this one every direct. It has not shown up. I know it was initially delayed to 2026, but this is one of those ones where we already know it's coming. So one of these days I'll be right. Metaphor. I think this is one we all have been kind of predicting for a while for Switch 2. This is another one where it just feels like a matter of time. You keep predicting it. Eventually they're going to announce it. Professor Layton, I agree with Hoops. This is one that we've known about for a while. It's supposed to be coming out this year. It's kind of been radio silent. So I imagine like it's either we're going to see it here or we're going to find out about a delay later. New Platinum game, whether that maybe Astral Chain 2. I know there was a shakeup with Platinum, but maybe it's even a new Bayonetta tease. Maybe the game's not like the earliest stages of development. Who knows? But something new from Platinum. They're great with Nintendo and support. Hyrule Warriors. We're gonna see a release date for that one. Resident Evil. This is one I feel like we're gonna get more than one game. I've tried to stay pretty clear from like rumors for this direct because it's the big one. I have seen a little bit of speculation for RE7 for this direct, so that's possible. I also wouldn't be surprised to see 4 or even 2 and 3 remakes for that matter. The Sega Classic reboots. This is from the last direct predictions, but again, we know these are coming out. We know they're redoing Crazy Taxi, Jet Grind Radio. They got a new Golden Axe coming out. This will be a really fun one. And we've already seen clips of some of those games, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that land here. New Monolith game. This is one that I think is very possible. I'm really curious what Monolith has been working on, whether it's a new IP or a brand new Xeno game. I don't know that it would be Xenoblade Chronicles 4. It could be a brand new Xeno thing. We've had Xenogears, we've had Xenosaga, we've had Xenoblade. Is there a new Xeno trilogy in the making? Maybe we'll find out Friday. NSO GameCube update. This is one that I think is actually quite likely. Maybe a little roadmap, the handful of games that we could see coming in the future. Persona 3, Eric mentioned this one. I think that's a great guess. We got an announcement. Be nice to get release date and a little bit more of a gameplay trailer. Splatoon Raiders. This one's kind of 50-50. I know they love to do those fun little Splatoon focused presentations, but I still wouldn't be surprised to see, even if it's like a story focused trailer or something like that. Octopath demo. This is one Square's done such a great job with Octopath, Triangle Strategy, and please forgive me, friends. Elliot, Adventures of Elliot. What is it?
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you. Adventures of Elliot got a demo.
The Millennium Tales is the full
Millennium Tales
long title.
Octopath. I think we're gonna get a trailer for this one. I'm gonna say same day demo. We've gotten a demo for the first 2 Octopath games, if I remember correctly. So I'm gonna say we're gonna get a demo for this one. The game comes out this year, makes a lot of sense. Elden Ring release date makes a lot of sense. This one's a wild card. Suda51, big fan of his games. He's always supported Nintendo. Romeo is a Dead Man is his new game. It was in the PlayStation Showcase. This is it's one of my most anticipated games right now. one that I definitely think if he gets his hand on a Switch 2 dev kit, or if he already has one, is maybe in the works for Nintendo, since he's done such a good job at supporting their hardware. Tamagotchi Life, gotta show some Switch 1 support. This is one that we know is coming next year. Would not be surprised to see this one land in here. Fire Emblem, I think it's very, very likely we could see a Fire Emblem game. We are way past due. There's been rumored remakes. We kind of had Fire Emblem Engage, which didn't really feel like a new entry moving the series forward, but instead felt like almost like an anniversary game. It felt like a celebration of the series. So I say we're either going to get a big ass remake, or we're going to see like the new what's next after Three Houses. And then this was meant to be on my hope one. I don't know. I put it on the wrong card. So this is supposed to be on my hope one. It's probably on both cards. Metroid Prime 2 and 3. It's on my card, so I'll just keep it here. I think I had Call of Duty there, was supposed to be there, but I'll just keep it as is.
It's not a bad take.
Good one.
Hope you're right.
Yeah.
Those are good.
Yeah.
I like it.
Now, question for you: is it? How are you going on a limb and saying it's Mario Maker 3D?
No, just Mario. Maybe they call it Mario Maker 3D. But I see them adding wonder mechanics where you can it has the wonder stuff. They add the wonder art style. You could do the wonder seeds, and I don't know, all sorts of cool stuff. So do I go to my Hopium, or do we return to that after everyone's done their?
No, we're doing the serious ones first.
Perfect.
All right.
Cool.
All right. So I'll get mine up. I'm sure Stash is probably still working on his. But we'll go with my serious. Hopefully your serious one's getting done.
Yeah, no, I'm prioritizing that one. Don't worry.
Okay. All right. So this is mine. This is it. This is the direct. I said this last time. I was joking last time. This is the real direct. Okay. Obviously, Metroid Prime 4 release date. Duh. I'm going for W's here. So there's a lot of gimmies on this list because I want to win. Right. Resident Evil 7. Kind of some faint rumors out there that could be one of those 7 games that Switch Force was teasing. All right, so we'll go with that. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, obviously release date. Splatoon Raiders. I don't know if we'll get a release date, but we're going to see the game. Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, clearly going to get a release date. That game already looks highly polished and ready to go based on what I played. So, Elden Ring, going to get a release date. Which Dragon Quest was that again? Well, it's 1+2 HD. Is that what I put in there?
I believe so, yeah.
I think so, yeah. So, I just think we're going to see it again. They're going to advertise it because it's the caveat on this one is it might only appear in the Japan Direct. They do that sometimes.
Still counts.
But that should still count because it's still the same Direct. It's within the Japan.
Still counts,
I don't know,
man.
I'm
good with it still counting.
Yeah. Because it's massive in Japan. It's going to do huge numbers there. So, and it's a Switch 1 and Switch 2 Direct, and it's going to come to both. So, makes sense. Hades 2, we don't have a release date for. I think we're getting it. It's supposed to come to Switch 2 this year. I won't say exclusively because it's on PC, but console exclusive for a timed exclusivity. Glacier, believe it or not, that was announced as an exclusive for Switch 2 for this year at the Indie World, and they didn't give us a release date. I think we get that release date here. 2 Point Museum, again, another one supposed to be getting on Switch 2 this year. Don't have a release date yet. I'm gonna say it's gonna be here. I have to get a couple indie games in there. Tamagotchi Life. Look, it's the only brand new game scheduled for Nintendo Switch next year. I think it's been a little bit. It's time to show a little more of it. Remind people it's coming. I don't know if they're going to give a season for when it's coming out, but again, they said it's a Switch and Switch 2 Direct, so throw that in there. Resident Evil Requiem. Look, I know Dusk Golem and others out there are like, everything with RE Engine is coming to Switch 2. I don't know what's going on. All I know is I played Resident Evil Requiem at PAX. And yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, I know it's coming. You just don't know if it's going to be announced.
Yeah, like I want to be scared in my bedroom with the lights off in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. holding my little thing above my head and accidentally have to wake my wife up because I'm freaking out. I want that experience to happen because I can't put it on the projector while she's sleeping. Let me see. So yeah, Resident Evil Requiem. It's one of those things where I kind of feel like, and this isn't part of my bingo card, but this is a personal thing. I think Resident Evil 7 has a chance to be shadow dropped, and then they also still announce Requiem as being day and date for next year. Middle, that's 3D Mario. It is what it is. I don't know if it's happening, but I want it to. So I'm going to throw it in there and say that's like one of the big things they show for like Mario's 40th is 3D Mario, probably for next year. Assassin's Creed Mirage, that's just going off a Nate the Hate thing who said it's in launch window. Well, we're starting to get out of launch window, so it must be, if it's this year at all, then it has to be here. Or Nate the Hate's wrong, and that happens. Assassin's Creed Shadows, we already had like PEGI ratings and all this other stuff for that game, so it kind of just feels like if we're going to get, it's an hour-long direct. If we're going to get one Assassin's Creed, why not announce another one? Right? I mean, they might even shadow drop Mirage and do Shadows like this holiday or something. They have new DLC coming for it too, so it's probably a good time to bring Shadows back out. Halo Master Chief Collection. Microsoft is open season for any of their games. So why not bring Master Chief Collection over? I think it's a great way to introduce the Nintendo audience to Master Chief if they've just never played Xbox or played on PC with it. Sea of Thieves, that's already been rumored as like supposed to be the first Microsoft game coming over, even though we already have Indiana Jones announced. This is supposed to supposedly release before then. So, well, if it's going to release before then, they got to announce the damn thing. Fallout 4. Look, I guess there's rumors out there for it, but I get this straight from our old buddy that was on the podcast. ThunderStash asked Kiwi Talks on our show, is there Fallout coming? And he said yes, but he wouldn't tell us if it was 1, 2, 3, or 4. I'm going to go with 4. My guess there. Mario Galaxy 2, I think that's like a remaster or something. They drop another potential shadow drop from Nintendo, or they say, hey, it releases tomorrow. They want to release it on the 40th anniversary. Either way, that's one that will be on Switch 1 and Switch 2. Rainbow Six Siege. I think Ubisoft's going to be, after what they did with Star Wars Outlaws, they're going to be slamming the ports over. Not just Assassin's Creed. They're going to try to get anything they think can sell. So I'm not saying they're all going to release at the same time. That would be stupid.
Nate, are you thinking?
He's really thinking.
His internet's thinking.
I'm like, geez.
Okay, Eric's froze too.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Eric's, froze. Yeah, they're both froze. Is the game still going?
Me.
He's in a state of meditation right now.
It says
Are we live? Yeah.
The time is still moving. So
YouTube got tired of his predictions. Next.
yeah, it was done with that.
Let's he's really
I think those are pretty good guesses though.
Well, I'm next, right?
I would say so. Yeah, take it away.
Yeah, I'll just
Can people see us still, or are we frozen? Is the whole thing frozen for them?
let's ask chat.
Are we still live, guys, in the chat?
Yeah. Let us know in chat, guys, if you can see us and hear us, or if it's frozen.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead, Dash.
We're winging it.
Okay, cool.
All right, let's see here. Let me zoom in here. And then let's go. Image file.
It's now the Stash Bird Classic podcast.
Yeah, absolutely.
The game stash.
64.
64.
Hoops.
Yeah. The picks have been interesting. I've been kind of I've liked some of the picks that I didn't even think of, like Star Fox. I don't know if it'll happen this very direct, but like
Sure.
it's a great pick because I feel like during the Switch 2 generation, it's a great game that you can just put kind of anywhere and it can like fill a gap or something. So that was a good pick.
Yeah, we need Star Fox. We need F-Zero, and I would love a Wave Race to come back too. All these games are dying for a revival.
Yeah.
Yeah, amen to that. Look, this is my competitive list. I will say, I know Nate's not on here to defend himself right now, but I was listening to him list off the games, and for a second, I thought he was giving us his hope list, his dream list. And I realized, oh shit, this is a competitive list. Nate might lose with those picks, which I'm very excited about. Like, well, you're not holding those for the other card? He can talk shit back to me when he comes back on. So, all right, this is my competitive list. We got Hyrule Warriors. I think we'll see it. Professor Layton. I believe, if I recall, it was just announced in the last day or two. It's going to be at Tokyo Game Show.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, so of course it's going to be at the Direct, right?
Yeah.
Tamagotchi Life. Got to get an update on that guy.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of fans there, so got to get them fed. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Switch 2. Bet we'll see this in a sizzle. Dragon Quest 1+2 HD remake. Yes, this is coming out October 30th. So, of course, I expect to see this, right? Moving on. Hades 2. Again, I played this at the Switch 2 experience, and my experience was very good. I expect a release date. I'm not going to say shadow dropped. That's what I would like to happen. But my final answer is we will find out when this is coming out. Okay? That's my final answer, Game Bird. Okay? That's proof. I'm not saying shadow dropped. We'll find out when it comes out.
Gotcha.
Metroid Prime 4 Beyond will be there. Okay? That's my final answer. That's my competitive answer.
That's a really good guess.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Borderlands 4 will be there in a sizzle. Elden Ring Tarnished Edition will be there. I think we'll get a release date. I will say that. Final Fantasy Tactics will be there in a sizzle. Moving on. Marvel Cosmic Invasion. The beat 'em up. We're finally going to get some info on that. Just Dance 2025. You know it's going to be there. I expect Yuko Replay in a sizzle. It's coming out October 9th. Assassin's Creed Shadows. I do expect this. It was Peggy rated months ago. I think they're just sitting on it. I think they wanted to get Star Wars Outlaws out the door. It is out the door now. And everyone seems to be very happy with it. I am. Persona 3 Reload. I believe this comes out October 16th. We'll see this in a sizzle reel. Trails in the Sky, first chapter. This is coming out, obviously, very soon. I think it's coming out on the 16th. You're muted, Gamebird. One thing to note about Trails is that when they announced it a couple weeks ago that the Switch 2 version was coming out, they said that was going to come out at a future date. And I had tweeted about this like a day or two ago to let everyone know that they just announced that future date is actually going to be day and date. So the Switch 2 edition is coming out on the actual release date, which is pretty badass. And the upgrade is $1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And guys, this series is amazing. So a lot of games in the series, multiple trilogies. This game's really good.
You say there's a lot of different trails you can take?
A lot of different trails. Yeah.
No, I thought you were talking about Bubble Bobble.
So
that is
actually,
a great series, though.
For Bubble Bobble, I have my video coming out this weekend because
Nice.
I played this at PAX. I am actually a big Bubble Bobble fan. I grew up on it. And so look forward to that. Nice little plug there. All right, moving on. Final Fantasy 7, and welcome back, Eric and Prime.
Yeah, dude. Charter, and so Spectrum literally just went down. All my equipment was up, but there just was no internet. And then all of a sudden, we both have Verizon, and that wasn't working either.
Yeah, it was like,
and I have
stupidly
Verizon
slow.
backup internet. Like nothing was working. I don't know what happened. It was like for 10 minutes, someone's like, I don't know, someone drove by and had a signal blocker or something.
Weird.
That's wild.
Never seen that happen where I'm just cut off from the whole world from multiple connections.
Oh,
Unless there's like a big storm. I literally went outside.
Yeah.
I'm like, did we have like a
It's
tornado
beautiful
hit?
out.
I'm like, no, it's gorgeous outside.
Yeah, it's
what the fuck's
beautiful.
going on?
Who's streaming the podcast then?
The
StreamYard.
StreamYard does it.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not streaming from my local PC. So
Oh,
That's
okay.
so
That's the
that
one
won't go
nice
down.
thing about this.
That's the only nice thing. If this happens Friday morning, yeah, that's gonna suck. That'll kill the stream.
Okay, Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. Again, we played this at PAX. I expect the release date. Double Dragon Revive. I also have a video coming out on this. Played this at PAX. This is coming out, I believe, might be October 16th as well.
I'm curious about that
No,
game. Is that good?
It is. Yeah, it is. I got the video coming out. I got some good gameplay. And again, like Dave, this is another one that I grew up playing. I'm guessing you did too. And, you know, we want to see this IP in good hands. And I think it is after what I experienced. It's a lot deeper than you'd expect. What's that game?
Beat 'em up.
Me too.
I was gonna say, like, anyone who's a fan grew up playing like the beat 'em up genre of games. You're eating good right now because we played a handful of them at PAX, and they're freaking killer, dude. They're so He-Man,
Three
Rad,
bangers for sure.
Toxic Crusader was amazing. I didn't get to play Double Dragon, but I know you got to play it, and it was amazing.
Yeah.
I feel like there was another one.
He-Man.
Yeah, He-Man.
Yeah.
And
So,
we've got
so
the
I have
Marvel
videos
Cosmic
coming out
Invasion.
on all of those in the next 4 or 5 days, right? And yeah, dude. Seriously, beat 'em ups, 3D platformers, like everything old is new again. Which is really nice.
It's really cool.
Dude, it's really good.
Oh,
it plays like Golden Axe, but with a deeper combat system.
Yeah, you got your heavy and your strong attacks, and you can kind of combo them and stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
Very true to form. It feels like you're playing a Saturday morning cartoon. The same goes for Toxic Crusaders, right? Beautiful art style. Here's one. The Atelier Ryza DX collection. I think we will see this in the sizzle reel that's coming out in December. Ezek's Proud Nordics. I expect to see this in a sizzle. Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. Yakuza Kiwami 2. It's coming out in November on Switch 2. I expect to see this in a sizzle. And this one's also coming out. I expect to see this in a sizzle. Pac-Man World 2 Repack. This is coming out on, I believe, is it the 16th or 21st? Any day now. We played this also. I have a video coming out on this tomorrow for Pac-Man World Repack 2. So I expect to see that in a sizzle. Toad and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree. Again, this comes out next week. I expect to see that in a sizzle. 007 First Light. This was just at the PlayStation State of Play. It had a dedicated State of Play. I expect to see that. And the Switch version has the Golden Gun. That's the only version, right, that has the $300 Golden Gun Deluxe Edition. The other ones don't. I don't know if that was like a shout out to like
GoldenEye and stuff.
GoldenEye, I presume. Yeah. Which is cool. Trails Beyond the Horizon. This comes out in January. I think we need to see it, right? I know it's coming out, but I don't think everyone else does.
Yeah, we need to see it. Yeah.
Disgaea 7 Complete. This is coming out in October. Again, I know it's coming out, but I think they need to tell everybody else, which is why it'll be in a sizzle. Little Nightmares 3. I released my video today on this. And again, I believe this will be there. It's Bandai Namco. They got a great relationship with Nintendo. I expect that to be there. So let me zoom out so you guys can see this all together now, because Nate, you missed out on this. This is my competitive one, right? So Hyrule Warriors, Professor Layton, Tamagotchi, Dragon Ball, Dragon Quest, Tactics, Elden Ring release date, Borderlands 4, Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, Hades 2, Persona, AC Shadows, Yuka, Just Dance, Cosmic Invasion. Then you saw the rest.
Yep. Very nice.
I'm feeling pretty damn good.
Yeah, he
about
threw
this
some shade your way,
competitive card.
Prime.
I sure
While
did.
you were gone, he was talking some smack.
Well, because I'm
What?
sitting here building my card, and like I'm putting the screenshots, and I made like I made probably 40 or 50 custom box arts in like 40 minutes. I don't know how I did it this fast.
Wait, Stash, aren't most of these games already announced for Switch 2 though?
Some of them are. Yeah, this is the competitive card. So this is what's going to be at the direct.
Yeah, what's going to be shown in the direct. Yep.
Yeah. The next
That's
card is
Assassin's
the
Creed, yeah.
is
Yeah,
what's
that's
going to
what
be
matters.
fun.
Yeah. This one's more so just
You
like
guys-
in the direct versus
I like
like
taking
what's
risks.
revealed.
Yeah, right.
I
No
do too.
Resident Evil, huh? Okay.
I love taking risks. That's why it's on the other
This is
card.
this is a very solid one. But yeah,
Yeah, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
I had a hard time thinking. Like, I felt like I could add 5 more that I think for sure are going to be there, but I decided to cool it. I only added 5 more at the top.
my hope
right.
card
Only,
is
only
like
five.
Right.
Only 5 more. Okay, let me get mine back out so I can finish going over it. My serious one, because I really believe in this card, man. So where did I leave off? When the internet
Yeah,
cut.
the Mario movie,
Fallout 4.
right?
Was it Fallout 4? Mario
Yeah,
Galaxy
Fallout
2?
Yep.
Yeah, somewhere in the Rainbow Six Siege.
I think it was Fallout. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Fallout 4.
Fallout 4. Yeah, just think that's happening. Super Mario Galaxy 2. I know there's been rumors about it, but also they got to do something for Switch 1 and Switch 2. And we already have like all the other 3D games already kind of came back. So this is the one that's missing. Rainbow Six Siege. I think Ubisoft is bringing everything. I don't know. They're not going to bring it all to this direct, but I think they're going to bring everything. They need as many sales as they can get. So Outlaws kind of proved they can put all their stuff here. So Rainbow Six Siege. Mina the Hollower. Got to throw another indie in there. I figured that they might have paid Nintendo to get a spot because they come out in October. So they want to remind people that we're coming. And, you know, based on some things that me and Stash know about this game, there could be some crazy reveals in this direct
Yes.
for that. If they decide to reveal what they told us, because
You think they will?
we're under NDA, guys, so we can't actually say it. But some of it I don't think they will. Some of it they're going to leave for people to discover when they get the game.
Yeah.
But I think there's one key aspect of it that they might tease it before release.
The
Because
one.
Yeah.
That
I don't.
one?
I can't say it. So like,
Oh my God. Yeah.
there's one that I think would get people really hyped if they knew about it before release.
It would actually. It would. I think it could drastically, I guess, improve sales right out of the gate if people
Yeah.
knew about that one.
That's why I think they could tease it. I don't know if they're going to do it in this direct, but it'd be a good time to do it because they're going to have the biggest audience they can get from now
What
until
game are you talking about?
Mina the Hollower.
Oh, okay.
Yep, Yacht Club Games. Next is just Mario movie. See the first trailer for the next Mario movie. That's just going with the theme of see the 3 Mario things. Those are the 3 Mario things I think we get for the 40th. Kirby Air Riders. I know we had a direct one.
Wait, Prime, I forgot. What's your middle one, Mario?
That's 3D Mario.
Oh,
New
new
3D
3D Mario. Got it.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I didn't know what to put for it, so I just threw whatever. I'm not saying it'll have Yoshi. I have no idea. I just grabbed some render out there. Kirby Air Riders. I don't think we're going to see a lot of this, to be clear. We already know the release date. We already had a big direct, but Sakurai did say there's more to reveal. So I kind of feel like this could get like a quick 30-second spot, maybe even tease a new mode or some new characters and kind of move on. I don't think it's going to, it might even just appear in a sizzle reel. I don't know, but I think it'll be in the direct just to remind people. Because I think this direct's going to be the one that 100% everything is lined up for the rest of this year. Like there's no chance we leave this direct and don't know what's coming the rest of the year. So I feel like they're going to want to go through that all at some point, and Kirby Air Riders will be part of that. Borderlands 4, again, just another chance to market it before it comes out next month. And technically, isn't this like the release date of it on the other platforms? I think, or is that next week?
Borderlands 4. I'm not sure.
Borderlands
I
4
think it's
comes
going to
out
release this week,
October.
though. Yeah, you're right. The
October
new
4th.
driver is just released on PC for it, so it's got to come out this week. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I think it comes out on all the other platforms on Friday.
Yeah, it does. And then October 4th, I believe, for Switch 2.
Yeah, so it would make sense the day of release on other platforms to remind everyone, hey, this is coming to Switch 2. If you have a Switch 2, I'm on to wait.
It's probably better that it's delayed on Switch 2 because it's going to run pretty crappy on, from what I'm hearing, on day one. So
yeah, I'm on
other platforms.
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. Well, we'll see.
I
the last
heard
one
that
is
too.
a new Animal Crossing. I honestly didn't know what to put for the last spot. So I'm like, you know what? I'll channel beat 'em ups fake leak. Throw Animal Crossing in there. We'll see what happens. I'm not saying this to get you guys hyped up. That's the one I actually don't think is going to happen. But I just needed something for that last spot. So, okay, cool. I think we could probably just go straight to the actual fun cards. Because this is the competitive stuff. This is the one the bets are all on. But I'll start just because I'm already up here. And probably go to Eric next just in case our internet goes wild.
Yeah,
again.
right.
So let me go ahead and swap this out for my fun card because this is where magic happens. First up, Ocarina of Time remake.
Oh yeah,
come on, baby.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
Like, come on. Yes, please. All the Zeldas, right? The next one that just represents teasing the new 3D Zelda. Again, this is my wish list card. We're not getting Ocarina of Time remake and 3D Zelda in the same direct, are we? I don't know, but in my world, we are. I want to go. A new Star Fox. That's I know it's old art. No. A new Star Fox, not based on, Star Fox 64. Like something new. I would like it to be more based on adventures, but it could go in its own unique direction. I don't care. New Star Fox. Monolith Soft's new IP. Come on. It's been 10 years. At some point, they keep hiring for it. They released another piece of art like not too long ago, a couple years back. They keep they're hiring things, keep saying they're making it. So come on. At some point, we got to see this thing. All right. NBA Jam. It's my wish list, baby. That one's for our NBA Jam champion below me. Also, shout out to Demonic Brawler in the chat. That's for you as well, buddy. We need NBA Jam to come back. A new one. I'm not talking about bringing the classic back. We already have the classic. New one. EA, you have the license. Make it happen. All right. Grand Theft Auto 6. This is just I'm not going to play it, but I'm going to laugh at everyone if it does come out after everyone said it's not coming to Switch 2. I like to laugh at people when they say things can't come to Switch 2, but then they actually come to Switch 2. To be fair, this is a game I would call like an impossible port, but if they pull it off, that would be sick. I don't think it would be at launch anyways, but this is a wish list. So I would wish for Rockstar to just own all pay for me. That'd be great. Now, Fable. I was debating between this Fable and the new one coming out, but I realized, well, if we're going to get the new one, and I think we will, we got to get the old ones first. Because you got to introduce Nintendo fans to the old ones. So let's get some Fable remasters that have already been remastered before. Get some Fable remasters on Switch 2. Let's do it. The anniversary edition specifically. But, introduce everyone to what Fable is. Even though the new Fable seems like it might be going even further away from what the original Fable was like. But we'll see. Mother 3. This is mostly just it's time to get in the West. This is one that won't be in the Japan direct because they already have it. NSO drop Mother 3. Let's go. It's time. It's wish list time. Wario Land. I don't know if people recognize that art. That is Wario Land art. A new Wario Land game. It's time. You brought me 3D Donkey Kong back after 26 years. It's time to bring back Wario Land. Let's do this. A new Time Splitters. I missed that series so much. Bring it back. Again, this is all wish list territory. The Zelda movie reveal. Again, that's probably not going to be for a year. I don't care. This is my wish list. I want all the Zelda. So give me the Zelda movie reveal as well. A new Star Tropics. Now, I will give them a caveat. If they remake the original from the ground up, I can kind of count that as new because I think most people today don't know what the original Star Tropics was. And if you're a Star Tropics fan, we all know we just pretend 2 doesn't exist. It was a terrible game. It was terrible. The first one was excellent. So if they want to remake that or just make a new game in the series, that'd be wonderful. I left 3D Mario in here because, again, I'm not so sure we're seeing 3D Mario at all. So that's still, to me, like a wish list item because we might not see 3D Mario. They can go with the collection. They can go in many different routes. This is a legit want, guys. I loved Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. So I want Pokemon Let's Go Johto. I want the second gen Let's Go games. I feel like we're probably never going to get them, but we should get them because I would have rather had that than Diamond and Pearl.
Agreed. I couldn't agree more with you. I actually, despite what people think, I think the Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee was nostalgic in all the right ways, looked better than some of the modern Pokemon. And was just a fun time. There wasn't much to complain about that game.
It was just like the original game, prettier and with Pokemon flying around the world. Like, fuck yeah, let's do it.
Yeah,
that's great. Let's do it. I would love to see that happen for Gen 2. Hoops, would you like to see that as well?
Yes, I was going to say there's something about the Johto games to me that just would work perfectly with the art style of the Let's Go games. Yeah. Like every time I think about this, I just think about like walking through Ecruteak City and just thinking about how beautiful that would be. So I would love that. So, yeah. Guys, like you guys know I'm not like the biggest Pokemon guy out there, but I legitimately love Gen 1, Gen 2. Loved the Let's Go, loved Arceus, so I'm kind of excited for ZA. But this is something I've been wanting ever since I was hoping we were going to get like by now, because the Let's Go games were what, 2018, something like that. So I wish I thought we would have had this by now. So hopefully they decided to go with this instead of going with another Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl style thing again, because I know it's still sold fine, and I'm sure it was cheaper than this. I don't care. This is better. I want this. And I think other people would like this as well, especially now that we've had time away from Let's Go Eevee to see what other Pokemon things are doing. I think people would be okay with this coming back. Animal Crossing, a brand new one. Throwing that on here again. I know, doubling up. I don't care. It is what it is, because I don't think it's happening, but I want it to happen. Far Cry 7. It's kind of a late addition for me. It's not announced yet, by the way, guys. So just because like this isn't an official logo. Far Cry 7 is not announced, but I think it's happening. It's rumored to be happening. I know Nash Weedle said it's coming to Switch 2. I don't know if I can believe everything Nash Weedle says, but what I do know is that it's a Ubisoft game, so got to come to Switch 2. They want all the sales, so let's bring Far Cry 7 over. Kirby. This is specifically a new 3D Kirby game. Look, Forgotten Lands is the best-selling Kirby of all time. Let's get another one. Let's go. Let's go round 2. It can be a Forgotten Land 2, or in classic Nintendo style, some new unique name, whatever new thing they want to do with it, because that's what Nintendo usually does. You usually don't get the numbered sequels. It happens here and there. The Final Fantasy stuff here, this isn't really about remake or rebirth. That's a really popular picks, right? Remake, obviously, because it's already announced we need a release date. Rebirth, because it's the next game in the series, and hey, they already confirmed basically they're bringing all of them, right? They're going to complete the trilogy on Switch 2. I'm talking about, this is my dream wish list. They announced the third one at the Direct. See that blank space at the bottom? You see the first two, then the blank. That's what I'm predicting in this spot is a wish list item of the third one. They actually choose to reveal it at a Nintendo Direct, cementing that whole we are full multi-platform strategy. We don't have to wait for a state of play. We don't have to wait for an Xbox event or summer game. We can announce it in any event we want. Now, that would probably mean it's coming out next year. Whether or not I actually think it's coming out next year, that I don't know. I think it's more like 2027, but we'll see. Visions of Mana. I think this is a wish list item because the studio don't exist anymore. Is what it is. Every Mana game, well, almost every Mana game, there's like one that, besides this one, has been on a Nintendo platform. I think this one was destined to be on a Nintendo platform from the moment it was announced, but the studio was closed, so that put it in jeopardy. But guess what? You don't need the original studio to hire someone to port it. In fact, most ports to other platforms after a game releases aren't done by the original studio. So I think that still opens the door for this to potentially get ported over. Probably want to try to salvage some sales. From what I played of it, I only played the demo on PS5. It was pretty good. What I enjoyed in them. I know it didn't like review as one of the better ones, but it wasn't like a terrible game from what I read in the reviews. So I would like to see this one come over. Might give it a chance, especially if the price point's just right. Because I don't, if they charge $70, okay, I might wait for a sale. But if this is in the 50 or under range, I'll be willing to give it a chance. A new Punchout. Been a while. Little Mac. Let's get him back. Bring Mike Tyson back. Hey, he didn't box. He was just boxing not too long ago against Jake Paul.
You're gonna love my list.
Hell. You know what? Replace Glass Joe with Jake Paul. Make him the first one.
I thought so too. I thought that would be perfect, man.
One, he won't care because he'll get a bunch of money because that's all Jake cares about. Yeah. And two, I get to knock Jake Paul's ass out in the first round in the first match. climbing the ladder. Fuck yeah, let's go. Hell, or maybe you make it Logan Paul first and then Jake Paul. Either way,
Yeah.
you can go back to back with those two. Jake Paul, I guess, is technically a better boxer, so you could have him be the second guy. You know, I'm saying, like, my big thing with Punchout is it's fun to have King Hippo. It's fun to have all these, classics. But what really made it for me back in the day is that the final one was a real boxer. So I would like to see something like that. And if it's not Mike Tyson, obviously you go with like Floyd Mayweather or something, somebody who's more recent. Either way, I'd like to see there be some sort of major mainline known boxer marketed with the game, because I think that's something that could really help push sales, because everyone's going to want to get through all the fun ones to get to the big name guy, whoever it ends up being. Metal Gear Solid Delta, I technically know. I think Nate the Hate was the one who said this was coming. And then we saw how badly it runs on everything. Kind of like what we're hearing is happening with Borderlands as well. But we already know Borderlands is coming. So don't ask me. With this game was running like shit on the PS5. No, on the PS5 Pro, I think it was. Specifically, it was running bad on it. But you know what they say? Usually the problem is optimization. There's no reason it should have ran worse on the PS5 Pro than the PS5. That doesn't even make sense. That's just, they didn't even optimize it for Pro. That is what it is. So that tells me that, sure, if it's properly optimized, it could probably be on Switch too. We'll see what happens. Astral Chain, this is specifically Astral Chain 2. I know Gamer brought it up as a possibility as something from Platinum. I just think it's time. I think the first one was really well received. I think it's sold decent. I think it's been enough time. We're ready for a sequel. And I think they have the right people in place still at Platinum to make a Astral Chain 2. Again, wish list item, Dragon Quest 12. It's already been announced. We know that's coming to Switch too. Come on. Come on. They're not going to skip the number one platform in Japan. Just knock it off. It's the number one market for Dragon Quest. And while Dragon Quest 11 came to Switch later, it ended up being like the best-selling version of the game. And it had a unique feature to it that ended up eventually getting ported to the other platforms, and that you could actually convert it to old school Dragon Quest if you wanted. That was neat. So I don't know if they're doing that with 12, but
dude, that was one of the best features ever.
Yeah, dude, that was sick. No one
so
expected
freaking cool.
Yeah. It's like the game was already really good, and then all of a sudden, you're going to let people play the whole game that way? What?
That's a goated JRPG for me. I think I've told you that. I platinumed the game, and I loved every minute of it. I spent, God, I don't know how many hours, 100, 150. Amazing.
Yeah. And again, I know that the rumors out there are that they want to like start remastering more Dragon Quest and get maybe DQ7 out next year, but I don't care. It's on my wish list. I want it to be 12. It's been a hell of a long time. What's it been? Almost a decade.
Yeah, it's been too long.
It's been a long time. It was before Switch came out, so it's been at least 8-9 years. So it's been a while. It's time to get 12. They already announced it. Let's actually see the game. Monster Hunter Wilds. Again, another one of those games everyone says can't run on Switch 2. It runs like crap everywhere else. I don't know, man. I just have this thing about Capcom. They seem to love Nintendo. I don't know why they do. They just do. If they want it to work on Switch 2, they'll find a way to make it work at 30 FPS. I know that's not ideal, guys, but hey, it doesn't run ideally on anything. So I shouldn't say that. Dave, you have a 5090, right? Have you played this on a PC on a 5090?
Oh, me? No.
Okay.
It runs fine on a really high spec PC, but anything lower than that, it's
that's why I was asking, because I know that this game runs bad on even like a 4070. So like it sucks. I mean, not the game. It's just, again, this is that whole thing about optimization. I don't know what's going on with these companies not optimizing their games. I don't know.
We could talk for like an hour about that. Yeah, it's bad.
Are they developing on 5090s and 9800 X3Ds and just don't give a fuck about anything else? It's insane, the lack of optimization. Anyways, again, it's one of those things that I absolutely think this can run on Switch 2. I've always thought it could. They just have to actually optimize it. And I know this is like a whole different conversation, but that's why I'm actually so happy with what happened with Star Wars Outlaws, because it felt like they actually cared. And it showed me that, from a company that typically rushes things out and are broken and buggy, and like they actually put in effort and showed, hey, if you try, games can look and run well on Switch 2. So maybe I'm dumb to have faith in Capcom, but whatever. And then No More Heroes. Look, I know the series is kind of supposed to be done. I don't give a fuck. Bring it back. Give me another one. It's my wish list. My wish list. We break all the rules. Give it to me. I need more. I need Travis Touchdown in my life, man. All right. That's my dream list. I am gonna cry happy tears that this is more correct than my other list.
Dude, I love it. Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
I'd probably cry with you for the first time on camera.
Like that's
Yeah.
that's an insane wish list.
I feel that.
Like I put a
feel
lot of
that.
thought into that wish list, despite still building it during the show. I'm like, no, dude, there's so many games I wish would come. All right, Eric, you go next in case our internet cuts.
Yep.
Before you start, Eric, I've got to
You got
dip, but thank you guys a ton for having me on again. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Nice to
Awesome.
see you,
Appreciate
man.
you, Hoops.
Cool.
Before
Yeah.
you,
brother.
before you did
Yeah.
Hoops, give us one crazy prediction you just absolutely want to happen.
Ooh. Let's see. Ooh, I got a good one. I'll say Oracle remakes.
Ooh,
Zelda Oracle game.
Oh,
good one.
there it is. There it is. All right, Hoops.
That's
like
the one we need.
Not bad.
All right, man. Catch you later, guys. Go
Okay.
check out his channel. Link down below.
See ya. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Yeah.
Cheers.
See ya.
All right. Eric, your turn, buddy. Let's get that up and going.
Okay. I got a one-track mind,
Uh-oh.
and this is gonna be fun.
He's pulling the Dave. I have the one game. That's all I need. Well, at least you got two. At
I
least
got
you
two games.
two.
Yes.
It's all just snowboard kids and snowboard kids too.
Hell yeah.
For our audio listeners, he just dropped the bingo card that's two games listed twice. And it's snowboard kids and snowboard kids too.
Because the first image didn't fill the whole bingo card. So
So then he grabbed the old N64
Four
boxes.
boxes.
There we
Yep.
go.
so well, it could be a game or it could be NSO. Either way, I'll take it.
Is anyone surprised that this is what the sock puppet put up? Has he not been talking about these games dating back like a decade, guys?
Yes. These need to happen. So we said fun.
I think Dave is befuddled over there.
I don't even think I even rented this game on the N64.
Oh, it
It
was
is-
great.
I had
Wow.
1080 snowboarding. Why would I want to play this game?
Oh, this is way different than
It's so good. I stand by this game like fully. It's actually really good.
It's a
I
Mario.
heard it was good. I never was interested.
Yeah,
in
it's
it.
like a Mario Kart S snowboarding game. So like it's meant to be played with friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get the 4 players together and it's a wild time.
I mean, and then I'll throw out one more just because Luigi's Mansion 4. I mean,
Okay.
I want that one just because. Yeah,
Did nobody have that on their
I
chart
don't
yet?
know. I don't think so.
LM4?
No,
Surprise. That's been
Yeah.
a popular speculation all
Yeah.
summer.
it was kind of like I said. This one was our fun bingo card, and I wanted to make it really fun because it's hilarious. But yeah,
Eric,
So-
I appreciate it.
Yes.
It makes it nice and succinct.
yeah, right.
After I just went with this complex dream
Yeah, I know.
scenario, you're just like, look, I'm
Snowboard
asking
kids.
for things that you could just throw on NSO. This is really easy.
Right.
Just get this done.
Right.
Oh, man. Okay. All right. Well, then, the stash left.
Yep.
So I guess that means Gamebird's next by default. Just ban it.
The snowboard kids broke the man, broke his spirit.
Really, you gotta go and play a session quick.
Right.
Yeah.
Get on my CRT.
All right. Let me get this pulled
Sure.
up. Let's see.
That was great, Eric.
And so my hope list, I actually only changed a handful from my speculation list, and the reason why is because a lot of stuff that I speculated on is stuff that I genuinely hope will be there tomorrow. So I only changed a handful. I'll go through everything again quickly on the ones that I mentioned, with maybe a little extra time on the ones that are new. All right. Let's see here. There we go. All right. So again, FF7, Dustbloods, those are givens. Those are ones that I expect to see, but I also hope to see because I'm genuinely big Final Fantasy fan, big FromSoft fan, curious to see what Dustbloods is about. Guys, Ocarina of Time remake. Zelda's my favorite series. One of the most iconic games of my lifetime. One of the most influential games of my lifetime. I think about this game being remade with a fully orchestrated soundtrack. The game already has some of the best music in gaming, period. And yeah, like this would be such a big deal. It would be so meaningful to longtime Zelda fans. And if they beef up the story, if they beef up some of the content, one of the sickest experiences for new fans as well. Star Fox. This is another one, was on the previous list. This is a hope game, and I'll go a step further. I recently made a video about the two pillars of games. I'd love to see a second pillar of Star Fox. Step away from the rails on this hope version and dig into something a little bit more like a Ratchet and Clank, or what's the game that I'm thinking of?
Jack and Daxter?
Not Jack and Daxter. This was a PC game. It's going to come to me in just a second. I'll come back to it. It'll pop in my brain. I had it in my head a moment ago. Not Beyond Good and Evil. This was a PC game. Freelancer. Do you guys remember that PC game, Freelancer?
Mm-hmm.
Explore space. You stop by space stations. I'd love to see them do a mix of like that and Ratchet and Clank, where it's kind of like a Star Fox Adventure 2, but it does still strongly emphasize on space exploration and space battles, and really see them reinvent what it means to Star Fox while still keeping, again, I call it the two pillar system, kind of like we got mainline Mario, 2D Mario, mainline Zelda, isometric Zelda. We now have the 3D open world DK games. We got the 2D platformer DK games. So see them really expand on that one. Luigi's Mansion 4. I popped out an idea. I forget 2 or 3 podcasts ago about them doing a Christmas theme.
Yeah,
kind of like a haunted Christmas theme. Would love to see them do something like that. So I'm gonna put that out there. New 3D Mario. Obviously, this is a massive hope. I couldn't not include this in the list. It very well could be there this week, but I certainly hope to see it. Mario 40th, I expect it, but it's a big hope. Prime, expect but hope. Deca Police, expect and hope. I think Deca Police is going to be a kind of a sleeper hit. It looks like level 5 bringing back the magic with their RPG stuff, and this one just looks really unique and cool. Kind of like a futuristic detective turn-based RPG with like solving murders and stuff. Really cool. Monster Hunter Stories 3. This was one that was in the recent partner direct. Would not be surprised to see more of this. This is one that I'm definitely interested in because I did have a lot of fun with Monster Hunter Stories 2. New Ace Attorney game. Huge fan of the visual novel games. I love Ace Attorney. I feel like it's time for him to make a comeback. Astral Chain 2. Had to mention this one again. Hyrule Warriors. Resident Evil. This one is specifically Requiem, which I didn't specify on my first one. I think I'm I'm the only person in the podcast team who didn't get to play Requiem. So this one's a blind spot for me. I love Resident Evil games, so I really would like to see these all make their way to Switch 2. More Yakuza games, guys. It's one of my favorite series. I expect, like Stash said, we'll probably get Kiwami 2. Kiwami. Kiwami and Kiwami 2, but I would love to see them announce further into the series. You know, we got 4, 5, 6. We've got Infinite Wealth and Like a Dragon. So I want to see more Yakuza games. New Monolith game expected. Major hope. Eternal Darkness.
Oh, yeah.
This is a huge hope. And I don't just mean like, I will take NSO Eternal Darkness, but ultimate hope, let's do a full-blown remake from the ground up. We got that crazy mental, what they have, the patented, like, what did they call it? Not chaos, like that psyche, that insanity system, or what?
Insanity meter.
Sanity meter. Thank you, folks. So Eternal Darkness, definitely. Here's where we get really interesting. We're going back to the 2-tier system, friends. F-Zero. And I made up 2 names for this potential F-Zero game. This was just me having a little fun with it. We have Captain Falcon Lone Justice, or maybe it's called F-Zero Contract Falcon, which is super 80s, and I love it. But the idea behind this second pillar, if you guys haven't checked out my last video that I did, definitely check it out. But this one is, we've got the fast, high adrenaline racer. But what is Captain Falcon, guys? He's a bounty hunter. So why don't we get a cyberpunk futuristic city game that kind of plays like an Arkham City? There's still Grand Prix in it, but it's Captain Falcon actually bounty hunting. You've got the cool combat systems. Maybe there's kind of a cyber noir with like the narrations. You're going into like crazy futuristic pubs and clubs and picking up side quests and shaking down thugs. And I don't know. I just see it being like this kind of like super over the top, over dramatic, almost like a little bit anime in its storytelling, but just being this cool, gritty, badass Captain Falcon bounty hunter game. Then you got the two pillars. You can make the series popular. The character honestly is more popular at this point than the racing series. So it's like, why not have a game centered around him? So yeah, I really like Contract Falcon because it just sounds so cheesy 80s and 90s. Anyways, Splatoon Raiders, hope to see it. Octopath demo, hope to have it. Guys, Smash Brothers. Listen, I'm a full believer that Smash is already in development. Kirby Air Riders is done. There's probably no way they're ready to tease this, but if we got a tease like we did for, I believe it was Smash on the Wii U, where you see the Inklings swimming around and doing their little battle, it looks like they're going to show off a new Splatoon thing. And then you see the big glow and they look up and you see the symbol, the Smash symbol glowing in the Inklings' eyes. And you see the silhouettes of all the Nintendo characters. Even if they did a little teaser for that and just says Smash, the next Smash Brothers game is now in development, I'd lose it. Romeo's a Dead Man, Tomodachi Life, great. Fire Emblem, again, Metroid Prime 2 and 3. This was supposed to exclusively be on my Hopium card. It wasn't supposed to be on the other one. The other one's supposed to have Call of Duty mishap. But yeah, that's my card.
Awesome.
Very nice.
Stash, you got yours?
Yep. I'm gonna get pulled up.
All right, let's get it done. Hell yeah.
I hope you guys are ready for this.
I was born ready.
I hope so. Okay, let's get this.
Watch the first game be Panty Party 4.
wait a second. What?
Titanic?
Oh my god, we're not going back to that again. All right.
Let me get zoomed in here so we don't give them all away.
Yeah.
And I hope you guys like what I'm going to start off with. All right, let's see. Share screen.
That's how we're real professional running, guys.
Screen one. Okay, here we go.
So,
there we go.
It's gonna be so. Oh shit! Oh my
just
God.
right away.
He went so hard. Never go full Earthbound, man. Oh my God.
Earthbound 64. They in my dreams they finished this game and it's just sitting there on a shelf somewhere. And it all looks like claymation. And it comes to NSO.
Damn, dude.
Here's a serious one. Sea of Thieves, okay? Right next to it.
I mean, they did Star Fox 2, so anything's possible.
It's true. Anything really is possible after that.
Dude, imagine if they did a deluxe edition of it, like they do physical deluxe edition, and it comes in like an N64 box.
That'd be so sick.
How sick that would be.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
All right, we got Halo Master Chief Collection. Again, we've talked about this a lot. This is something that could have went on I wouldn't say on a competitive bingo card, but on like our normal bingo cards.
Sure.
Right? Because this was on my normal bingo card, and I just figured I'd throw it over here. I think there's a good chance. And again, this coming to Nintendo just speaks volumes, right? It would be a massive deal. Mario Rabbids. Ubisoft needs to make money. Switch 2 edition of the Mario Rabbids series makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, we all know the history, right? We all know that Nintendo told them to wait and put it out on Switch 2, the sequel.
Yeah.
I think we get a package of these games. It'd be cool too if Kingdom Battle came with like all the DLC as well, in a nice affordable package. I think would be really good and would sell well. Baldur's Gate Switch 2. Again, this is a carryover from my actual bingo cards that we've had. And I still think we're going to get this. And Metal Gear. Again, still think we're going to get this. At Blades of Fire, Mercury Steam. I didn't get a chance to play this game yet. I saw that it was on Woot. Or no, it was Woot or Gamefly during their used game sale. I don't know that it did very well, but I think it reviewed pretty decently. I just don't know that it did very well. I think I could see this coming over to Switch 2 realistically. But as we go down the list here, it starts to get crazier. Okay. Next up, we have
Michael
Captain
J.
N, the video game.
Yes. Just yes.
Yes.
Dude, right? That was so good. Honestly, all jokes aside, when I was a kid, I really hoped and wished that they would have made a Captain N video game. And I wasn't sure as a kid why they didn't do that, because I thought it would have sold gangbusters back in the day. So that would be a dream for me.
Man.
Professor Layton. Did I have that on my other one? Do you remember? All right.
Yep.
So forget about that one. Mario Kart World. I do think we're going to get DLC.
Yeah, it's likely. Yeah.
They need new modes for that game.
They do. They need to do a lot of things, right, to touch it up and get it on. I wouldn't say get it on par with Mario Kart 8. It's going to take a while to get all of that content, but at least as far as like modes, they need to fill it out a little bit more. I think that would be a good opportunity with DK. Of course, we're missing DK stuff, so it makes sense. Kingdom Hearts. I expect this to come to Switch too. This has been on my serious bingo card, but there it is again. And obviously not the cloud version. All right, here we go, guys. Metroid Prime 3, 2, and 1. You guys like my instruction manual box art that I made?
Oh, hell yeah.
I love it. Come to Switch
Know what
too.
you're doing, man.
I don't care.
Yeah, I expect all of these. Again, I've been consistent with that. I think they all come to Switch too with mouse Joy-Con mode. And I honestly think there's a good chance that this gets announced, but I threw it over here because, you know, the other card's competitive. So I had to go balls to the wall on that card. Okay. Moving down.
Moving on down.
Yes, we got Mario Wonder Switch 2 edition. Again, been saying this for a very long time, possibly since last year, that I expect this to come to Switch 2 with some sort of DLC expansion. I think that's why we didn't get DLC, because it's perfect to double dip on Switch 2, and also for the Switch 1 owners that already own it, that own a Switch 2 now, to buy into the DLC and make this an evergreen title. And it plays into the 40th anniversary. So it works out really well to hold that DLC content until now.
Don't forget the 4K 60 patch.
Yeah, no, I expect that on the Switch 2 here for sure. Maybe 120, right?
Maybe.
Galaxy 2. Again, talked about this for a long time, since last year. Galaxy 2 HD. I think this is a title that could release on obviously both Switch 1 and Switch 2, and maybe it'll run better on Switch 2. I just think there's a reason this was always held out from 3D All-Stars, and with Mario with his 40th and Yoshi being in the movie. Again, these are all things that we've talked about for the past year that just make sense. And now would be the time to probably talk about this, right? Now, when it comes to the 3D Mario, don't mind the box art. I know it sucks, but the game won't suck. I think it's going to go multiverse.
Nice.
That's what I would like to see. And I love time travel in games. Mario has such a rich history, right? Where you could visit other Marios. I think this would be a really fun idea. It's like, dude, we've been all over, right? We've done the world, we've done the galaxies, Odyssey. Where do we go next? Like, how crazy can we get, right? Is it Super Mario Universe? I don't know. But multiverse would be pretty badass.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems to be like a popular thing these days, right? With movies and whatnot.
Yeah.
Tapping into that multiverse.
Yep.
This one's a very serious pick that I could have put in the other one. But Xenoblade Chronicles X, yes, I expect that 60 FPS patch. Hopefully 4K as well, or at least 1440p. 1440p looks pretty damn nice, but I do expect this. This is it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when kind of pick, but I think this could be a good time. Here we go. NBA Jam.
Yeah. Wait.
What?
Keep going. Just keep going.
NBA Jam.
Yeah.
50th. Do you guys know about this game?
No, I don't. That's why I want you to keep going.
Oh, okay. So there is a mod for the PlayStation version of NBA Jam that was just released recently. And they literally put, I think, like 50, 60, 70 secret characters in the game with actual stats. It's not just a, what do you call it? It's not like they just changed the character, right? Like they changed the stats and everything for that character. Hulk Hogan's in the game. Reptile, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, John Cena. Dude, like the list goes. I haven't looked at all the secret characters because I don't want to. You can see right here where my mouse is. Pretty sure it's Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Very
yeah.
nice.
I'm like, oh yeah, and right here, you know who this is? Pepsi Man.
Oh, God,
my
Pepsi Man.
Dude,
God, yeah.
This is unhinged. I watched a video. I think Video Game Esoterica, the YouTube channel.
Yep.
He did a video on this, and I started watching some of it. I'm like, oh my God, when I get back from PAX and I'm done doing all my videos, this is gonna get, patched, and it's gonna get played on one of my consoles that I'll play this on. I'll just say that. But
And it's rated
Dude.
E for teen.
yeah, I know. Dude, I was making those box arts so fast. I had all my ESRB ratings down there too, and I messed up on that one. Resident Evil again. Hey, look, dude. I've been talking about this since last year. I'm pretty sure all of us have on the podcast. We've been talking about this recently. This was on my last bingo card. So of course, when all the news came out just in this past week that Resident Evil is coming to Switch 2, it's like, yeah, I know, we know. Thanks for the confirmation, but we didn't need it on this one. We know this is coming. I think last week, Nate and I were talking about it, and I said Resident Evil 7 is going to come first. And Nate thought Resident Evil 4 was going to come first. And it sounds like we're going to get 7. But I think all of them are coming. Why wouldn't they? Yep. Rebirth. We know it's coming. Maybe they announce it. This plays into the 7s from Switch Force, right? The 3 7s. And I'm like, yeah, it could be Final Fantasy 7 remake release date. Then they mention Rebirth. And again, Resident Evil 7 was already on my list. So I'm like, I'll leave it at that. All right. I truly believe this is happening. Smash Brothers Ultimate Switch 2 Edition to hold us over. I don't know that there's going to be new content. I'm not really thinking about that or concerned with it. It's more or less that I could just see this being a Switch 2 Edition to hold people over with, 4K. I don't know what else they do.
Rollback netcode, they would need to do that.
That would be perfect.
Yeah, that would be huge for the community.
Yeah, I hope it's not asking too much to do that. I don't know what it would take. Yeah, I would love to see this though, but I really think it would be very wise for Nintendo to feed the Smash Brothers community early, and do similar to what you did with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on the Switch. And this is Game Bird. I had this prediction in your video, 2-3 months ago. So I expect this to happen. That's been a long running thing. Look, okay, I was thinking about this one here that you guys see. You know, N64 turns 30 next year in September. And so many games have like had HD done to them, or they've been cleaned up in Nintendo's just IP catalog as a whole. It's like, I know we revisited this game on DS, but dude, you know, if I could get any Mario game remade, like a full remake, I think I would want Mario 64. I think this one means a lot, obviously, to all of us that grew up and went from SNES to 64 and saw that, you know, the amazing leap in technology. The soundtrack, I still just absolutely adore this soundtrack. And it's like, you know, I would love to see this. Like, if we don't have hypothetically a new 3D Mario ready, which I don't think that's the case, but if it is, can you give us a remake, or can you give us Mario 64 in 4K 60? Game Bird, you're muted.
Of course I am. I was testing you.
Yeah.
No, I'm like just imagining a world where Nintendo just blows our minds for like their two biggest or their two coolest IP, Mario and Zelda, having their 40th, and the thought of getting an Ocarina of Time and Mario 64 from the ground up modern remake.
Yeah.
Is wild.
Which is right next to it.
Right. It's just I don't even know. I don't even know how I'd handle a direct with those two.
I don't either. It would be very special.
Yeah, man, that is
It would feel like a few Christmases as a kid bundled into one if that happened. I had it too. I know we keep joking about this, or at least I keep joking about it. Are they frozen again?
It looks like it.
Oh my.
Yep.
Damn. All right. So look, I keep talking about it. Mike has cleaned up his image over the years. And I know this isn't going to happen. I'm totally joking, but he has cleaned up his image. And he is fighting again. And you guys saw he's got a fight scheduled now with Mayweather. That was just announced I think while we're at PAX. And I remember seeing that. I'm like, what? I'm like, God, I hope it's a real fight though. Just let me see a real fight, not some stage shit. Okay? Because if Mike gets a hold of him, he'll break him. I want to see that.
Mike's an animal.
Dude, when I saw Mayweather fight Pacquiao when I was living in San Diego, I remember we went to this bar to watch it. There was like a $20-$30 cover. I'm like, all right, whatever, you know. I was excited. I had my Rocky IV Drago shirt on. Like, yeah, dude, I'm hyped for this. And I literally just watched Mayweather just dance around the ring, and I get it. Like, there's a strategy to that, and that's how he's done so well. But dude, the least entertaining shit ever. And I just want to see Mike be uncaged and really get a hold of him. And that would be perfect, right? You
He
beat
might be able to do that
Mayweather,
for a
and then
couple
Mike
rounds.
Tyson's Punchout 2 comes out. What'd you say, Dave?
He might be able to do that for a couple rounds today.
Yeah,
but not,
I agree.
Not for very long.
No, exactly. You got to catch him
holding
early.
his punches back against Paul, right?
He was.
So
Dude, the best part of that whole Paul fight is when he was getting right before the fight, when he was getting interviewed, and he just turned around and walked away, and it just showed his like full bare ass. Like that was the
Oh my god.
That was wild.
Yeah, he knew what
Dude,
he was doing.
yeah. I was like, what the hell? He's like, oh, that's my son, and turned around. He just fully muted from behind. Everyone's just like, what the? And then they started making T-shirts of that. Mike's wild, dude. He's a funny dude.
He is.
He's a scary, funny dude.
He is absolutely both those things. Okay, here's a serious one. Metaphor again. When I reviewed this game at the the end of last year, I said in my review that I expect this to come to Switch 2. So watch, if you're watching this review and you don't have a PS5, just remember this is coming to Switch 2. I fully expect it. All right, here's a special pick. You know what I mean?
Dude,
Like,
get out of here, dude. Get out. Don't F with me.
yeah, Matt, I want that.
Go
We all
home.
want this. So, it is Chrono's 30th anniversary. I do think this is being made. I really do. I don't think it's ready yet. But
Like HD 2D?
I would like it to be that. I think you
Same.
give it the Dragon Quest treatment that 1, 2, and
Sure.
3 are getting. I think that's money. Give it
Yeah,
a fully orchestrated soundtrack.
I agree.
That's
I don't
enough.
I think going the Final Fantasy VII route takes away from Chrono Trigger's magic in a way that the Chrono Trigger is kind of a perfect game. So it's like you don't really need to reimagine it in a modern engine. Just HD 2D and orchestrate it. Perfect.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't want this to go 3D. There's no need for it. But Final Fantasy VII, yeah, that was perfect to go 3D.
Yeah.
So
Works.
and you know what's nice about that too, Game Bird, is that if we do HD 2D, the development time is going to be a lot shorter, which would be great.
Nice.
Okay, now look, I'm not saying Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest. Okay. I just love this box art. I'm saying Castlevania is coming back. That's my dream. And I really do think it is coming back. I've talked about this before, right? On the podcast with Konami and what they've been doing. I've been watching their strategy of how they're bringing back old IPs and they're reintroducing everyone to them with their collections, and then they release a new one. They've done this for every single one. Contra, Metal Gear, Gradius just came in the mail today from Limited Run. The Gradius collection, there's a new one on there that never released, that they literally just developed here in 2025. And so I think Castlevania is going to follow that. I don't think that's too outlandish to say. Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door. I think we get a Switch 2 edition of this. And I think it makes sense because it's the 40th. This is a great time to do it. We already know this was in the code for 4K.
Yeah.
And there's also people who are really upset it was 30 frames. And we're like, oh, it's going to affect combat. It's like, no, it's not. And it didn't at all. I played the game. I beat it. I spent like 70
Turn-based
hours in
RPG.
it. Yeah.
Jeez.
I know. But this is a really good candidate, I think, to double dip into for that Switch 2. All right. You knew it was going to be on here.
I know.
And in
I've
fact,
been
I'll
waiting
put
for
its brother right next to it. Right.
There it is.
Wave Race and Pilot Wings.
Dude,
yeah.
if I got one of those, holy shit. It would be
like new games,
insane.
right?
Yeah, I love these games. And man, to see the water graphics today. For real, though, like in an actual game where that's the whole thing, right?
Was that what you were most impressed about with Crimson Desert? Was that water?
I was. I was. Yeah, I was
It looked
really
good.
I mean, we talked about it. It's in the video. I was like, damn, like, look at that water.
I think any game that has water in it that we talk on the podcast will get talked about.
I mean, yeah.
Any water at all.
The water graphics are really good in Crimson Desert, but
Yeah, they are.
damn, look at them hips right there. You ever notice that?
They don't lie.
Oh,
That's for
yeah,
sure.
right. Got booty on her, probably. All right.
I never noticed until now.
I didn't either until right now. I have the shirt. I've never noticed that until right now. That's weird. Okay, Diablo 4.
Hell yeah.
This is a serious pick, right? Serious,
Mhm.
but didn't make my competitive list.
Yeah.
And Starfield.
Okay, sure.
Yay.
Hey,
All right.
someone got it on there. I was waiting for someone to put Starfield on there.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
Fallout 3.
3 instead of okay. All right. Yeah.
Mega Man. It's time. It's time, right?
Yeah, why'd the Blue Bomber ever stop? Those side-scrolling ones were popping off.
Yeah.
Mega Man 11 is the best-selling Mega Man in the history of Mega Man.
Yeah.
It's the last one came out in 2017. What are we waiting for?
That Pragmata game is going to be teasing the next. There's going to be hidden clues to the next Mega Man in that game.
That's what I heard. I heard that theory. It was interesting. So right next to Mega Man, I put another robot, which you might be able to see.
Oh my god.
Is it Johnny 5? What's his name again? Is it
Johnny 5. And I gave
Yeah.
it a mature ESRB rating because he's just going to go absolutely nuts on everybody, on society. This is what's going to happen if AI takes over. It's basically going to be this video game. That's why I gave it an M rating.
Love
What
it.
is happening?
Love it.
I don't even know what's going on right now, Stash. with this list.
Yeah, number 5 is alive.
Look at the eyes, dude. He's
Oh, dude, the eyes are ready.
yeah.
those are horrifying.
That sounds like a scary game.
That
Dude.
freaking movie
Yeah.
is awesome.
I was picturing like Hotline Miami, but you play as Johnny 5 and you're just like going into homes and like killing.
I always thought like Sunsoft would have made a really good short circuit like platformer game back during the NES era. They did a really good job with Gremlins 2.
Sure.
That's a legit, really fun game, and this is a game I still want. With the rise of robots and AI, what better time to finally get a short circuit video game? Okay, here's a serious one. Doom, yes,
Sure.
expect.
Yeah.
Red Dead, you guys know I expect this.
Yeah, that's
Talking
unrumored.
about this since last year.
RPG 2.
I think this can legit happen though. I really do. I know it's a dream, but I think they're going to use that engine again
Okay.
for Mario RPG 2. I really do. And I know Square is like not their company's vision, right, is to release their games now on all platforms. I do think there are going to be rare one-off scenarios like this where you're actually working with Nintendo, their IP. I think going forward, we're not going to see like Final Fantasies have new exclusive deals where they're on PlayStation for the first year kind of thing, right? Now, if they already have that deal in place for the third Final Fantasy 7, then so be it. But I mean, going forward, I don't think they're going to be signing new deals like that. I think the games come out on all consoles. But when it comes to something like this, I think that's the exception here. I do think that's actually going to happen. And you knew I was going to have this in here as my final game, Mother 3. You know, this is a dream, right? It's my dream.
Yep.
I think a lot of us probably share that we'd like to see Earthbound return in some way, shape, or form.
Absolutely.
Look at this. This is an unhinged apps. I didn't even go into the bingo spots.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Absolutely unhinged. I added
Yeah.
another layer up here.
This is what happens when we allow dream lists.
Yeah, right.
The Stash can't help himself. He's basically making 3 bingo cards in one. It is what it is.
Yeah, dude.
Sure it is.
Yeah, this is crazy. So
He
I hope
couldn't stop.
I hope some of this happens. If any one of the crazy ones happens, holy crap,
No, that'd be sick.
that'd be nuts.
I was
Okay.
thinking that, like, just imagining if one of our Hopium cards was the winning card would be wild.
Well, at this point, I need it to be Stash's because he has like 70 games on it. like it is saying, he's got like multiple full Nintendo Directs on his. Okay. So obviously Dave hasn't gotten to talk a whole lot because he wasn't participating in the card stuff. He had a lot of stuff going on today. Couldn't get to the cards. So obviously we've been staring at this background of his, this Metroid Prime 4. This is like one of the big things that's expected this week for sure, because we've been waiting for this game since 2017, right? They've had multiple demos now this year. So I want to get like your thoughts and your expectations for Metroid Prime 4 and what you think we need to see from this game on Friday to really cement this as now we want to have it.
Hey, Dave, real quick before that, though, throw out one wild thing that you want to see.
I want to see a new F-Zero.
There you go.
Hey,
yeah.
No one even mentioned it today. What's wrong with you?
That massive list of stats? No F-Zero? What's wrong with you?
Did you, Game Bird?
I did.
You did, right?
Absolutely.
That's right. You did, but it was like you were doing like spin-off stuff, right?
Please.
That's
Dude.
true. That's true.
It's called F-Zero Contract Falcon.
There you go.
I didn't really count that because that sounded like a Captain Falcon single player adventure game. And I was like, nah.
That's true.
Yeah, I just want like true F-Zero. All right,
sweet. Okay.
But yeah, for Metroid Prime 4, we've been waiting for this for 8 years. Gone through a complete cancellation of the game. Now it was rebooted 6.5 years ago, and it's ready for release. So yeah, I'm expecting maybe 7 to 8 minutes of coverage of the game during the direct. I don't know if they would, unless they announced like someone said earlier, maybe it was Stash about announcing a direct for Metroid Prime 4, and then having the release date. But I find it, I just hope they show more than just like a minute or something like that, because if we deserve it, people have been waiting for the game. So if they do show a extended, amount of Metroid Prime 4, I expect them to do at least like 7 to 8 minutes of it. I would be happy with that, because you can't do too much of these 60 minutes just on one game. But I think they should show some of the other areas real briefly, some of the other gameplay mechanics real briefly, and of course the whatever like special editions they have, and then the release date. More on the mouse controls, more on the what you can do with the Switch 2 specific edition, like what you'll be getting, because obviously they'll be charging more for that edition than the Switch 1 version. They'll be charging $70 likely for that, versus $60 for the Switch 1 version. And we know obviously it's because not just of the graphics, but because of the mouse controls too, and whatever extra content they want to add as well. We have to remember though, this is Metroid, so this is not one of Nintendo's biggest selling franchises. So likely they're going to pack this game full of content, and it's going to make it very much worth the price. It's likely, like we said, $69.99. And I do really hope they announce a 4K edition for Metroid Prime Remastered along with it during that presentation, along with Metroid Prime 2 and 3. But I don't expect those to be as in depth of remasters as the original Metroid Prime. But I do expect them to at least release those on Switch 2, because you need to have the entire trilogy ready to go. If they don't, so be it, but I really, really hope they do. But yeah, Metroid Prime 4, I expect it to be somewhat of a blowout, much they can do. And if they do announce a direct, it should be really, really soon after this direct here, if they do that. And if they don't, then I expect at least 8 minutes for Metroid Prime 4 on Switch 2. And I expect it to look absolutely gorgeous, beautiful, like it already does. But like once they show those glimpses of the other parts of the game, which they will a little bit, I know I'm gonna be like extremely blown away. I was already blown away by the game in the first place, so I can't wait to see more.
Okay, nice. Anyone else want to add some thoughts on Metroid Prime 4 expectations?
I'm expecting it. No. There you go.
Okay, Stock
That's
Puppet.
my
You talk too
expectation.
much. You're talking too much now.
I'm expecting to see And again, it's hard because this is a game where I really think getting in its own kind of standalone direct, or like one of those big, even if they did the Nintendo Today and dropped like a 12-minute overview trailer, I really think it would serve this game well. I'm expecting to see that wow moment. I already know I'm all in. I think the game looks amazing, but I just know, and obviously when we had Kiwi on, I asked about this, like, is there going to be that moment that people go like, oh shit, like, yeah, this is why Prime 4 stands out and is not just like another Prime 1, 2, and 3. So I'm expecting to see that. I don't know what that wow moment is. I don't know if it's a specific mechanic. If it's a new way to explore this perfectly crafted Metroid world with interconnectivity, what it is. Maybe there's more to the psychic powers that we haven't seen that are really going to blow our minds. So I'm expecting that wow moment. That moment that makes people who are maybe non-Metroid fans go like, oh shit, maybe I should pay attention to this one, you know?
Yeah, you're right. Probably some of the other suits they might tease as well that would be like, whoa, I never thought they would do that before. You know, like that kind of stuff. That could really get people's attention, especially Prime fans.
Yeah, I would say I echo, right? A lot of what Dave said.
Metroid Prime echoes.
Yeah, I think 2 and 3, you know, obviously they're on my bingo card, and I've talked about this a ton, and in your video Game Bird. I don't think they're the full-on remaster scale of part 1. I think they're like an HD port, right? Maybe a little extra, but not to that scale. I don't think so. But I think we get them with mouse mode. I think they all play with it. And I think Metroid Prime 1 remastered would be obviously a greater candidate than 2 and 3 to actually be in like 4K 120. So we'll see, or 1080 120, 4K 60. So I expect that. I really do. And then as far as the game, I think they're holding back a lot of details, right? I played the game, loved it, loved how it played. Obviously enough to be convinced that mouse mode is the future for this series, and that they're actually going to go back and do it on Prime 1, 2, and 3. Like, that was my first takeaway when I had only controlled the game for maybe 5 minutes. I'm like, oh yeah, this is definitely coming to Switch 2 with mouse mode. This feels right. But I think there's other things that they're holding back, and I hope they're significant. I remember one of the rumors was like about it being not open world, but open zone, and that the zones are like massive. I'd like to see how that's going to play out. Obviously the psychic ability, I want to see more on that. And I'm just curious if there's any other elements. Like, is there time travel in this game? Something?
Sorry, there could be a multiplayer mode. I forgot to mention that.
Yeah, that's a great call, Dave. Actually, I'm glad you did, because I wanted to mention that and I literally just forgot too. So multiplayer mode would be huge, right? And that would help the game, I think, to be evergreen.
Agreed. Yep.
Yeah, I think we all have like
And they had
obviously
it in
really
Prime
high
too.
hopes. What's that?
Yeah, so they had a multiplayer mode in Prime 2. Don't feel like it was fleshed out enough, I think, to really pop. And obviously it was on GameCube, which wasn't doing well. But
yeah,
I think a multiplayer mode now that's fully fleshed out could really, really do well.
I feel like if I buy anyone video games for Christmas, which like I usually try to, obviously buy people cool stuff for Christmas. If I'm buying you a gift and I know you're a gamer, I'm going to get you a video game. I'm not going to get you like a t-shirt or something. I'll get you a game. And my goal is for anyone I buy games for, I'm not going to ask anyone what you want. You get Metroid Prime 4. Because I'm going to do whatever I can do to help boost those sales. Even if that means getting you a Christmas gift you may think you don't want, but you will once you play it.
Yeah, they need to market that. They need to start marketing that pretty quick after this direct. Like, seriously.
Yes.
Market the entire trilogy and market the game and just go for it.
100%. And we know that book's coming out on the 28th. And again, it just makes me think that we're getting all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Because that book can't take the place of playing Prime 2 and 3. And I've said this before many times. You can't ask the modern day casual gamer who you probably would like to draw in. You're going to have the hardcore gamers like us, but if you want to draw in the casual market, you can't ask someone who doesn't know about the series and doesn't know like if or how 2 and 3 play a role in 4's story. Like Nintendo could say 4 is completely separate and it's its own contained adventure, but people are still going to want to experience 2 and 3. That's how people operate, right? Like you could say Rocky 4 is completely contained, but people are still going to want to see 2 and 3. And if they don't see 2 and 3 and they just watch 1 and 4, they'd be like, wait a minute, Rocky fights Apollo in part 1. Now they're best friends in part 4 and he's dead. What happened? You know what I mean? Like there are things that get lost in translation.
Psylocke is in Metroid Prime 3 at the end, and in Prime Hunters and Federation Force, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, he's in Federation Force. Yep.
That's the thing. Like you can't ask the casual to track down a Wii and track down Metroid Prime trilogy, which is, as we all know, expensive, and then play it on your TV in 480p, and they're going to have to source a HDMI converter. And we all know that if someone buys the cheap ones on Amazon, which the casual gamer will, it's going to be a horrible experience because you're literally going to have input lag while using a motion controller.
I mean, there's one thing to make it a little easier. Source a Wii U.
Yeah.
Backwards compatible. And it has HDMI.
Yep. That's true.
But there's less of those. There's less of those too. So like
there is. And either way, like it looks blurry if you try doing it on the Wii or GameCube.
Yeah. I'm curious, do you guys think that after Prime 4 comes out that there might be a little surge in Prime 1 sales, Prime 1 remastered sales? Or do you think that kind of flatlined?
No.
Yeah.
I think it will.
Because I'm wondering if that might be the push. Maybe Prime, I mean, who knows? Maybe Prime 4, meta score is a 97, 96. I mean, if that's the case, there's going to be a lot of eyes on it. It's different than, I understand Prime 1 Remastered scored insanely high. I forget exactly what it had. But it's still a big ask to ask someone to go back to a remaster of a game that's 20 plus years old. So I'm just curious if people dive into this one as their first experience, and I'm
really curious to see reviews of that game, because I'm going to be playing the out of that game.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be able to tell who actually beat the game in their review on these media outlets and who didn't. I'm going to have some things to say. If they say stuff, you can tell that you guys didn't actually play this game, did you? I'm watching for that. We'll see.
You'll find a lot of it, I'm sure.
Yeah. To me,
I want to know about it too, actually.
Yeah. I don't think, this is just my personal opinion, I don't think you should review a game if you haven't beat it. I think you can give impressions without beating it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Like if you don't like the game so much that you can't even keep playing it, then just give your impressions that, hey, these are my impressions of the game. I just don't think it's very good. I'm not really getting into it. Here's the reasons X, Y, and Z, and then move on. But it's not really a review, because the review, you have to put in the time. You don't get 100% it. That's different. That's completionist stuff. But you got to at least beat the main story, in my opinion, to do a review. And it becomes really obvious how many outlets don't do that when you beat it. And you're like, dude, they were talking some shit halfway through this review that never happened.
Well, it'd be like playing Metroid Prime 2 and then like reviewing the game 75% done with the game, and you don't unlock the light suit. You know what I mean? And you make your judgment at that point.
Yeah.
You got to watch out for that kind of stuff with these guys of today, because Metroid Prime games, especially, they become completely different at the very end of the game. The end game is totally different than the first part of the game. And then that's where everything comes together and you're like, oh my God, this game is incredible. That kind of stuff. You reach that next level of ascendance.
Yeah. I just want to agree with that and mention one scenario that just came up recently. And I had reviewed this game that's called Chronicles of the Wolf, right?
Mhm.
And it's like a love letter to Castlevania Symphony of the Night. The game has, I think, 3 endings. I'd got an early review code and I was working on it. But when I was scrolling YouTube, I had saw a couple of reviews and I just briefly looked at them. The first ending that you get is like not even an ending, guys. It's like, I'll give you an example. It's like getting the bare minimum stars in Mario 64
Mhm.
and saying, I beat the game. I've seen everything. I've done everything. It's like that. That's how far they got in the game and they reviewed it. This game, when you go past the first ending, it's almost like I hope this isn't a spoiler for anyone, but it's almost like Symphony of the Night when Dracula's castle inverts. They missed all of that, all of it, and they gave it a bad review. And I'm just like, this is literally why I review games. This is so
Not the real ending.
frustrating.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they crapped on the game. It's like, bro, you didn't even beat it. This is so bad. This is such a bad look. Please put out another video saying, I'm sorry, and I went back and beat it. But the person never did. And there's a couple people who reviewed it like that. So when you mention that, it strikes a nerve with me too.
Yeah.
When people don't finish games and then review them.
Yeah, there's so much enjoyment in exploring in Metroid Prime games that you do miss out on a lot if you are not exploring. So like, yes, you could say, well, the game is not like telling me where to go and everything, that they can make that excuse, but it's like, well, you're missing the point of these games. So it's like, that's why a lot of times, sometimes Metroid Prime games don't reach a wider audience because people, they aren't expecting the type of experience that the mainstream media or games of today really push with waypoints and all kinds of like hints and like tell you where to go stuff. And we saw that with Metroid Dread. It's like lots of journalists had a problem with that game because the game wasn't telling them what to do. And you're like, well, have you ever played a Metroid game before? So I'm watching for that. We'll see.
Yeah. When we were at PAX at the Mix, we were talking with Vincent, who's PR for Playtonic. But we were talking about Yuka Replay, and he mentioned everything you just mentioned as far as like the missions, goals, the waypoints, people not knowing where to go in the first game. And they took all that feedback in, and now it's all in Yuka Replay Lee. But there are so many people that, the modern gamers, the casual gamers as well, but they were just disappointed with that. And I even saw that some with Ruffy and the Riverside. People not knowing what to do and where to go or how to solve puzzles because it doesn't tell you what to do. Which I'm like, yeah, that's the enjoyment of a video game, is figuring it out, right? Like, or at least I thought it was, not them telling me what to do. If I wanted that, I'd buy a player's guide for every game.
Right. To be fair, I think both should exist. Like, there should be games that do that and games that do like. There's nothing wrong with Ubisoft games that have like the points that tell you where to run to.
Well, but I like the modes they have, Nate.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
How you can turn it off or on. Like you can do the Explorer version where it's off, or if you want it, all the waypoints, you turn it on. I think that's perfect, dude. That's how you capture both markets and make everyone happy.
Yeah, because here's my thing. I don't have a problem with people that enjoy guided experiences. That's fine.
Either.
There's nothing wrong with it, especially in like this world today where we don't have infinite time.
Yeah.
Like I think it's totally fine if you want to smash through the game in 10 to 15, 20 hours. But then people that want to have this, that thrill of discovery and take the 40, 50, 60 hours to do it on their own, let them do it. So it just felt like a lot over the last, 15 years that games started leaning so heavily, especially in the AAA space, into guided experiences and not letting you figure things out on your own, or at least allowing you the option to do that. So that was really, really nice to see in Ruffy. And I think we're going to start to see some of that come back a little bit, because some of the best games this year are like that, where it's not completely guided and you have to figure things out. So I think it's starting to come back around a bit. And so hopefully it's like a correction now where there'll be a nice balance of games that do that and games that don't, or games that have options to let you turn an offer on. One thing I wanted to say, and now it's slipping my mind because it's about the reviews. I'll say Metroid Prime games have typically always reviewed like really high, like 95 plus kind of high.
Yeah.
If Metroid Prime 4, regardless of if we can trust the reviews or not, and that's one of the reasons that ThunderStash does what he does, because you just notice a trend with a lot of the big outlets reviews where it's like they're not really beating the game. And it's obviously you don't want to spoil things, but you want to let people know, hey, does this experience like ramp up towards the end? You know, imagine a review comes out for Donkey Kong Bonanza and it doesn't even mention how exciting the ending is. They don't have to tell you what the ending is.
Right.
Well, like that ending last handful of hours is like, holy shit. Like it just makes you be like, amazing. Fuck, we need another Donkey Kong game. Like this is amazing. It's like a payoff for everything. And when you don't hear that payoff is there, you know, you might get bored smashing in the first couple hours and just be like, oh, I'm done. Well, yeah, because if the review just only told you about the first couple hours and they just based their whole review on that, that's not the correct way, because some games do require a little bit of time investment before it all clicks and everything. So, and I understand not everyone's going to give that time investment, but at least if you put it in as a reviewer, you can let them know, hey, if you don't want to put in the time investment, then this isn't the game for you. But if you do, there is a payoff. Mm-hmm. So with Metroid Prime 4, regardless of if I can trust the reviews or not, I do expect it to review very high because it's just traditionally always reviewed very high. And I don't think they've spent this much time making the game, even just like after it got rebooted, and they're putting out a bad game. I think Nintendo made sure and had lots of quality checks on this game internally to be like, this, we have a standard. Like, we know this series maybe doesn't sell the greatest, but we have a standard. And the last time Metroid Prime came out, Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, and reviewed very well, and we were the biggest thing on the block. One thing wasn't happening back then that actually is true today. And this is one thing where we got to give Jeff Keighley a little credit, and it's the Game Awards actually boost sales of games nominated for Game of the Year. Happens every year, and it wasn't happening back then. It wasn't. And right now, everyone thinks there's a clear-cut runaway to Expedition 33. Absolutely think it deserves it right now. But if Metroid Prime 4 comes in and reviews higher than Expedition 33 and the user scores hold up as well, which they probably will because the user scores usually hold up on Metroid, it's going to create a conversation on social media. It's going to create a conversation at the Game Awards that maybe it shouldn't be such a shoe-in for Expedition. We should be looking at this 95, 96, possibly 97 rated Metroid Prime. How the fuck is this Metroid? How's the Metroid game getting rated this high? What is going on? It's going to create interest. And people are going to notice. I think it's one of those things because Dread is the only, modern Metroid game to ever get nominated for like Game of the Year at the Modern Awards. Yep. It's the best-selling Metroid game. I think that played a role. That played a role in pushing it to the best-selling. Now imagine you have this game, which should have more appeal because it is first-person shooter. Lots of people like that stuff. If there's a multiplayer mode, that can add even more to it. Epic boss fights, amazing exploration, all this stuff that Metroid's known for, puzzle solving and everything, not holding your hand, although maybe they offer an option to maybe help some people that like it that way. We'll see. We don't know. I don't think it's a problem if it's just an option. I think that if that happens, that actually could end up, the reviews ultimately end up actually boosting the interest in the game because then it gets nominated for Game of the Year. And it actually is a serious, like everyone knows at this point, most people assume Donkey Kong Bonanza is going to be nominated, but no one thinks it's got a shot to win. Okay, well, Metroid Prime 4 probably doesn't have a shot to win either due to popularity, but then if it forces the conversation because it's just rated like 3-4 points ahead of the presumed Game of the Year, that is going to be like, gamers are going to be like, what the fuck is going on with this game? And you don't even have to buy a Switch 2 to play it. Go buy your discount Switch. Give it a try. Like, it's going to create a lot of buzz and a lot of like, what is going on? Because that's what happened with Expedition 33. It didn't fire out the gate really popular. It had kind of a slow launch. And then all of a sudden, the reviews popped up. Oh my God, it's the highest review game of the year. Users are raving on social media, shooing for Game of the Year. And the buzz kept going and the sales just kept climbing and climbing. That's what I think needs to happen now for Metroid Prime 4. It needs to come out with the pedigree that it used to have, with a little bit more accessibility for some people, but obviously optional accessibility Obviously, I think they have to do something. There's got to be something unique about this game. I don't know what that's going to be. I don't know if that just means when you go into certain sections, where it's more open a bit, maybe those sections are even bigger than we've ever seen before. And so that's where it kind of feels, oh, is this a little bit open world? No, it gives you a taste. Enough to wet the whistle to make it bigger than we've ever seen, but also still you got your corridors, you got your progression systems, and maybe multiple paths you can go on, and lots of discovery stuff. Because we've seen, it's interesting because like we've seen and not seen a lot of Metroid Prime 4. We've just seen a lot of the beginning of the game. And the beginning of the game is always intro, right? It looks like a fantastic intro. I haven't played it. Stash got to play it at the Switch 2 experience. It looks like an absolutely amazing intro to the game.
Yeah, it is.
It's just the intro, though.
Yeah.
Like that's just helping you learn how to play the game. We haven't seen really what happens once you're past that.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff they can do. Like time travel could be a thing with that black hole. That could really blow your mind type stuff. I'm not talking about graphics. See, I'm talking about gameplay experience. Metroid Prime is all about immersing you into the gameplay experience. Yes. The graphics are there to do the set piece for you to immerse you in the world. Yeah, and you're like, wow, look at this beautiful world. But it's really about the interaction you're having and the fun, your enjoyment of exploring this world and being completely immersed. Then when everything connects at the end, you're like, oh my gosh, this game's like a 10 out of 10. This is incredible.
Masterpiece.
Yeah, so that's what the quintessential Metroid Prime experience is. And yeah, I agree with you. I don't think it's going to be a game of the year. I don't think it will win game of the year just because it's a sequel. Expedition 33 is an original IP, and I think it heavily favors original IP's first experience being unique. Metroid Prime 4 though has every chance and possibility to be definitely nominated for game of the year. I think it has a great shot.
So it's got to force a conversation. It doesn't have to win, but if it could force a conversation where you can't ignore me, this is the best thing Nintendo's released in, it's higher rated than Tears of the Kingdom. Like best thing they've released since 2017, the 97s that they have with Mario Odyssey. And Tears of the Kingdom, it forces, because people don't social media was around obviously back when corruption came out, but it wasn't as big. Not everybody back then had the internet in their pocket. Some people did. Smartphones existed, but it wasn't as huge as it's everyone has it now. So Metroid's only ever had really Dread exist in this world. And Dread, of course, at this point, by the time Dread came out, and this is no offense to Dread, there's just been a lot of side-scrolling Metroidvania games. There's a ton of them. They're like a dime a dozen on all the shops. Yeah. It's a really popular genre. Obviously, we see what happens with one that's similar, like Silk Song a little bit in some regards. So we know it's a really popular genre, but there's just so many now that Metroid doesn't stand out as much as it once did.
Yeah.
But no one's doing what the Prime series has done. There's just nothing like it out there. Yep. And so this is its chance in the world of social media, in the world where, hey, yeah, maybe you can't beat Expedition 33 because there's just too much favoritism towards it because it's a new IP and they're a small studio and the price point, because this is probably a $70 game, well, $60 on Switch One probably, but versus $50 and, obviously supporting this idea of smaller studios being able to compete with the big boy. I get all that. I'm not even arguing that Expedition 33 shouldn't win. I think it's an incredible game and does deserve to win. You just got to force the conversation. Yep. If you force it, then you make yourself a game that people can't ignore. And that's when people start to go, shit, this holiday, did Nintendo just convince me to pick up a Switch 2 bundle and grab Prime 4? That's the conversation that can happen in today's world of social media, because we have seen this time and time again. When a game comes out and just scores astronomically high in the aggregate reviews from 50, 60, 80 reviewers, people start to go, shit, we can't ignore this. There's obviously something going on. And that's if the user scores hold up as well, which I'm sure, I have no doubt user scores are going to hold up. I mean, there might be people try to review bomb it, but that happens with every game. So
that's why in-depth reviews of this game are very important. I'm going to do one. I hope one of you guys do one too, if you can.
I will,
but
sure.
Because a lot of people will play these games for a couple hours and think that's it, because that's how games are these days. This is what the game is. Maybe it's not quite for me, but that's not what it is with the Metroid game, guys, especially Metroid Prime. So you need to inform the audience that, once you get going with the game, it's going to open up. You're going to unlock all the other stuff, and it becomes totally something different at the end. You got to realize, you got to make the audience aware of that, so they keep playing the game and to make it more appealing, because you don't want to spoil the game either. It's a very hard, hard give and take for a game like this, because you don't want to spoil all the enjoyment of the game and all the surprises. But how do you inform someone that they're there without showing them? You gotta do it. Be creative, in your reviews. So I'm gonna do my best.
Yeah. I look forward to you guys' reviews. I mean, I'm getting the game anyways. I'm a huge Metroid Prime fan, so this isn't a shocker to me that I'm day oneing this game and going to play the hell out of it. But yeah, so I'm really excited for Metroid Prime 4. Obviously, that's like a really big thing that we expect this week. It would be shocking if it wasn't there, because they haven't changed the date. They have still 2025, and obviously they just did demos last month. So very clearly this game, and it's been rated everywhere.
Rated in Brazil now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's rated in Brazil. It's rated literally everywhere. This game's got to be done and gone gold by now and ready to go out. I mean, I don't think it's coming out in September, but I wouldn't be surprised if it teams up in October with Pokemon. It comes out like towards the end of October, towards Halloween. I think that might be a good time for it. We'll see, of course. We have no idea what their plans are. It could be the December game. I have no idea how Nintendo's going to do their lineup. We're about to find out on Friday. We'll know on Friday how things line up the rest of the year.
Make no mistake, this is a gigantic release, guys. Just keep your eye on it for it and hope for the best.
Yeah. And I think Nintendo, if you are thinking of, hey, this might be a game of the year candidate, and we want the hype from that to help drive sales, you got it. It can't be the December game then. That the December games go to get forgotten, and that sucks.
Yeah.
I know Smash Bros was like an exception, but that's an established IP that always sells. We didn't know it was going to sell as well as it did, but you knew it was going to sell well because Smash always does. Pokemon, there's some franchises that are irrelevant when you release them. Metroid's not one of them. If you want to increase the sales, you got to do the right time. You need all that hype you can get. And again, this is why I give Jeff Keighley some credit. There is a lot of people that watch the Game Awards, and it actually does drive legit sales. Like it's crazy that it actually does. But I'm happy that I'm happy for the games that get boosted. I was happy to see It Takes Two sell an extra $500K after it won Game of the Year. But that's awesome. It's a great game. Deserves it. Should get those extra sales.
You can't qualify, can you, for the Game Awards if your game releases in December?
No,
last week of November even.
Year. You go,
That's another thing that they might want to factor.
Isn't the cutoff like the first week of November or something like that?
No, it's like the second week, I think, of November, or last week of November. It's one of the two.
I just know that obviously Indiana Jones didn't qualify.
So Kirby Air Riders, I don't think is going to qualify.
Yeah, I'm looking right now here. Okay, there's no specific date. It's usually sometime late in November, but I don't know when. It changes every year what day it is. Like probably
late November.
There's some game they probably try to see if they can include in there. So there's a potential that Kirby could get a chance to be included in the awards. We'll see if it ends up being like Black Fridays when they cut it off. Okay, cool.
Best on rails racing game. They'll make it a category for it. Nominate it.
yeah, give it its own category.
They need to add Metroid
done that before
as a category.
December for sure is the month that when you release there, you usually get forgotten. Technically, you qualify for the following year's awards. Like Smash Bros. Did qualify for the following year's awards, but it was like, okay, yeah, but no one's thinking about Smash Bros. A year out.
I don't know if you guys remember in 2017 when PUBG and Fortnite came out. They literally were like, best battle royale game. I wonder what it's going to be.
Yeah. Yeah, make up categories quick.
Mm-hmm.
And then my favorite was, what is it? They have like the best recurring game or something like that, which is meant to be like the service games. And then like they would nominate a game that wasn't even a service game. And I'm like, what are we doing?
Right.
Like, if you don't have enough games for the category, then maybe you should just slash the category this year. Like, what are we? This is crazy to me. Anyways, that's just I'm working in the Game Awards stuff closer to the Game Awards. I actually do appreciate the Game Awards exist. I think Jeff Keighley does his best. I always think there's ways that he could improve it. He does listen. He does actually legitimately talk to people and try to figure it out. But I know there's a lot of moving parts of that thing and a lot of money going around, and I get it. I wouldn't want to run it. I'll tell you that. It's very complicated what he's doing over there. But I appreciate that the show exists and it does get the attention it does, because I do think it brings positive energy to the whole game industry, regardless of the internet always hating on it every year. The internet hates on it every year, but like 200 million people watch it every year. So clearly it's doing something right. And
I enjoy it, man.
I will say this, to me, this is what makes me okay with whatever bullshit goes on. The teams that win the awards care. And if they care, then the show matters. That's what matters to me. Like, if they care to win, then that's what adds meaning to the show. Like, if someone won Game of the Year and they didn't even show up to accept it, okay, You know, they don't give a fuck, right?
I mean, this is their Oscars, man.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you care?
Think how many times we've seen like developers crying on stage and didn't even win Game of the Year. They just won whatever category they were in. Like, it means a lot to these people. So
It should.
I think it's important to recognize, like, this is a chance to recognize game developers and the individual studios, not just the big publishers. You know, like when like when Breath of the Wild won Game of the Year for, and lots of Nintendo fans remember that. Yeah, it was Eiji Aonuma, but Fujibayashi was on the stage, and so were a few other of the developers. And you're like, this is cool because it's not just like, Doug Bowser going up to accept and just be like, "Yup, this is really cool. We won Game of the Year." You had nothing to fucking do with this game. No one wants to see you. We want to see the devs, and they brought some of them on stage, and they had some of them in the audience. I don't know if they knew. I mean, I don't know if they know ahead of time if they're going to win, and they probably do, so they can prepare their speeches. But still, there's something about that moment when it gets called and the crowd goes nuts. It's a live audience. That's what's really cool about it. This gives you that E3 vibe, a little bit of the live audience with the exciting announcement that everyone goes nuts for. Except it's an award. And sometimes it's an announcement. Every now and then there's cool announcements at
There's a lot. There's a lot of cool announcements at the Game Awards. Like, people literally watch it for that. I watch it for both. I do enjoy it a lot. And just to add to what you said, you know, we got to look at it this way too, in that, like, look at the indie studios. Like, some of them have used their life savings to get to this point. And we've heard stories of it. I've interviewed some that have talked about, pulling out, like, using all their savings and living absolutely minimalist and pulling out loans to get to where they are and not knowing if this game would even hit or succeed.
Yeah, second
That's a
mortgages.
huge deal. Yeah, and then
The
you look
huge
at games that have been in development forever.
Oh.
Like, this is your body of work. Like, if I just say hypothetically came out of school, joined a studio, and we've been working on this game for 7 years, 8 years, how long's Prime been in development? Right? This is your body of work, man. Like, imagine if you're on the team for Beyond Good and Evil 2.
God.
Like, your project hasn't even made it out to the public yet, but you've been working on this game for 15, 20 years. People ask, what do you do? What do you do for a living? I make games. What games have you made? This game, it's not out yet, but, this is your body of work for your life. So I think it's a huge deal when you go up there and you get an award for this.
Yeah.
That's just me, and I'm really competitive too. So obviously, like, I would want to win an award, right?
Yeah.
This is it's a big deal, man. I respect what he does. I don't know why he gets the shit that he does, but he filled two major holes in the industry. E3 being gone, and it's not replaced, but he's trying to do his best, right, for now, and putting a Game Awards out there for us. And so I don't know why he gets any hate. I respect what he's done.
I understand why he gets hate.
Yeah, let me know, because I don't know.
Because he has a lot of things that are not related to gaming, like sponsored spots in the Game Awards that they play, and then they cut out the time for the developers to talk about their games when they're on stage.
We're hearing about that.
And they rush them off stage, and they show the ad spots for movies.
Please wrap this up.
And they give special treatment to certain people, like what's his face, Death Stranding guy. Kojima.
Yeah,
that's
I remember everyone watched my best friend in the whole entire world, Kojima, talk for 20 minutes about a game and advertise it for himself. Like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I remember
that is the answer, isn't it?
That really popped up with Nintendo fans in 2017. Breath of the Wild won Game of the Year, the biggest Zelda's ever been, and they were rushing Aonuma off the stage, and he was only up there for like 30 seconds.
That was pretty brutal.
And then the pictures of the signs came out about please wrap this up. And in that same very thing, it was like Kojima had like a 15-minute segment, and we learned almost nothing about his game. Like, we literally learned like practically nothing in that 15 minutes. It was just like, look at my friend. I'm so proud. Oh, by the way, you won Game of the Year. First time Zelda's ever done it. Yeah, fuck you. 30 seconds, get off the stage. Because we ran out of time. We ran out of time because we let Kojima go for 15 minutes. We ran out of time because we ran 17 ads in a row. By the way, I don't mind the ads.
Totally executed.
The ads are how they pay the bills. I'm fine with it, but it's like, if you're going to have an awards, especially the biggest awards, like the ones that are the emotional ones that, that I would say best indie games, a pretty emotional one for the indie devs. Game of the Year is always a big emotional one for, like, you don't rush them the fuck off. If they want to go up there and talk for 10 minutes, who cares if you go overtime? Let it go.
It was Christopher Judge, right? That was the big one.
Judge, that was another one too. Yeah,
God of War.
Yeah, and he let him talk forever. That's because he didn't give a fuck. He was getting told to get done, and he even mentioned it. I think in the middle of his speech, like, "Yeah, they're telling me to get out of here, but I'm just going to keep going." And I'm like, "All right."
Yeah,
he's Kratos, man.
You give more time to someone previewing a game over someone who actually won the award for a finished game. That was a big problem.
Yeah,
that's true, Dave. These are all good points.
Yeah.
So
I do think things have gotten a little better since then. I have noticed the speeches have been allowed to be a little longer, but that's the thing. Like Dave's right though. That's what really started, especially when the screenshots came out that they were being rushed off stage. And you saw like the little billboards. Now, to be fair, as Jeff said, it is normal. The Oscars does it. Other places do that to try to rush you off. So, but the reason that no one really overreacts is because it's more than 30 seconds. They get more than 30 seconds up there to talk. They usually get 2 to 5 minutes, and that's usually enough. So then, even if they feel like they're getting rushed off, you already know they've been up there for a little while, so you don't feel like it's that big a deal. It just became this big deal when like people who won these major awards and they're crying on stage and they're being told, get the fuck off here after 30 seconds. You're like, wait, I've been waiting my whole life for this. Like, don't do this to me. Like Zelda might never win another game of the year. It might never happen again. There's so many great games now, So
yeah, Stash, just watch the Game Awards this year and pay attention to how much time they devote to advertisements versus how much time they devote to giving developers a chance to talk.
Yeah. I kind of remember that, Dave. Now you've mentioned it, like those aspects of the show are regrettable, I think.
Yeah,
and I've watched like the real Game Awards too. You guys know?
Yeah. The ones by was it Stuttering Craig?
Yeah. And it seems like he was trying to go for the opposite.
Yeah, polar opposite. Yeah.
Yeah, which I can appreciate both of those shows.
Yeah.
And bottom line is that, hey,
the Game Awards is
video games are getting coverage, right?
Yeah, the one from Jeff Keighley is like the big commercial,
and that's why they do it in December. That's why they do it in December, because that's where the big advertising money is. Yeah. They should do it in January, like the end of January, so you can actually review and nominate the games from 2025 the entire year, not just from the first 11 months.
Or which even like
that makes sense to me.
When does the Oscars happen? Isn't that a few months into the year?
Dude, I haven't watched those in like since the 90s.
I know, but like I know it's not in January. What I'm saying is the reason is that they make sure everything from the last year can be considered, and some things are still being reviewed from last year heading into this year. And so that's why they do it a little later to make sure like anything that happened in December, big holiday movies that came out for Christmas, give time for the reviews to come out for that.
Yeah, so I think that's better.
But that's not what happens here. And I know why Jeff Keighley does it. I still appreciate his show, but Dave is right. To me, the biggest thing with the show that bothers me isn't like the paid commercial spots. I don't really care about that stuff. That's fine. Those are timed. They're whatever. It's the moments like when Kojima's up or other developers that he has come on to talk about their games that they're advertising. Okay, we just saw a trailer for it. We don't need you up there for 10 minutes talking about it, then telling us literally nothing new. It's like to a lot of gamers, I think it feels like he's flexing that I know these people. It's like, we know you know the whole industry. We're not dumb. You can't have the show if you don't know the whole industry. The fact you got their trailer lets us know you know them. We all know you're best friends with Kojima. You don't need to have him on stage to talk unless he wins Game of the Year. Then give him his time to talk. So anyways, he knows all this, by the way. He's heard this feedback, and obviously it has improved a little bit, but it's still not to where I think... to be fair, the Game Awards is never going to please everyone. It is what it is. You can't please everyone. I know this is a YouTuber. I'm sure Dave knows this, Thunder. You can't please everyone anyways.
Yeah, I mean, the Game Awards, it has its good moments. I give it that for sure. And the awards, I think, are justified for the most part for some of the... Not all the categories. Some of them are a complete waste of time, in my opinion. But like...
Yeah. Totally.
Usually a really good game does win Game of the Year, but how you get there throughout the whole process is a pain in the butt sometimes watching that show.
Yeah.
I've always said, my biggest thing is I think they should do, instead of doing one night, they should do two, and they should take things like a lot of the like the fan game of the year could be on the first night. the fan voted one, and you can combine that with all the esports and other stuff and actually give them proper, like, esports is massive, but it's basically overlooked, even though it has all these awards. It's got like 6 or 7 awards. Like, put all that on its own night. Give the people interested in that like their proper spotlight. Throw a few game reveals in there, and then end it with the user choice game of the year. So we get that out of the way, and that's a really big one. A lot of people care about because that's 100% fan voted. And then you can have the next day with all the awards that people care about: the best action game, the best adventure game, the best music, the best, and you can still do your big show there. And then that show's a little shorter. The other one makes up for that time, and next thing you know, everyone's happy. Well, for the most part, you're never going to make everyone happy, but I think it would make people happier, right? Because then people are watching the big show that don't care about the esports stuff. They're not going to have that in there. Like, that could be its own thing. And I don't think people. I mean, we see this actually with the esports winners. They're not even there to accept the award.
All right.
They're not even there. So, like, why? Because what's the point of us coming out for a 5-second mention? No, have your own night. And you could even have like an esports tournament going on during the entire event on the side and give updates throughout the show, having the best teams that were nominated for things going at it. That'd be sick.
That's a good idea. I just don't think that would ever happen because he has to rent the venue out. So
yeah, he's never going to do it.
It's not going to happen.
But I think it's a good idea.
It is a good idea, though.
Jeff Keighley, hire me to help you with ideas, and you tell me what's feasible and what's not. I'll work around what you think is feasible. All right? I'm telling you, I'm not even a big esports guy. I know I've seen enough esports events to know like why they're popular, what people want to see, and the esports people would care more about the awards if you actually treated them respectfully and gave them the proper attention that you're just never going to get in an award show that has all these other big categories. All right, moving on.
But that's your answer, Stash.
Yeah.
That's why it gets 8.
Yep. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
it makes sense. You know what the biggest feedback he gets is the length of it too.
Sure.
It's too long. So it's like, what do you do?
Yeah.
Because you got to run the ads to pay for it too.
You get rid of some of the awards that don't matter, or you split it into 2 nights, that would fix it. There's a lot of things they could do, but it's whatever.
Yes, it's a lot, yeah.
Obviously, I think it's a net positive for the industry, regardless of its issues. So I don't want it to go away. And I'm glad that there's other award shows like the Real Game Award show starting to come up, or and the Golden Stick Awards have existed every year. There's other GDC, Game Developer Conference Awards as well. Game developers really care about that because that's done by the developers.
There's usually a great trailer or two to see.
Oh yeah,
as well. So
there's always usually something exciting. Even Nintendo shows up every now and then and has something like the Fire Emblem
World
Engage
exclusives.
Yeah, with the Fire Emblem Engage trailer back in 2022, I believe that was right before it came out. That was really cool to have a brand new trailer. So even Nintendo shows up there sometimes, which they don't always show up to the Jeff Keighley events, or pretty much never, besides the Game Awards. Anyways, not even opening night live, although it was really nice to have the Indiana Jones reveal though. That was sick. It was sick for me anyways. As someone who only has it on Game Pass, I've never spent money on the game, so I actually might be willing to buy it if it's a good port. And I know people tell me, well, if you can already play it on Xbox, why get it on Switch 2? Because I can't play my Xbox everywhere. I think you guys forget about the portability aspect of Switch 2 and how convenient that. Like, it's a whole entire thing that Xbox can do on my phone if I bring an extra controller with, and then I can't use my phone while I'm gaming, so that's stupid.
Yeah, people willingly ignore
cross
that.
saves too. That helps, right?
Yeah, cross saves help a lot. Yeah. Although, issue with Star Wars Outlaws with that on Switch 2. They're there, but they seem to create a ton of pop-in when you bring your cross save in. I even noticed that myself, so I just started a new file. And
didn't you? You have you played it since they patched it?
I haven't ported in my save since they patched it. No.
Yeah, because they fixed the pop-in.
Did they fix it with the?
Yeah,
I knew it was just a bug. It had to, because the fact that it's not there when you don't port in your save is like, that has to be, it's a bug.
Well, the pop-in is in portable mode mainly. What the issue was, and they patched that. Now it's not there. So
perfect.
You should be good.
So speaking of Outlaws, obviously Dave's a tech guy, right? I know you did a whole conversation about it. First off, are you impressed by it? And do you think this bodes well for these major third-party games we're all speculating about being in this direct?
Yeah, I'm very impressed by it. But I mean, the conversation about the game, I never thought the game was that demanding in the first
Oh,
place.
not demanding. Okay.
I know it sounds weird, but like it's more so because they made it demanding because of what's going on in the background. But the actual visuals, they look good, but it's like they're doing like ray tracing and everything, and all those effects they could do without ray tracing and just have more creative like aspects in the game design. I personally think it's a glorified PS4 game, but that's really what all these games of today are anyway. Everything looks like a PS4 game, just a little bit better.
Yeah, higher resolution.
So, am I impressed by it? Yes, but I more so think it's a funny port because of what the expectations were by some of these sites like Digital Foundry. So it's like it can never run on Switch 2 because of blah 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 blah. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like this is a game that should be able to run on Switch 2 because the game it doesn't really look that demanding. It's more so about optimization. So, am I surprised that it's running good on Switch 2? No, I'm not. But I'm more surprised or impressed, so to speak, by Ubisoft's effort to make it run good on Switch 2 because I had no faith in them whatsoever because of it's Ubisoft.
Yeah,
and I haven't purchased an Ubisoft game since 2014, like Black Flag, and because it's Ubisoft. So like yeah, but as far as the actual technical strengths of what it's showing, I am actually very impressed by the ray tracing in that game. I thought it would be lower quality than Xbox Series S, and actually some of it's higher quality. It actually has more ray trace reflections and accurate reflections and global RTGI, global illumination than the Xbox Series S version, which I was surprised with. But I do think that's the NVIDIA advantage because NVIDIA does do ray tracing better than AMD does. Okay. So I do think the ray tracing effects are very impressive, on par and better than Xbox Series S. And yes, there is some cutbacks as far as geometry is concerned, but there is a discussion about that as well because of the file size being 30 gigabytes smaller on Switch 2. And their whole game card situation and them saying they couldn't put in a game card because the read speeds were too slow. So they had to put it on the system memory, but even the system memory is slower by quite a bit than the other systems as well, but it's still fast enough. So my opinion, I think that they actually lowered some of the quality of the models because they could stream assets faster that way on Switch 2 to have less pop-in and more of the actual game content there without it looking that much different from the other versions. And I think they succeeded tremendously in that aspect. So I think that this is a fantastic port in that aspect. And I do think it bodes well for other ports as well. So I do think you'll be getting very, very good quality ports of games like Assassin's Creed, the Shadows game. And then as long as they do the same methods and also other companies too, it bodes well like Capcom, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Village. I do think you'll be getting games that look very, very similar to the other versions.
I think anything RE engine, they should be moving over.
But yeah, I'm impressed because Ubisoft and the open world stuff, this could have been a complete slideshow on Switch 2. It could have been like 15 frames per second in the open world.
It's what I expected.
Because that's what it looked like in previews. It looked terrible. And then like all of a sudden now it's like a locked 30 and you can do pretty much anything you want in the game. And you have very minimal pop-in, especially now after the patch. There's like no pop-in at all. And they fixed some of the shadow bugs too in the patch they just released a couple of days ago. So like I am very impressed by it, but I'm also not surprised that the Switch 2 can do it because I expected that in the first place. More so the effort that Ubisoft went into to port the game like that. I do think it's because they want to make more money because they lost some money on the game when they released it. So if they want to make more money, you're going to have to release good ports on Switch 2 because Switch 2, hate to break it to you, fanboys out there, but it's going to be the number one selling platform. So you're going to have to design your games with Switch 2 in mind and go the extra mile.
Yeah, no, that's
truth.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Yeah, that's the thing. I think the expectations for this game were understandable, especially with the fact that it launched broken and ran poorly on everything at first. And obviously, it is demanding in its own way, sometimes unnecessarily so. But also, I mean, ray tracing is a very demanding thing.
Yep.
And it was nice to see, in some instances of the ray tracing is even a little better than on Series S. I think people don't really understand that, like, having dedicated ray tracing cores, how big of a difference that is versus, forcing ray tracing onto the same cores that are running your game. Like, that actually makes like a huge difference. It's one of the advantages NVIDIA's had this whole time with ray tracing. And even though there's not a ton of RT cores and stuff on Switch 2, it's showing it's got enough that it can run a system that's literally just ray tracing. There is no other lighting system. Right. That's what it uses. There is no other They never made any other lighting system. And as you said, it's kind of unnecessary sometimes. Lighting systems have gotten so good that ray tracing isn't necessarily needed. It's a nice to have, but it's not needed. So like with Cyberpunk, they have it as an option. You don't have to use ray tracing, right? Mm-hmm. But it is nice to see that if a company does go all in with ray tracing, Switch 2 can do it. It might not be able to do it the best, but it doesn't matter. It just has to be able to do it. So, and I think you're right. Like, they're going to have to consider this moving forward, especially if, here's the thing that, they needed some sales for Star Wars Outlaws. And I've been paying attention to the eShop. It's been consistently staying in like the top 3 in sales since it came out on the eShop. I think that bodes well. I'm not saying that it's obviously selling millions, guys. Like, that's, there's not that huge install basis of Switch 2, right? But I think it's selling well within, maybe even exceeding their expectations, considering the install base. And obviously all this positive reception it's gotten at launch for being like, holy crap. I mean, even Digital Foundry, as much as you can make fun of them, they're praising the game, and that helps bring positive attention to it. So I think that, because I think that's what happened with Cyberpunk too. It had all this positive attention heading into launch, in addition to being on a physical cartridge, really helped make it probably one of the best selling games at launch. So I think that Ubisoft seeing that, obviously that makes them be like, hey, we got to start putting all our stuff here. We got to take our ports serious. If we give them a good quality version of the game, they will buy it. And in the future games that haven't even come out yet, maybe we should consider Switch 2 from the very beginning, because it has the potential, once the install base keeps growing, it could be possibly the lead platform that we sell the most on, potentially. Like, and I think that's not something companies have considered with Nintendo in the past. Is that, hey, Nintendo fans will buy your games if you bring good, high quality versions over. And we're just not used to that as Nintendo fans. We usually don't get most of the stuff, and when we do get it, it's like Mortal Kombat 1 when it launches, and it's just like, what are we doing?
Yeah, well, the game is not even running at like 720p. It's running at 1440p upscale with DLSS.
Yep.
And I think that's really impressive because it's an open world game. So they are, and the game looks almost identical to the other versions. You have to really, when you're like just seeing it on its own, people are not going to really be able to tell much of a difference unless you do a side-by-side comparison. You can see, a couple of things are missing here, but it's basically the same. So like that's the kind of thing that's what I expected out of these ports for Switch 2 before the system was revealed, before it was revealed and released. I expected these types of ports, as long as they optimized and made it with Switch 2 in mind, because there is no PS4 port or for Outlaws. It's just on current gen and PC. And if it looks that close on Switch 2, the system came out 3 months ago. It's looking really, really good for Switch 2 for the future.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, what made me really click that I think, okay, Requiem and all these other games can come, was when I was playing the demo at PAX West, and I noticed there wasn't a lot of high interest in the demo, which didn't surprise me because the game had such bad reception. But I had played Star Wars Outlaws before, and everyone, like Good Vibes Gaming and other people that were negative on it, they talked about how, it was just corridor based and there was these I'm like, no, actually, you just didn't beat the quest. If you beat the quest, it lets you out into the open world and lets you get on a speedster and run around. And when I got on the speedster and it didn't chug, I was fully expecting like 15 frames and running like shit when I got on that speedster and started going. The moment it didn't do that, and I only got to do it for like a minute, I'm like, this looks and feels great. Holy shit. We can get everything, can't we?
Mm-hmm.
It really is just optimization. Like everyone always says that, but it's always like, yeah, but the proof is in the pudding. What's the game that's going to fully optimize and actually pay attention to what because like as an example, so many games, and we don't have to go into a giant optimization topic, but so many games, they don't optimize for the strengths of the hardware. So like example, CPU is a weak point on Switch 2, but GPU is a very strong point. So you need to optimize to offload some of those CPU tasks to the GPU, and that's probably what they did with Outlaws.
100% right.
You know, that I guarantee it's what they did. I literally talked to the dev there, and well, he wouldn't tell me how long they've been working on it. He said, we've been working on this for a very long time. I said, more than a year? Yes. And I'm like, okay. So like they were putting serious time figuring out how this hardware works and how we can offload some of what we were doing here over to here and actually make it run well. That's what been like. One, that's really awesome optimization. Two, it just goes to show that that's really what we need in the industry. If you want your games to sell well, you want your games to perform, you want that not optimize your game, take advantage of what each individual hardware is good for. You can make your game like people talk about GTA 6, and I understand that like that's just like the top end of games that probably maximize everything that it possibly can, right? At least that's what we assume. We haven't really seen a whole lot of it, but we know what GTA 5 was like back in the day. And like even then, it's like, okay, yeah, you know, it's running on Series S. People need to like remember GTA 6 is going to be day one on Series S. Okay. Switch 2 is proving its GPU has some capabilities that punch above Series S at times, but its CPU not quite as much. Optimize the game to offload some more stuff to the GPU and use some DLSS, which you can't even do on Series S. And you know, next thing you know, GTA 6 is running at 30 FPS, rock solid, and looks pretty good. Maybe they don't get to 1440p like Star Wars Outlaws; they only get to 1080, but still looks fantastic. Like I like this is one of those things that I think companies just have to care. I'm really glad that Ubisoft showed. Like that's the biggest thing I care. I don't really care if Star Wars Outlaws sells well, although I think it's good news for Ubisoft and for future ports from Ubisoft for Switch owners. But I do think that they just kind of put the flag in the ground to say, hey, you want your game to run well on Switch 2, it can.
Yeah.
So this might make gamers start to second guess when games come out and they run like shit on Switch 2. They're probably not going to buy your game because they're going to know you didn't put the effort in. So Borderlands 4, I really hope that you moved out that 30 FPS frame rate, locked it in for launch at Switch 2, because if you didn't, I don't think that people are going to buy it.
I don't have any confidence in that game. I'm just telling you right now. It's mainly because of the developer and their track record, and also how poorly they're optimizing on other platforms already. So we'll see.
I'm frustrated over one thing. We can't show any footage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We have footage. We can't show
great footage. Really?
Borderlands 4?
Yeah, I sat down and played it in docked mode on Switch 2.
They let us record it. They didn't stop us, and then they told us after the fact we can't show it.
I saw footage of that game though. At other people posted their footage, and it looked okay in some parts, and like some stutters here and there on Switch 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on the Switch 2, yeah, because there is footage out there
at Gamescom.
Yeah, there's Gamescom. There's some
maybe,
from PAX.
I don't know.
Well, I was gonna say, was it at PAX for the behind closed door? Because
no, I think the behind closed doors demo. When I was trying to talk to the guy, the behind closed door demo seemed to be a newer one than what was on the show floor, but also because of that, it's a little buggier because it's they're sorting stuff out, and I think that's why they didn't want us to show footage, because I noted the stash, like not just stutters, there were full on hitches happening. The game would just freeze.
Yeah, and so they
that's
of course brought that up after, and I'm like yeah, I see it when I'm playing. Like I noticed it, but I'm like so into the action and the actual like gameplay of it, because they throw you right into
is good gameplay.
A huge shootout. Like you're literally running and gunning for your life.
Yeah, you're in a late game dungeon. Is
basically
what you're playing in.
Yeah. And so I'm
focusing on talking about Borderlands 4 or Elden Ring.
Borderlands 4.
Okay. You said dungeons, so
yeah, they have like dungeons in the they call them dungeons.
Yeah,
that's what you refer to it as.
I wouldn't call it a dungeon, but that's what they call it.
But like I was having fun playing the game. Like I'm talking in chat right now in my chat about this as well. Like it specifically about Borderlands 4. Yeah. Again, like we've talked about this a lot. Most things are going to run better on PS5, if not all of them. That's to be expected. And I feel like it's the same conversation as the game cards. You know, like when a game gets announced, oh, it's a game card. It's like, yeah, what do you expect? This is the thing. You know, you gotta get on board with it or not, or I guess complain about it on the internet if that's your MO.
The thing is though is that it's more about if it's disruptive of the gameplay experience for people, and if it's stuttering and like actually hitching, that is something that is unacceptable. I don't care what anybody says. It shouldn't be hitching or freezing while you're playing the game. Like Nate said. So
but this was this was obviously a demo, a buggy demo build. So from what I played, and
it wasn't the same demo as on the show floor. I want to be very clear about that. They played a completely different area on the show floor.
So for what I played, and for the fact that it's a different build, but it's not a recent build, like in comparison to today's date, right?
Yeah.
So for what I played, knowing that there's going to be further optimization, which they talked to us about, I felt pretty good about it. I felt good enough to say, like, if this is your only way to play Borderlands and you want to play it, or if you really enjoy playing games handheld, I didn't get to play it docked, but a lot of these are handheld. A lot of these games are running better in handheld because of VRR.
Oh, sure.
So maybe it's going to run better in handheld. And if that's why you want to get it, then that might work out pretty well for you.
Yeah. Still,
overall,
though, wait for reviews and for that stuff, guys, because them promising that it's going to get better is not the same as it actually getting better. And hoping it's better in handheld doesn't mean that it actually is. So, like, these are just the initial impressions are based on how old the demo was, based on when it didn't hitch, how fun it was in between. Yeah, there's promise. That's what it felt like. There's promise, but it's like, but this game comes out, a month. So it's like, is it going to get cleaned up more? Has it been cleaned up more? Why, if it is cleaned up more? And now I understand making demos, guys. Like, it does take a lot of time. So, not making a demo on like Star Wars Outlaws demo. It wasn't a demo. They put a timer in it, but the guy told me it's actually just the launch game. This is just what it's launching as. Like, so that's why that was so probably polished and ready to go, because it wasn't a demo. They just put an arbitrary timer to kick you off after 15 minutes. And
so you're right though. Developers are going to find out pretty quick if your game runs like garbage. People are not going to buy your game. So this is not Switch 1. This is Switch 2.
What's interesting with Star Wars Outlaws as well, everyone thought, oh, it's game key cards. That's why they don't sell. Outlaws is selling pretty well, and it's a game key card. And I know they gave a public reason on the one of the art directors or whatever of the actual engine gave a public reason. I don't think that's actually that it was already selling well before he gave that reason. So it's also further proof that game key cards aren't necessarily the death knell for your game. You just have to be a good version of your game that people want to play.
Yep.
And the reality is some of the games you got at launch weren't necessarily good versions of the game, even though, they were on game key cards. Also, I'll just tell you, this is just my personal opinion. And I think if no company's considering this, like when that one report came out from that one developer, it's just one developer, by the way, folks, that said, their sales on Switch 2 were worse than their worst expectations or whatever. It's like, okay, that was one single developer quote. That was not every third party. And dude, do you know how many games were at launch? Like, did anyone realistically think people were going to buy all those games?
But also look at the games they released though. Not many people are going to be buying Hitman. I'm sorry.
Nah, it is.
You know what I mean? And
like Hitman that's been around for a while.
Yakuza is not going to probably sell that much. I'm sorry. These are old ancient.
I'm a Yakuza believer now, so.
I mean, they were good ports, but these are not games people are wanting to go buy brand new today. Not really, So it's like, what do you expect?
They're great for only Nintendo owners, which is why like Sega's releasing all the Yakuza games and why they released Kiwami on Switch 1. Like, they're slowly introducing that to the people who only own Nintendo consoles, for you, it's perfect. But yeah, for all of us who own all the consoles, it's old news for sure.
Yeah. And I'm still a belief that, like, again, there's a reason that sometimes consoles only launch with like 10 games, because you can't sell 21 games. People just spent $400, $500, $600 on a console. You're buying games at 60, $70 a pop. Like, it's just unrealistic to expect every game at launch to pop if it's not the selling. Like, Cyberpunk was being advertised as, you know, hey, not only does this look and run great, a technical showcase, it's on a cartridge. Okay, you're gonna buy that. You're gonna buy Mario Kart World. But beyond that, it's like, okay, well, all these other games are now 50, 60, $70, and we just spent like $700, $800. We bought a Pro controller. We're not going to buy all this stuff, and we probably won't come back to it because more games are going to release down the line when we get our paychecks that we maybe want to try the newer games that come out. So that's why I don't actually blame. Like, it actually had a really huge library at launch, but I also think that's a mistake. And the games would, because I look at from launch until the end of July. And I'm like, you know, if they had spread these games out in those weeks, I think you actually would have saw better sales and people would have felt differently about the platform in that first like 40 days when it felt like there was nothing coming out. Well, if you would have spread out the launch games, you might have actually been a little better for all the games to get their individual attention. They get the individual tweets from Nintendo on those weeks that they come out. And I feel like that just would have been a better, like Yakuza 0, I don't think was one of the games that did bad. And I only say that because if it did do so terrible, they wouldn't have been reaching out to me a month later to want to do a sponsorship to feature it again, because they wouldn't be putting any more money into marketing. Like I
mean, some of these games had no marketing too. Like, I didn't see any marketing for Hitman or Yakuza. I saw some trailers on YouTube.
Yakuza's marketing, I can tell you this right now, they actually went through content creators. They sponsored a ton of dedicated videos on Yakuza.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's how they chose to do their marketing, and I think it worked out. They got some pretty big creators to play it, and it's a great game. So like,
but you think of it this way, guys, what's going to sell better? Selling Resident Evil Requiem day and date on Switch 2 on launch day with the other consoles, and it's a good port, versus releasing Resident Evil 7 like next week as a shadow drop and just like big sales or something. It's not.
Requiem's going to sell better because it's a new game and the install base is going to be bigger. We're going to be through a holiday already, so like there's double whammy of like why it would do better.
But like the choice of these games, though, it does matter. These are old games that they're porting to Switch 2. Sure. You gotta, always the brand new hot release of day and date is going to sell better. So I think we're going to get there. Well, so yeah. I just don't see why some of these developers should be complaining too much about sales this early. Our game sold so low. Like, well, what do you expect? Like, if you're releasing Hitman that runs at a choppy, like 30 to 45 frames per second, inconsistent on launch day, what do you expect?
Yeah, I hope that First Light, like that's the one that's coming next from them. I think that's got a chance. It better be good. You better have optimized the hell out of it. I think that's got a better chance than Hitman did because it's new. People are excited about it. You put a lot of marketing behind it. You've had state of plays for it. You've done dedicated events for it. Like, it's probably going to pop up at the Direct on Friday. Like, it's a 2026 game in early 2026. Like, and you've been advertising it's coming to Switch too.
Expensive too. Expensive license.
An expensive license. Yeah. So I think there's an opportunity where that one could do well. And I guess the next Hitman game could do well as well. Like, it could. It's just, I understand, obviously, guys, why they bring over the older games right away, because they're easier to get the ports over quick versus new stuff they're still working on that they haven't had dev kits for. And then on top of that, obviously, the longer these companies have it, like, I think the reason I don't even think we're getting Call of Duty this year is because Microsoft didn't have the dev kits long enough for the current Call of Duty cycle. You have to wait for a game where they've had the dev kit for 3 years, and then they've had 3 years as the Call of Duty team to work on it, because that's about the dev cycle for a Call of Duty game. So I think next year's Call of Duty might be when the contract will kick in, because they've had now 2+ years with this with a dev unit to actually. What did we say? You have to consider Switch 2 from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I think Microsoft made some promises in that contract: parity, feature parity, it's going to day and date. Like they said, this is going to be like all the other versions, except obviously, there'll be some visual sacrifices. Okay. Well, to do that, you got to consider it from the beginning. And I don't think last year's version obviously didn't consider it from the beginning. I don't think this year's version did either. Next year's version, though, that's the one where they probably had the dev kit long enough to to be working on it alongside the main game the whole time. So we'll see. That being said, let's just hop to the Q&A section because we have a lot of super chats. We have 33 right now. It's insane.
Damn.
Obviously, a lot of people wanted to chime in with their thoughts on some of the prior topics. So some of it won't be questions, just statements, but we'll get to it. Guys, if you're watching live right now on any of the channels, now's the time to super chat, get your questions in. If there's anything you want to ask Dave, obviously he doesn't come on here all the time. This might be the last time this year. I have no idea if he'll get in the next cycle before the end of the year.
I'll never come on again.
Yeah, maybe he hates us. He absolutely hates us. That being said, obviously direct hype. That's what it's all about, guys. Right? That's what it's about this week, anyways.
Hell yeah.
We've been waiting for this direct since launch. That's what it feels like, right? Since the system came out, we're like, all right, when's the next big marketing? This is it. Lo and behold, it's in September. Who knew? Like always. Demonic Brawler. Again, I already added, I had NBA Jam in honor of you. I should have slipped NFL Blitz in. I don't care what NHL hits as much, although I did enjoy Blades of Steel and NHL hits back in the day. And beating
Blades
the
of
show.
Steel. God, we played so much Blades of Steel, dude.
Yeah, it was yeah. But I don't actually like real hockey, but I love those games. Those games are fun.
Neither do I, but that and Wayne Gretzky's 3D hockey on 64 was badass too.
That was great.
Right?
Yeah. Anyways, every week he's gonna keep doing it till it happens. Hopefully it happens someday.
Hope so.
Matt Weeks, Nintendo Direct Hype, looking for group Friday, can't get here soon enough. Native ports of Kingdom Hearts, please. No, I don't think any of us had that, did we? Did any of us have Kingdom Hearts?
I did.
You did? Okay.
All in one package, no cloud.
I might have missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, yeah.
Eric's looking at you. He's trying to wonder what you just said when you said LFG. Because I'm trying to wonder what you said too.
Let's fucking go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a 90s kid. We called it looking for group. That's literally what we did.
Wow. The WoW days.
The WoW days. Exactly. That's
what it's from. So this is from WoW.
MMOs.
Yeah, it's from World of Warcraft. Yeah,
okay.
MMOs.
It's not just that. RuneScape was the same way. All MMOs. It's still in MMOs to this day.
Okay.
I see it.
Yeah.
I thought this was like ASL talk. Like age, sex, location. I'm like, I don't know.
Bama Hut gets
like on obviously on AOL Instant Messenger.
So you know why you got it is Let's Fucking Go, because you pay attention to a lot of sports stuff, so they probably use it a lot in sports shit. I watch television sports shit. I don't read text. So I don't see the words LFG used anywhere but video games, and it's always looking for group. But
that's funny. I've never seen it used that way, and I've always seen it used the other way.
You're big into sports, right?
That's
like
funny.
So I'm really big into sports too. It's just that, like, dude, this is what I hate about initials. This is why we should stop using them. I know in a chat like this you have to, because it won't let you use the F word. But anyways, thank you so much for that. Just Eric's just all confused. Sorry, you didn't grow up. You didn't grow up playing MMOs. My bad. Sorry. At least, see, Gamer got it though. I'm glad someone on the show got it.
Yeah. Do you remember like the other faction when they'd type like LOL, because you can't read what the other faction, like there's Horde and Alliance, you can't read what they're typing in general chat, but you always knew when they were saying LOL because it was always Kek, K-E-K.
Yep.
You'd see like Kek.
Yep. That was LOL.
I do know that one.
And let me guess, has the meaning of LOL changed? Does it mean something else now? It's not laughing out loud anymore? Yeah. Is it not laughing out loud anymore?
It's the same.
Still the same.
Is it ASL come back and now that means something different? That's from the
still the same. I don't think anyone young knows what that means.
Here's the thing. The abbreviations, I never understood why they stayed around the moment there's an actual full keyboard on every device. The whole reason abbreviations used to exist is because you had to fucking type 4 times to get one letter on your phone. You don't have to do that anymore. We have keyboards on everything. Type the words out. You just want to learn how to type. People are lazy. That's just the way it is.
We're moving to the age of we're gonna regress back to hieroglyphics, but it's gonna be just emojis. Yeah, it's gonna be just emojis. Yeah,
dude, that already is. I have a friend that's all they do is they send me messages as emojis, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? He's like, you don't know what I just said? And then he types that in an emoji. So I call him. I'm like, what are you doing? You don't understand what I'm saying? I'm like, I am right now because you're speaking English to me.
Yeah, dude. I don't understand Pictionary.
I'm like, I understand what the grapefruit next to the water means. I got that one. All right. Besides that, I don't know what the fuck else is going on in any of the shit you're typing.
Yeah, I know.
Wingdings. God, yeah. We'll go back to wingdings.
Yeah,
We'll go back to wingdings.
Wingdings. Yeah. Oh god.
You guys don't know what that is. It's a font that's included on all your Windows computers. Have a fun time. Used to use that as a code with my neighbor because no one fucking knew what the wingdings were.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Yeah. I mean, I know what it is, obviously. I never used it though for code, but that's a good idea.
We actually correlate each letter on the keyboard. Like it's a different wingding. Yeah.
Yeah.
You type whole words, but no one knows because no one memorizes wingdings.
Right.
Nobody does. Yeah.
Anyway, I don't even know who came up with it and why they even exist, but it is what it is. There's probably a story behind it. Tank Sword, Mother 3 localized. I'm manifesting.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go.
Oh yes, we need that.
Yep. Yep.
It made multiple lists today.
Maybe this is it, and Reggie will come out and present it. That would be, dude. That would break the internet.
Venny thinks the loser should dress as Tingle and do the Kula Limpa dance from Wind Waker on camera.
That's because Vinny just really wants to see us in spandex.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here. Let's be honest for a second.
Yeah. Sorry, Venny. We've moved beyond the age of wanting to wear spandex in front of other people. I'm not sure if there was ever an age I wanted to do that, but certain sports require certain things, man.
Yeah.
Anyways. Jay, loser dresses up as Princess Peach for an episode. We'll see.
We'll get there.
We'll see what happens. We don't know. I don't know. I mean, look, I'm thinking of everyone's things right now, and I'm thinking Gamebird might be on the L end here. And I'm very curious to see if he comes up with.
We should look at those bingo cards one more time at the end.
Sure. We can just toss them. Sure.
Yeah.
Toss them up quick. Let's see the serious one, because that's the one we got competition with.
Yeah.
Okay, I already did that one. Next one here. Winner chooses the outfit. That would be terrible. You see, the reason we can't do that, guys, or the winner can't choose it, because like sometimes we got to buy things to make the ensemble. So if the winner chooses like something you got to be in, and it's like a $500 costume, you're gonna feel really bad. Like, you know, that's why it's up to the loser to see what they want to do or what they have. And it's not always too bad. Me and my fiance are going to a ball for the first time ever next month, and this ball is like fantasy themed, like high fantasy Victorian level themed.
I thought you were gonna say it's like Blitz ball.
No. There's like some contest and a dance and all this stuff. And literally we have to dress up. There's a dress code. You will literally not be allowed in, even though your ticket's non-refundable if you don't meet the dress code. And they show you examples. So I have like this whole Victorian costume coming. You guys will probably see me wear it for Halloween, because if I had to spend $150 on this shit, I'm gonna wear it more than once. So I'll probably wear it for Halloween. I got a crown. I'll just pretend I'm some prince from some faraway land.
Just don't forget to turn and cough.
God damn it. Eric, this is why I didn't tell you about it earlier. I didn't want you to show up. Anyway, it's going to be fun. I think it was Yulia's idea, by the way. She's not even into fantasy stuff. She just thought it'd be cool to dress up. I'm like, oh, this is awesome, because I love this shit, dude. They're going to be talking they're going to be talking about some of my favorite fantasy books and all my favorite fantasy movies. This is going to be sick, man. I'm going to love this shit. I hope you enjoy it and don't end up bored. You're the one that wanted to spend the money to go.
What is this?
It's a ball. You know what a ball is?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's a ball, but it's one specifically built around fantasy novels like Sword of Truth or Game of Thrones.
Oh, so okay.
And you said movies?
Yeah, movies and stuff too. It's all just themed around all these fantasy movies and novels and books. And like when you buy the ticket, you have to pick, you know, if you're going to be part of Team Fire, Water, Air, Earth, and they all have like specific themes and like stuff built around it.
Will Earth, Wind, and Fire be there? Playing?
No.
That would be
be sick. I wouldn't be surprised I'm curious on the music. Do they go with music that's like from these shows and stuff, or they actually go with music that people want to dance to? I have no idea. I've never been.
Final Fantasy be there?
I actually had an idea for one of my costumes that I was looking at that was going to be themed around Final Fantasy, but
yeah,
it was getting up to like 500, and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to quite spend that much. I already spent like 500 just to go to this thing because, of course, you had to prepay for the tickets and the dinner. And by the way, some of the proceeds go to charity, so that's always nice. But then I had to buy the costumes on top, and then we realized after the fact, oh, it's a cash bar. Well, we'll just buy these $75 unlimited drink bans. Because you know how quickly drink prices. You get 3 beers, you spent $75,
especially at a ball.
Yeah,
I don't pretty expensive.
So I'm like, we'll just get the $75 stuff and just. It sounds like it's going to be really cool. I think it's going to be fun. I hope it's a success. Oh, the thing is, I wish we knew about it sooner because they had VIP tickets that had even more stuff. But it's whatever. If we enjoy it, we'll maybe get VIP tickets for next year. And it's something new. And if she wants to do it, my lady wants to do it, she can go ahead and be my princess. Let's have some fun. Free Metroid hat. Loser has to dress as King Harry. You guys know who this is? You guys know who King Harkinian is?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you better Google that right now.
Oh, yeah. I thought it was him. Oh my god, that'd be so funny. You have to have the big
oh yeah
chalice drink cup.
Yeah, if you guys know CDI Zelda guys.
Yeah.
The CDI Zelda King, that's who it is.
That would be very funny.
That would be hilarious.
Reuse it and wear it to PAX next year.
And that's probably a pretty cheap costume too. You just gotta get like the right color robes and then the hat.
Yeah, the oranges and the yellows.
Yeah, just the ugliest shit.
Exactly. It's like Whataburger colors.
Dragon Quest X offline localized.
That'd be cool.
Ooh. That's a good one, Amy.
That is a good one.
Loser has to do one podcast speaking Chozo.
Stupid.
I don't know if we could do something where we have to learn a new language.
I remember them saying that. Yeah, that's funny.
Unless I can have I just like speaking to my phone and then have it translate into the microphone. Pretty much I had a dream game pick of mine would be Mario Maker 3D.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think that should be the next step for Mario Maker if they make another one to go with the 3D route. Bobstar89. I'm really psyched for a new Fire Emblem game. Bring on portable HD RPGs, especially P3 plus FF7. What are the chances of Sky first coming to Switch 2?
100%. It is.
Yeah,
I mentioned it earlier, Bobby. It comes out the same day as the rest of the consoles. I retweeted this like 2 days ago. Gung Ho announced that it's coming out same day on Switch 2. If you buy the physical version, like if you're a physical collector, you buy it on Switch 1, the upgrade is $1. Can't beat that. So, yeah, pretty excited about that.
I guess people don't just.
Or I
know
say
about it.
I'm pretty gung ho about it.
Oh, there it is. I was wondering when the puns were coming out. I bet Nate's cussing up a store right now. It must have been when the internet was doing its thing.
Oh yeah.
Thankfully, it hasn't done it. Done it twice. It hasn't done it the third time. Knock on wood. But
right.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm gonna probably call my ISP tomorrow anyways, just to ask them what the hell's going on because the equipment was all up, so it means a signal cut out on their end. So I don't know what's going on with that, but. Can we get some competition out here for internet providers, please?
At least it
That'd be
wasn't
nice.
down the whole rest of the night, so it came back up relatively.
Well,
quickly.
and the thing is, I had the backup network, but then my backup network's through Verizon, and then we couldn't get a connection on our cell phone.
Slow as shit too. Yeah.
So I'm like, anyways, whatever. Me likey. I don't know what you like, Mr. Black, but I like you the super chatty. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
Gamer just losing it over there. Oh man. Boo Many gifted 1 ThunderStash gaming membership. There you go.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. Demonic Brawler drops the $2 saying thank you. Mr. Black, loincloth milk lovers for life. Did I just say that on a podcast?
Yes, you did. Clip it. Oh wait, I can clip it.
Yeah. Here's the hoping for everything we want on the direct.
The very first short on the Clips channel.
Oh, geez, that's the first one. Just that 2 seconds of me reading that.
Absolutely.
The Mounted Roller. I think Game Freak should make a new hand-drawn 2D HD Pokemon game that looks and plays like the actual anime with the voice actors and only new Pokemon. Cool. I don't think it'll ever happen, but that's a really cool concept. Idea.
I'd play it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would play it.
Mm-hmm.
One, it's Pokemon. It already means a lot of people will play it. Venny, look, y'all, I appreciate your opinions, but I could not disagree more on Star Fox. Just give us a normal ass Star Fox game. It can thrive if they stop attaching gimmicks to it and just make it good.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I love classic Star Fox. I think maybe if they make it a budget, it's challenging to sell an on-rail shooter at the current game price. It's just hard because a lot of those experiences you can finish in a couple hours. I think it was like a lot more forgivable back in the day, you know? I mean, I've talked about how I'm so excited for Onimusha or how much I love Metal Gear. I mean, I used to beat the first Metal Gear in like 2 hours. I used to beat the first Onimusha in 2 hours. It was no problem at all. Today, though, I just don't think it flies, unfortunately. But that's why I'm saying you do the two pillars, Vini. So it's, listen, you have the one that's more like your Star Fox Adventure. It's a little bit more grand and open. And then you do more of the budget Star Fox. Maybe you do a $40 Star Fox. That's your classic, iconic Star Fox 64 style on-rail space shooter.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with you on that. Like, I look back at one of the games I reviewed on my channel, I think last year, the year before, Contra, Operation Galuga, right? Grew up on Contra. Love it. I have nostalgia for it. I think all the 80s, 90s kids do. But one of the big sticking points is the length of the game. You know, people had a really hard time justifying spending $40 on a game that you can beat in an afternoon. Star Fox, same thing. Like, if you can beat this game, like, that's how a lot of people compute it. And back in the day, obviously during the NES era, we would replay our games over and over, and we'd create our own challenges, right? Like, let me see if I can beat this game without dying. Right. We had our own little challenges that we did to get more value out of our games because we weren't going to be buying another game, because that's how it worked. You didn't get to buy a ton of games at that age or in the 80s like kids do now. Right. Stuff sell.
Yeah.
All right. Mounted Brawler, a new 2D Castlevania exclusive to Switch 2.
Exclusive.
Yeah.
Yeah. The exclusive thing.
Just don't lose the source code.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's that. I don't care as much about third party, like things like this being exclusive. Yeah, like Dustbloods is neat because Nintendo's funding it, but like this is an established IP. Like I don't think it should ever be exclusive. A timed exclusive, maybe if Nintendo threw a little money, but you know, like Octopath Traveler was originally, but now it's on everything. Like, I'm fine with that, but I never think things should be like true exclusives from established IP like this. I think that's just hurting the grander fan base.
Yeah,
it does
even unless
if you think it helps sell Switch 2s, it's like, yeah, but
unless they make a special Castlevania exclusive to Switch 2 that is some sort of IP crossover.
Oh, that's fair.
Nintendo IP.
Yeah,
then I think that works great. Sure.
Yeah,
Symphony of the Night.
Put Samus in it.
Yeah, that would be so cool. Wouldn't that be the ultimate?
The crossover, dude. An actual Metroidvania.
That would be amazing.
Like literally, that would be day one. That would never be anywhere else.
That'd be so smart. You know, Symphony of the Night's an exclusive to PlayStation because they helped fund it because they literally lost the source code.
Yeah.
They should literally do that and just call it Metroidvania and release it. That's the name of the game.
It'd be so badass.
That'd be amazing.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. All right. Our biggest super chat of the night, a big $20 from JViews, says another honorable mention would be Spine. It has gameplay mechanics similar to Sifu with a cyberpunk aesthetic. I doubt we'll see a release date, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it in Q1 2026. All right. Little food for thought there. Demonic Brawler coming back again. We are gonna will it into existence, y'all. I ain't playing. I want them brought back. He's still going. It's the only thing I could do to change the world, so be it. NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL.
Hell yeah.
He's not gonna give up. Never give up. Never surrender, man. Mr. Black, me likey the streaming.
Yep. Sounds like he's drunk.
Mr. Black, are you having a few tonight? Is it your night off? No work tomorrow? I get it. You know, some people have off in the middle of the week. It's cool. You know, did you hit happy hour a little hard today? That's fine. Back in the day when I used to do the hard manual labor job, some of the best thing was being the coworkers hitting happy hour after work. I get it. That thing you got to do sometimes when you're doing those hard jobs, you know, you need that wind down. Free Metroid hat. If they show the Zelda Ocarina of Time remake on Friday, my balls will explode.
What?
Okay, I thought it was bad enough with
Oh
Twisted
my
Metal
God.
shooting, laser beams from our crotches. Now we're talking about balls exploding.
Yep.
Oh, dude, that would not be good.
Ideas for the outro, please.
And the funny thing is that he's happy about that happening.
Yeah, right.
That's funny.
Yeah. That is true. Oh yeah, Ocarina of Time remake. You did that. I mean, all right, buddy. All right.
Like an airbag.
Float your boat, man.
You're going to be in the hospital unable to play it for a little bit, but hey, it's all right. Demonic Brawler says, Nintendo Prime, if Nintendo releases an Ocarina of Time remake and you beat it, do you think you'll remember the ending 20 years from now?
Yes. No.
That's all I'm going to say. Moving on. The answer is probably no, by the way. just to be honest. 20 years from now, man, I'm going to be really old. I don't know if I'm going to remember much of anything. I hope I do. I hope my mind doesn't go. Winged Demand 7. So Switch 2 got GameCube and NSO. Do you see one being announced for Switch 1 and Switch 2 like Sega Game Gear or Sega Saturn?
Very unlikely.
It would be really nice.
I think it's unlikely.
I'll say this. For Switch 1, I don't think those ever get added to Switch 1. Because I think everything for Nintendo is about pushing Switch 2. Now, we got Genesis, so I never want to rule out that we could get more Sega systems in the future. Because if we got their most popular one, why wouldn't they eventually let us have other ones? Dreamcast is the one that's a little weird at times because a lot of those games ended up coming to GameCube. So, like, do we really need
so many gems, though?
Yeah, there are.
Listen, I made a video a while back, and I included, like, a little segment about why I think we need Saturn on NSO. Part of it is just from a game preservation standpoint. Like, those games are so hard to find, and they're insanely expensive. And, like, despite the fact that Saturn wasn't a big success, it still has a lot of really incredible games that people are just never going to get to play. And I think that sucks, man.
Yeah,
like I really hope they find a way to bring it somehow.
Yeah, and this is probably the only chance that this stuff ever gets back into the mainstream. But I don't know. Like Genesis, they've done so many times and had so many re-releases that, like, okay, cool, they're doing it with Nintendo. Are they going to do Game Gear, Saturn, or others? I hope so. I want it to happen. I won't, again, because we have Genesis. I'm not going to say it's impossible. I think it's also possible someday that maybe they work with Atari and get some of the classic Atari stuff on as well. I think this is all possible. It's just, is it likely? Is it going to happen anytime soon? I don't know. I think GameCube is probably where they're going to stop for a while. I think they potentially could go to DS maybe, but then that might be it from Nintendo for a bit. So then maybe the play after that is to work with third parties and get their old platforms on. But we'll see. Again, because we already have Genesis, we can't say no. It's just, I don't think it's anytime soon, if this happens ever. That sucks, actually. Sorry to be so negative to your super chat. My bad. It just is what it is. I gotta give you my honest thoughts. Steak became a member, or re-upped his membership or something like that. Thank you so much, Steak. Or that was a new member, I think, over on Stash's channel, maybe. Gamer, did you gift 5 members?
I did. I just experimented during I've never done it before. I'm like, oh, I have memberships now. and so I clicked gift.
Well, I'm assuming you gifted it to your own chat. So I was sitting there. I'm like, did he? Okay, you know what? I've done the same thing. So I'm just like, but it's weird to see you doing it. That's why I was like, wait a second. Gamer just spent $25 on himself. All right, got it. But no, people do appreciate when creators gift to their members because they at least get the emojis, they get the free member chat. Sometimes other perks as well. Okay. Ben's 310 said instead of the Game Awards, we need an E3. Why? We're never gonna get an E3 again.
Hey, Icon.
I know.
Yeah. Fingers crossed, man. That works out.
I know, but the more I look at that, the more it's like literally not like E3. It's like panels and stuff, which is not what E3 was. So I'm not saying it's not worth going. I think there could be some really cool shit and maybe some demos potentially, but it's not what E3 was. E3 was press conferences and a giant conference. And that's not what this is. That said, PAX West is pretty cool. It just doesn't have the press conferences with it. That PAX West, just speaking to someone who's been to PAX West and E3, PAX West is the closest thing I've seen to E3 since E3. But again, there's no press conferences, and that's what gets the online people excited. So that's the thing. Like, will press conferences ever return anywhere? I just don't think so. I think the directs and these digital formats being all over the place all summer long is what's going to happen. But look, I was hoping there would be one more year of E3. I was hoping they would try one more time after COVID, but they technically did. They hired Reed Pop, and then it just never happened. Steak over there gifted a membership on Gamebird's channel. Boo Mini then gifted memberships on Game. So see, I see what you did, Gamer. You started a trend.
I just activated it. I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, oh, cool.
I clicked the button and then I got a notification on my phone. Fuck, I spent $25. What happened? Yeah, right. You know what I was doing? I just clicked the button. Bama Hut did 5 gifted on my side. Thank you so much, Bama. Appreciate you, man, as always. It's Horizon. Great to see Metal Dave on Prime 4 hype. Yeah, just wait. He's gonna have a lot of Prime 4 content. Just wait. Probably lots of live streams as well. He's been waiting. He's been waiting a long time for this. Let's see here. Hopefully we don't have to wait as long for Prime 5 if that ever becomes a thing. Brandon Hodge says, do you all think we will hear about all those Sega games they announced a while ago? Crazy Taxi, Golden Axe, Jet Set Radio. Yeah, I think it was Bird had it on his.
Yeah, put on my card.
I hope so. I think so.
I really hope so.
They're supposed to all come to Nintendo, so
Shinobi's out the door now.
Yep.
Did really well. I'm enjoying it. I'm almost done with it for review. We got the Sega racing game coming out, Cross Worlds. That's coming out soon, and I would expect possibly summer. One of those games might maybe, I wouldn't say be ready, but I would expect one of them to be out next year. I just don't know which
is on my radar. That would be mine.
Yeah, Golden Axe. I love Golden Axe. Yeah. Yeah. If they do that right, I'm going to be very happy. They did it right with Shinobi, so that gives me some faith. They understand the IPs that they're bringing back.
I'm really interested in. I loved all 3 of these games here in Brandon's comment.
Me too.
Growing up, but I am, especially Jet Grind Radio was a big one for me.
Yeah.
But the stuff I've heard about the direction they're going in, at least the last time there was news on it, Crazy Taxi sounded really cool. It sounded much more like Forza Horizon.
It did.
Like full on open world Forza style Crazy Taxi.
I was going to bring that up.
Rad. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what's got me interested. But they got to nail the soundtrack too.
Yep. Totally.
That was one thing on Dreamcast, right? That was huge. And I think in its latter releases, like when they re-released it, I believe it was missing those songs. And it was missing some of the things. Like, I think there was Pizza Hut in the game and like actual real world locations that added to the whole game that made it fun. It was missing. It was gutted, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like Vice City.
Which was crazy.
You're missing some of the really good songs from Vice City now. If you play it today versus the PS2 version.
Dude, that's terrible because Vice City is one of my favorite game soundtracks of all
Me
time.
too. Like, dude, when that
Yeah.
game came out, I'm like, this is me, man. Like everything about it. The music, I was so excited for it.
Yep.
And then San Andreas, I'm like, this was me as a young kid listening to the 90s rap. I'm like, this is awesome. So yeah, the music's a huge part in the GTA series. So to be missing songs like that actually add to the 80s and everything about it.
Yep.
You know, what I also want to know is those Streets of Rage 4. Or
Mm,
not Streets of Rage 4, but where are we going from Streets of Rage 4, right?
right.
Because that was the other one. So which beat 'em up do we get first? Do we get Golden Axe first? Do we get Streets of Rage? I would kind of hope we get Golden Axe first, since
Yeah, you'd think.
since Streets of Rage is still obviously, I wouldn't say new, but it's more recent, that and the Mr. X DLC.
Right.
Yeah, Golden Axe is the one that's been out not for a long time. It's been quiet.
Yeah, it's been MIA for since like this. Is this on Sega Saturn? The one that
No,
how long has it been for Golden Axe?
it's been a long time.
It's been a long time.
Probably
Really
like 30
long.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they only did 2, right? Golden Axe 2.
No,
2
they
was the
did.
last
They did
one, wasn't
3,
it?
I think.
Yeah,
Oh, was
there's
there 3? I never even played 3.
it's actually on the Arcade 1-Up arcade.
Oh, wow.
The Golden Axe that was unreleased. I thought it was on Saturn, but I can't remember if it was like Saturn, if it was like on the Naomi board or something. It's pretty fuzzy.
Looks like the
to
last
remember.
Golden Axe game was in 2008 called Golden Axe Beast Rider, some kind of spin-off game.
Mm.
So
Yeah, I
when
ne-
was the
never heard
last
of that.
good Golden Axe? Okay, yeah,
it looks like
95.
Golden Axe 3
or
came out in
92.
1993. And then
Here we
Golden
go.
Axe, the Duel, 1994. So probably Golden Axe 3 was the last one.
Okay, so the Arcade 1-Up has Golden Axe: The Revenge of Death Adder that came out in 92, and it was running on the Sega System 32 hardware. And that was like a huge deal about this Arcade 1-Up release, is that they were including a game that we never got to play.
Yeah. Golden Axe 3 was only on the Sega Genesis, not in the arcade. The year after.
Yep. So yeah, it's been 30 years, right? Like since we got a real Golden Axe installment.
A lot of people feel that like Gauntlet Legacy like replaced Golden Axe, but or Gauntlet
They're
Legends.
They're
Remember
different
those
kinds
games?
of games, though.
Plus,
Yeah.
that's Midway.
I loved Gauntlet.
But I want more Golden Axe for sure.
I do too, and I would like to have Gauntlet. Honestly, Gauntlet's
That too.
fun.
I want
Yeah.
to know who made Knights of. I think it was called Knights of the Round. Is the one where you play
Capcom.
as like Arthur.
Yeah.
Dude, that game was
I
rad.
have it
man.
on my arcade. Yeah, it's badass.
You can
Dude,
play that
and-
on Switch too. On Switch 1 actually. That in the
Capcom,
Capcom collections.
the beat 'em up bundle.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I
so
have
good.
that bundle. That
Hell yeah.
that's right. I loved that game as a kid, and what I really liked about that game is being a fan of like the RPG and like the upgrade leveling and stuff. The fact that it was a beat 'em up where your armor, you start off with like the crappy bronze, then you get the silver, then you get
Yeah.
like the huge, beautiful golden set of armor.
Really
I'd love
fun
to see
game.
them do stuff like that. I loved that game.
They did a very good job, and it reminds me of another game that is very good. It's Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. You ever heard of that?
Yep.
Beat 'em up.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
Really
it's so
sad.
good. Have you
Yeah,
played
I
it?
know that. Yes, I played it.
I haven't.
It's so cool.
It's a really unique beat 'em up game. It's really cool.
Yeah, it is, man. Like that's the thing, though, is that
Great soundtrack too.
developers aren't doing stuff like this.
Remember it now?
And yeah.
The
Yeah,
guys who
I
made
didn't
it, you know,
play
like
that.
you got to go
Yeah.
indie, hopefully, to get something like that. Like with Retroware bringing out Toxic Crusaders, and
Oh, here we go.
He-Man coming out. Like I'm thankful for these games, right?
Hell yeah.
But I don't know if we'll get something like that. I wish we would. Just
What was it Marvel Cosmic beat 'em up?
Invasion.
Okay,
Yeah.
Cosmic Invasion.
Yeah,
It's
It's
on
great.
my bingo card. I expect to see that.
Boo Mini, gifted a member. Thank you so much. Also, thank you, chat. I don't know if anyone noticed our audio just suddenly just died.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even know what happened, but we
Yeah.
fixed it, so it's whatever. At least
We thought it was the internet.
We
and
thought it
then-
was the internet at first, and then we're like, wait,
Wait, we're still connected. So
That makes no sense.
yeah.
Moving on. Jorge, what do you guys think of Sony's hybrid rumored by Moore's Law? I don't know if I believe the specs that Moore's Law put out there. It sounds a little too unbelievable, especially for the price points he said.
Well, outside
But-
of specs,
Yeah.
what do you guys think about a hybrid Sony console?
Awesome.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
I'm not a console war person. I love all the companies. I want them all to kick ass and crush. Some generations, doesn't matter if it's Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, or Sega back in the day. Some generations they beef it. Other generations they kick ass. I love the Switch. I love the Switch 2. I love the ability to play at home and play on the go. Even flying out to PAX and like enjoying my Switch 2 on the flight there. It made a short flight that much shorter. So yeah, I'm all about this. I don't look at it as it like Switch did it first. I'm like, it's more options for me to play. I have a Portal. I don't think the Portal runs games very well, personally.
For me.
I the only games I play on Portal tend to be like indie, and I think the most demanding game I've played on Portal is probably East 8, which isn't a very demanding game. But when I go past that, I just have too many issues. So I think the hybrid form factor for a Sony, whether it's PS6 or whatever, would be awesome. I'd be all for it.
This tells me, like what Nintendo's done with the hybrid. This is the way. It's the way. Microsoft is going that way.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're going to have another handheld, presumably, unless this one sells like hotcakes, which I don't think the price is going to be there, right? There'll be a market for it, but not for mass consumption. But this is the future, is hybrid model.
Microsoft, I think it just throws out their hardware out there. I don't think, Anyway, but Sony, I think will have could do it well. They just need to get their storage solution figured out, and whether or not they're going to play physical media or be all digital.
It'll
That
be
could be
all
a huge issue. And
It'll
their
be-
price. So they got a lot of things going against it because they like to go high end. It could be very expensive if they do that.
Yeah.
But will it be good? Most likely, yeah.
Sony should stop chasing power. They should kind of pump the brakes on that and just make a good hybrid if that's the route they're going to go. It doesn't have to be 3 times more powerful than the PS5. Like it just doesn't need to be. It doesn't matter if it's 6 times more powerful than the PS5. The diminishing returns, like the visuals, it's going to be inconsequential.
Yep.
I
agree.
So
they have some
it's
issues
like-
they got to deal with.
It's going to be like, oh, I think I do notice the texture's better in this one. Yeah, I think I see it too. Like that's what comparisons will be.
I think that it's really good that Sony's making a handheld. Supposedly, reportedly, rumored, whatever. And it's supposed to launch alongside the PS6. And I kind of feel like instead of them having 2 versions of a standard console PS6, the all digital and the disc version, I think it's just going to be an all digital. The rumor is that they'll have an optional attachable disc drive that you can buy separately. And look, I know people think about that and they're like, oh man, they're really just going all digital. I mean, haven't you seen that? 2 of their 3 PlayStation 5 versions are digital consoles. They've been pushing this for a while. 80% of their sales, according to their own reports, are digital. So they're going all digital. They're going to give you that option, supposedly, of the disc. I think the thing is, though, the handheld will be all digital. I don't think they're going with cartridges. I don't think they're going with any sort of some sort of disc medium like when they did UMDs. It'll probably be all digital because all other handhelds are basically all digital. I know Switch is like an exception, but what's one of the things people keep talking about? How expensive the cartridges are. Yeah, because it's expensive to create anything remotely fast enough. And the thing is, Sony's been requiring installs now for multiple generations. So if you have to install the game anyways, that's what led to PC going away from physical. If you have to install the game anyways, then why not just download it once the internet got fast enough? Why do we need physical medium to do something that we don't have to leave our house to do? So I do think it's going to be, it won't have physical cartridges or anything like that, it'll just be digital only. Sony's been, look, I don't think either one of their systems is coming with the components necessary to play physical games for PS6. I agree with Gamebird that I do think if they're still chasing power, it's a mistake. If they haven't figured that out by now, think about a conversation we were just having naturally earlier about Star Wars Outlaws, and outside of ray tracing and certain features that weren't possible on older hardware, it doesn't feel like the game really progressed much beyond PS4. And if you actually look at this whole generation, it doesn't feel that way. Like there doesn't seem. You can look at, the resolutions are prettier, ray tracing's cool, this and that, but like there's nothing really happening with games today that weren't happening on PS4.
Yeah, I think the smarter move for like R&D for next gen consoles isn't power, it's using and I hate to use this word because I don't mean it in the way that negatively affects the industry. Utilizing like the power of artificial intelligence as far as like NPC personalities and how they go about their day in games and how they react to player choices, like making the world smarter and more immersive, like
make it feel more alive.
Yes, to me, like that's where I'm at when I think of like next gen. Think about the promise that we've had in games about like, oh, your choices affect the ending, but like how 99.9% of the time, like all choices lead to like one inevitable resolution. But imagine
major choices that actually matter in the
right. There's like four choices with certain outcomes, but like imagine being able to use technology to actually create that more immersive and diverse experience. To me, that's what they should be thinking about.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I have what I think Sony should do, but then I have what I know Sony's going to do. They're not going to release a system that is so their new base console is going to be more powerful than the PS5. It's just more powerful than the PS5 Pro. I guess I should say that. How much more powerful that I don't know. I know what the rumored specs are. They seem pretty massive. And if that's the case, it's $1,000 system plus, which that's scary. But then you would think of the handheld specs, it's the Moore's Law. Like, yeah, that probably gets them to pretty close to PS5 level in handheld. Also, that's going to be some pretty shit-tastic battery life. And it's not going to be no 5. Like Moore's Law said it was going to have like these crazy specs, but only be $500. Yeah, Sony's not going to lose $400 per handheld. It's going to be $1,000 handheld. Like people think these handheld PCs are just, they're just spec'd that way because of the brand. No, actually, it's really expensive right now to get this shit made, and then the tariffs on top. This is not it. People like just to give you an example, because people think Switch 2 is overpriced in the US. We found out thanks to the hijacking of that truck where a whole bunch of units were stolen, that the price per unit before it even got to retail was $410. So there was only that $40 play for retail profit. That means they can't sell it for $400. It would be sold for a loss. That's just the Switch 2. And we're talking about something significantly more powerful using even more latest and greatest tech. It's going to cost $600-$700 just to make the fucking thing. Maybe even more. So this is the problem that I think Sony has kind of put themselves into a corner. PlayStation 5 Pro is $750. Anything that's PlayStation 6 will be more expensive than that. And that is scary to think about. So I think I'm excited for the competition, but it feels like it's going to be priced more up with the Legion Go 2 than it is going to be priced with the Steam Deck and Switch, which aren't using like the latest and greatest stuff. And I think Steam Deck 2 is probably the same way, where it's not using the latest and greatest stuff, right? So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I think it's actually a good thing overall. I want companies to try. Nintendo shouldn't be the only one that has this hybrid system in the console space, not the PC space. I think it's good. I think if Microsoft comes up with their own, I know they're just kind of throwing shit at the fan to see if anything takes off because their games are on everything now, are going to be on everything moving forward. And I think that's fine. I think what they're doing, what Microsoft is doing with the ROG Ally is actually a positive. They're basically making a usable version of Windows for handheld gaming devices. I think that's important. I think SteamOS shouldn't be the only viable option, even though that's starting to go to more platforms. Windows has that accessibility of all of the stores on PC. You can use all of them. So we just need a version of Windows that doesn't suck on a handheld. And that's what they're doing with the ROG Ally. So I think all of this stuff is positive for competition reasons. And I think obviously Nintendo has now shown with multiple generations with how Switch 2 is doing as well, that this hybrid thing's here to stay. It ain't going anywhere. People like this. They like being able to play on the TV. They like being able to take it on the go, same device. And have it be able to play locally, not requiring internet. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, but I think it's just going to be priced way too high, because it has to be. Sony always takes losses on their hardware, but they don't take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars losses. They don't do that. They take like $50 loss and they make up for it with one game sale. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Obviously, it's all rumors and speculation right now. Maybe the thing never even comes out, and because they decide, hey, we can't get the cost to be worth it. We don't think it's going to sell. Or maybe Sony doesn't care because maybe they feel like they have no competition. They've already said publicly they don't think Nintendo's competition. We know Xbox hasn't been competition, not really outside of the 360 era. So maybe they don't care. Maybe they just think we can drop $1,000 devices and we're going to sell 100 million of them because there's no other option because we have no competition. I have no idea. I would hope Sony learned their lesson from PlayStation 3 that when you think you have no competition, that you can't just get away with anything. But I'm a little worried because PS5 Pro and Slim, they're creeping up there. They're probably going to cross 100 million, especially after GTA comes out next year. They're probably going to hit the 100 million mark again. So they're just going to think we can just keep doing what we're doing. And I worry, like Gamebird has said, like, hey, maybe we should stop going in that direction because people aren't even caring about the graphic differences anymore. Like we're already kind of at a good enough spot. But I don't know. Sony, the way I think Sony thinks is why fix what ain't broke. We keep doing this and it keeps working. So we'll see. Although I am curious, if PlayStation 5 Pro sales are actually really, really bad, maybe that's making them rethink. But I have no idea how well PlayStation 5 Pro is selling. So, okay, we did that one. Next up here, JCZ said, "You guys get me through a lot of work days. Thank you for the longer style show. You're welcome. I know we're one of the only podcasts, a Nintendo podcast that is long, so you're welcome because a lot of them are like an hour. Thank you for the longer show. That way, you guys cover news is interesting and not following the trend of rage baity style stuff. It's appreciated. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oh yeah,
I saw that comment come through, and that was very nice.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to build here. It's something different that you're not getting on the other shows, and I think that's even why Metal Dave likes to come on once in a while. We're a different kind of show than some of the other ones out there. Even though I know he doesn't always like some of my content. I do cover a lot of. I clickbait and cover some rumors and stuff, and it's all good. It's all good. It just shows that people that like different things can get along anyways. It's just we're doing our thing. $2 from Amy. Hope for a Dragon Quest 9 remake. Okay. I think what was it? 7 was the next one rumored? They're probably all gonna get remade.
There was talk of 7. I think they do all get remade, right? I think that's the game plan. 3 sold well. 1 plus 2 is coming here on October 30th. Very excited for it. But yeah, I think we get them all. In the US, we had Dragon Warrior 1 through 4.
Yeah.
4 came out in the US, right? I have a copy of it. I can't remember if that's one of the ones that I bought like aftermarket. Dragon Warrior 4. Dave, do you remember?
Dragon Warrior 4?
Yeah, if that came out on the NES. I have it on my shelf. I just can't remember if it's, a special cartridge.
I don't know. I have to look it up.
But I would expect those ones, right? And then you have the SNES. And then what was it? Dragon Warrior or Dragon Quest 7 was, I remember, was that the one on PS1? that was like super long?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I could still remember
Instead of
seeing
Google
it.
it quick, I'm like, yeah, that was on PS1. Yep.
Dude, look, I've talked about this a lot here on the podcast. The Dragon Warrior Dragon Quest, you know, for us living here in the US, the way we
Okay, it came out in 1992 on the NES in North America.
yeah,
2 years after it came out from Japan.
thank you. Goat game. So that one's totally going to get a HD remake because people are going to love that game. And I think a lot of people didn't play it because it came out so late in the NES, you know, life cycle. And I believe it was very expensive. But dude, the way we view Final Fantasy is the way Japan views Dragon Quest. They absolutely adore it. Obviously, they have a Dragon Quest Day on the calendar. It's official, but not official. But a lot of people take that day off work to enjoy Dragon Quest, which I'm like, this is so cool. So they love it. But here in the West, it's not viewed the same. And I think it should be, is my point. These games are so good. I wish more people would enjoy them. Like Dragon Quest XIS, Nate, you've talked about it too. It's just so good, dude. The fact that you can play the full game in 3D or 2D and you can switch it like on the fly, it just makes you go to the save point. And it has the original music and then a fully orchestrated soundtrack. And not to mention everything else. The game is like amazing. It is a top all-time JRPG for me. So yeah, I want to see all of them remade. There's your long answer.
Okay, there you go. Mike Odyssey coming in with $2 saying history was made today. I don't know what this is. Does anyone know what this is in reference to?
No idea.
Maybe the longest direct being announced.
Yeah, maybe.
It's just a direct, not a presentation. This is the longest direct. Because the Switch One was a presentation.
Definitely longest for a Friday.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, it's interesting because the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct was still called the Nintendo Direct. But like we all know that was like the blowout for launch. But technically, Nintendo didn't do it as a presentation. They did do it as a direct. Even at a new intro.
But a large chunk of that was just hardware. So this will be the longest game focused, like just games.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, we don't know. They could have new hardware stuff in here. Yeah, it's an hour. We'll see what happens. Okay, well, that might be what it's in reference to. Because again, I pointed that out too on on X that I was like, hey,
you did
like a general direct because this is Switch and Switch 2, so just a normal general direct. It is the longest that's ever been done.
Yeah,
the longest before it I think was 50 minutes.
Yeah, to my knowledge, this is the longest one.
Yep,
it's gonna be awesome.
Usually they're 40 to 45. I was actually going back. They used to be really short, like 30 minutes, but in the Switch era, they've all been like 40 to 45 for the generals.
Right. That's why you got to wonder if we're getting an extra 10, 15 minutes for
Mario
40th. But if we don't,
then what the hell?
It's like, whoa, 60 minutes and no Mario, meaning we're still getting Mario
later, maybe.
Yeah.
Again, we might not get. This could be the Mario anniversary they skip. I doubt it. There's a movie coming.
Yeah, no, not with the movie. I think they want to have the Mario anniversary extend out to the movie release.
Oh, sure.
And
absolutely.
To the home version coming out on VHS and Laserdisc.
Yeah.
VHS.
And DVD and Blu-ray. And then they transition to Zelda. And then they carry Zelda's 40th all the way to my birthday, May 7th, when the movie comes out. And then onward. Like, this is the plan, right? This is the runway. This is the promotional plan. This is how it's going to work.
Yeah.
Maximize sales.
Mike Odyssey clarified it in the chat. He said it had nothing to do with the direct. It's because I was on his channel today talking about the Nintendo Direct, and that was history made. I've been on his channel before, but it has been a long time. I couldn't help it. He hit me up at like an opportune time, right at lunchtime, and he's like, do you want to come on? I'm like, I can come on for a little bit. Whatever. I don't know. I was hyped about the direct. I was actually thinking about going live on my channel, but I did that instead. All right. If Nate loses, he has to eat a whole bottle of ranch, but with a food of his choice with it. And if someone else loses, they have to eat a century 100-year-old egg. For starters, I don't know if that's healthy.
No. Yeah.
Either one of them. For
No.
starters, I don't like ranch, so a
That
whole
is the
bottle
thing.
of ranch sounds gross.
That's the point.
2, you want me to throw up? I'm not going to throw up on a live stream like that. I've done it
Yeah,
one
but,
time. I threw up.
But why is yours ranch, but all of ours a 100-year-old egg?
I don't know. I think they want to see a war scene play out.
They want you to vomit, and ranch will make me vomit. 100-year-old egg. That actually is
Really? What,
Yeah.
you allergic to hay or something?
Oh, here we go. No. What? So just to point out, I don't know if this is what he was talking about. There is a 100-year-old egg thing that's like a delicacy that people actually do eat it. They enjoy it. It's actually considered a fancy delicacy.
Yeah.
Like it might not actually taste bad.
It's like I forget what it's called, barut or
yeah, it might not actually taste bad at all. So this literally just might be. Yeah, this might just be this is where they're having you guys do this expensive, fancy thing.
Yeah, the century egg.
And you guys actually like it and it tastes good, and I'm the only one that's got the punishment of doing gross shit. It might actually just be one of those things. But like, oh, it's unique because it's a 100-year-old egg. Yeah, but if they like it, then then I'm the only real punishment here. Anyways, no, I'm not doing a whole bottle of ranch. I can tell you that right now. I won't be in the hospital, but I will not be feeling well for a very long time. That would not be good.
I mean, if you can bring your Switch 2 to the hospital, who really cares, right?
Oh no, I'll be puking on the Switch 2. That'd be bad. That would be bad. I wouldn't be able to hold it. I'd be in too much pain. I'd be throwing up too much. My arms will probably be poked with all this shit to put nutrients in me as I'm
Maybe you can get like a Vesa like stand to put next to like the heart monitor or whatever.
The stash. I don't think you understand. The last time that I had ranch, I projectile vomited. It was like an 8-foot projectile vomit. I will hit that fucking thing no matter where you put it. It can be up on the TV away from me and I'll somehow vomit on it.
Wow.
Yeah, ranch and me do not go well together.
That sucks, dude.
The weird thing is I like Cooler Ranch. Doritos,
yeah.
But like anyone knows that likes ranch, like there's just something different about the Cooler Ranch Doritos versus normal ranch. I don't know what it is, but
it's not real ranch.
Well, that's the difference, probably. It's fake ranch, so I like it. Let's see Chrono Trigger, Dragon Quest 7, and Xenogears HD. Xenogears.
Yeah.
Don't hear that one brought up enough.
No, you don't. You don't. But man, that'd be a nice trifecta.
Oh my god. The last super chat we have. Professor Rock calling it for Friday's Direct. PSP. Brandon, can you imagine?
That'd be insane.
Sony putting the PSP on NSO. No way.
That'd be cool.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be
but
cool.
there's just no way.
I don't think so. Yeah, right.
You would rather put that on their own PSN sub service than put it in an NSO. They have their own subscriber service for retro games.
Yeah,
Like,
they don't
why-
have PSP games on PlayStation.
They don't. But if they were going to,
They
that
do.
would be where they would do it.
They have it on premium.
Yeah, you got to pay a premium.
Oh, they have it on the
I think
premium.
you stream those, right, Stash? They're streamable.
Yeah. I
the
don't.
cloud?
I don't remember if they've. I know they were testing because I'm on all of their beta testing, and I know they test it. Something. I know that they did streaming for PS5 games, like select ones. And then they also did that for the Portal to test out. I thought they were going to try and do downloads for PS2 games and PSP, and that they're working on downloads for PS3 games because PS3 games are awful to play on that cloud network. Like I was trying to play, it was Castlevania, Lords of Shadow. And dude, like
Yeah.
Nate, what you were talking about with Borderlands 4, it
Uh
was like that times 2 or 3
huh.
trying to play it. And I'm like, I pay for this service. This is awful.
Yeah, it looks like they're not streamable. They're just downloadable games. They have Ape Escape, Daxter, Killzone Liberation, Medieval, Resistance, Soul Calibur, Siphon Filter, and Tekken 6 PSP games.
Yeah, decent lineup, but
Not much, but they do have some.
much. Yeah, they're really slowly rolling out their older games. Like I think today they announced the September games, and it's one of the Legacy of Kain games is like the classic game. But a lot of people are like, it's only one. Like, come on, dude. Like, you guys got to speed this up. We're paying, or people are paying 160 a year for premium, and they're not getting
Legacy of King anyway.
It might have been the other one, like the one that hasn't gotten the remake.
Oh,
it's the other Legacy.
Blood Omen?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's look, I'm not renewing next year. I had bought mine for 4 years at a discounted price and stacked it. And so mine's up, I think, in April, and I'm not planning to renew because I mean, look at everything you can get on Nintendo for the amount we pay. What is it, $50, 60 for the
cheap
expansion pack for all the games you get? And they do actually, like, I know a lot of people think that Nintendo adds games at a really slow pace, and I'm not saying that they don't. However, if you look across the way, it's just a slower. And they're not certified bangers all the time.
All right.
Yeah, it's slow, Nintendo, but they are adding up over time. They do have quite a selection now. But in 2018, when they first started, it was slim pickings for the first few years, pretty badly. But now there's lots of games.
Yeah, there's like over 300 now.
Am I missing something? I just checked the private chat. Why are we bringing up the dildo story with Cyberpunk again?
That was before we started the whole thing.
Oh, before we started this.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Okay, this conversation originated like the last time or the time before when you were on the show.
Showing Dave
Listen,
he wanted to prove that was in the game.
Oh.
Yeah, because no one knew what I was talking about last time.
Because you were apparently looking for it and you found it. And
I'm sorry
you
that
wanted
like
to prove your point.
in the game. I just
the best
moved on and kept going and didn't pick it up.
No, the worst part was I forget who someone posted something about Cyberpunk. And then I see a fucking tweet from Dave saying, just don't let Game Burn near this game. I forget what you said. It was hilarious. It cracked me up, but I was
don't
like,
let
oh my
I
God.
think I said don't let Gamebird show you his save file or something like that.
Oh yeah, it was something like that. I was like,
that was to Rob, a Rule 2 review.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Rob was
right,
like, what's going on here? I'm like, you don't want to know.
I was wondering why Rob stopped responding to my messages, huh?
You guys should have Rob on the show. He's a fun guy.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
Rob's
we should.
awesome. He's
I like Rob a lot.
I try. He's so busy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's very hard to get on. I'm hoping to get him on because he keeps talking about retiring from YouTube after Prime 4, and I'm like, hey,
he works a lot.
Really?
Like, can we get you on just one more time before? Like, he's been on the Nintendo Prime podcast before. I'm like, just one time before you retire, it'd be nice, But we'll see. He's very busy, so
yeah, he's very disillusioned by YouTube sometimes, which I can totally understand.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
because YouTube is just, especially now, it's just so convoluted and it's hard to make content that people want to see sometimes, and you just don't have the motivation, and you know how it is. But
I know
it's just a difficult journey for a lot of people, and you really need to be motivated and have your heart into it.
You gotta love it.
Yeah.
Like it can't just be about views. You gotta actually love making the content. And if you don't, it's hard to keep justifying doing it. It is.
Yeah, and then YouTube has like a weird algorithm thing going on right now. It's like de-incentivizing people to even make content in the first place. Right? So
yeah, I know I'm dealing with that right now. Anyways. It sucks. I have all the metrics that YouTube reps told me that I should have, and then it doesn't matter because they made an algorithm change. It is what it is. I'm hoping it change. I've been through multiple algorithm changes, so I'm hoping that it sorts itself out. But who the hell knows? It is what it is. All right, guys, that's going to do it for the NintenByte Podcast Season 3 episode. What is it? 16?
Yes.
16.
Great
All right.
show. Great show.
Yep. Let's go around, let people know what we got going on, any upcoming content they can look forward to, and where they can find you. Let's start obviously with our guest. Well, start with Hoops and Hip Hop. You guys can find him obviously at Hoops and Hip Hop on YouTube. We have a link down in the description for him. He does Pokemon content. That's what his channel's about. Used to be about basketball back in the day, so he does love basketball as well, which is probably one reason why he gets along with all of us that also love basketball for the most part. Although Gamebird, I don't think he's much of the baller, but what he is much of is getting himself featured in a PAX West 2025 Expo Hall walkthrough.
You are too.
I'm sure I'm in there as well.
You're right next to him.
I don't care that I'm right next to him. I don't notice myself.
Yeah.
Dude, I have to sit there. Like, I don't like what I
You
look
didn't
like.
even know when Gamebird was behind you.
Dude, I don't. Yeah.
Gamer was right next to us. Yeah.
Dude,
I put it in my video for royalty
know,
free.
I
Did you see it?
I saw it. I was like,
No.
really? You put that in? You
Did you
fucker.
see it, Gamebird?
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh, you
Oh,
gotta
yeah.
see it. You gotta
Yeah,
see
yeah.
the intro. Don't
Yep.
tell them what it is.
Yep.
I when you put that in, I'm like, okay, this was irrelevant. You fucker.
Yeah, that's why I had to connect it.
It was
Yeah.
so irrelevant. This
Yeah.
is such bullshit.
Yeah.
I I don't like the way I look, so I literally ignore whenever I'm on camera. Like when I edit videos, I try not to look at myself. I just wait to splice something in because I don't want to look at me.
Yeah, like if like a short comes up on social media and I hear my voice, I'm like, I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, I'm so
I don't
tired
wanna
of
see
hearing my
that.
own
Yeah.
shit. See, dude, I look at myself all
Weird.
fucking day. It feels like conceited, but I fucking hate how I look. So fuck this shit. All right. That
That's
being said,
funny.
you
I
are
watch
fe-
I watch myself and I'm like, that's so badass.
yeah. You look badass in the fucking footage that Eric shared. Your fucking wife is in there. She looks badass. And there's just me, little Blumpkin Kirby walking around. Anyways, that's well, Dave, what do you got going on? Where can they
Me? Yeah, Super Metal Dave 64. You can find me on YouTube and on Twitter, SMetalDave 64. I'll be streaming the Nintendo Direct live on Friday along with everyone else. But if they shadow drop Metroid Prime, one of the Metroid Primes, whatever it is, we will be playing it live because I do have the day off of work. So whatever happens, if there's some kind of crazy shadow drop, we'll go live with that. So make sure you stay tuned for that. If it does happen, that'll be huge. So hopefully that they do something like that. If not, we'll just have a live react to the direct, and then of course we'll be covering Metroid Prime 4 from there.
Okay. Eric.
I'm gonna get this one in. Sorry, they meant Dreamcast for Prof Rock. Just came in, so
I know.
yep. I'm here and on the Clips channel.
All right.
Well, they keep porting these Dreamcast games to Switch anyway, House of the Dead. So I don't know if that'll happen. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right. Gamer Classic.
Yeah, you guys can find me here on YouTube at Gamebird Classic. I got a ton of stuff I'm working on right now. Impressions videos, vlog. I've got stuff that I'm planning for the near future as well. Busy weeks ahead. I know it's the same for Stash. I know it's the same for Prime. And I know it's going to be the same for you too, Dave, once Prime 4 drops. But a lot of good stuff. You guys can also find me on Twitter at _Birdmaster. And yeah, check me out. You want to laugh a little bit? You want some Nintendo content? You want to see some behind the scenes stuff or experience at PAX? This is going to be a fun one. I've only edited like the first 5 minutes of it, and it's kind of like rough cut, but it's so far it's fun. I'm going to do some narrations to kind of fill in some of the B-roll and do a little bit of storytelling, but I'm excited for everyone to see it. Yeah. Be cool.
I'm nervous and excited at the same time. I'm nervous for any part that I'm in it. I'm excited for all ThunderStash.
Okay, so I'll just give a quick recap. So what I've done so far with PAX. There's videos on my channel for Elden Ring, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Kirby Air Riders, Pokemon AZ, Crimson Desert, Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree, royalty free for all. And then this morning I posted Little Nightmares 3 as soon as that embargo was up at 7 a.m. Tomorrow, Pac-Man World Repack 2. Then Thursday, I'm looking to put out the mix footage from when we went to the mix event and we played, obviously, Yuka Replay and Toxic Crusaders, and there will be some other fun little odds and ends included in that. And then Double Dragon Revive and Bubble Bobble. I got He-Man coming. The Good Old Days, which is a really cool game. Alterium Shift, which is a game, RPG, JRPG that I kickstarted. They were there and got to play it. Bubsy 4D, Draco and the Seven Scales, which is a indie game that looks and plays like Link's Awakening, but expanded, like boat travel and stuff. Very cool game. And then I think it's the NBA Jam tournament, which is going to take a little while to edit, and hopefully some reviews mixed in there. I'm almost done with Shinobi, and I've recently acquired some game review codes that I need to act on. So again, it's all about time. There's only so much time. If only I didn't have to edit everything. How much faster it would be. So yeah, lots coming up. Please check it out. And I put out a community post on YouTube apologizing for not being in the comments, but I think it's more important that I get this stuff out first and then get over the comments, because some of this stuff is timely. Like Royalty Free for All is currently in their Kickstarter. Limited time.
14 days left. Yep.
Yeah. Toa and the Guardians from Bandai Namco. That game's coming out soon. Some of the stuff's actually coming out soon, so I got to get it out now. Yep. That's what I'm doing.
All right. On my end, I still have one more impression video I'm for sure doing. It's for Kirby Air Riders. I still gotta get that one out. Otherwise, I'm mostly, I think I'm done with what I'm going to be covering from PAX. I have some other games and footage as well. But as a daily content creator already that does news and everything, I have to be realistic about what I'm doing. And obviously we have the big direct on Fridays, so I have to prioritize certain things. But I did get some good content out of PAX. I'm really happy about it. I'm looking forward to the vlog that a gamer is working on. And I've actually been very happy with how the impression videos have performed. I was a little nervous because I haven't done impression videos really since E3 2019. And I was not a full-time YouTuber then, and a much smaller channel. And so, you get 1,000 views back then. You're like, this is cool. But like now that I do it for a living, you get really nervous because it's taking time. Spent a lot of money to go on the trip. But all of my impression videos have done pretty well. So I'm pleased with that. So yeah, I'm happy that I actually kind of made a decision that I'm probably going to do more impression videos if I can get early access to games. Just impressions. I'm not going to do reviews. I have no interest in doing full-on reviews. As a daily content creator, it's really hard to do that and try to slam a game. And I don't like slamming games.
No,
that's just not ideal. How I play. So I'm not going to do reviews, but doing initial impressions, especially if I can get games early and on embargo, just give it like a first impression kind of thing. I actually like that, so I might keep doing that if I can get access. Hey Ubisoft, it'd be nice if you gave the games to me early instead of the day of. Just FYI, your creator program's great, but like the day of, like I could have just bought it. I mean, I appreciate the copy, but hey, Nintendo, you know how you sent me the DLC for Kirby? Why did you send it to me like 2.5 weeks or whatever after it came out? Like no one's gonna care anymore what my impressions are on the DLC. It's a little late now. Everyone knows, but whatever. I think this will improve a little bit. I think Bandai Namco definitely seems interested a little bit in possibly trying to give early access to some stuff. They seem to really enjoy our presence there. So we'll see. We're working on some stuff. Me and Stash all stop out and see, trying to figure out, with these companies, how we can try to maybe get access to stuff. I'm pushing them more to Stash, but hey, if I can get thrown in the mix too to do impressions, that'd be great. That being said, obviously news content galore coming up. I already have when I end the stream on my end, my live stream of the podcast will actually kick you over, even though I have one more live stream before it. We'll kick you over to the live reaction for the direct that me, ThunderStash, maybe Gamebird now, and Paul. It's gonna be like a podcast reacting to it. The only person that won't be there is Eric, because people gotta work, man. It's,
Right.
Jobs are what they are. 2 days is not enough warning to get off from work for most people. That said, we will do that. So that's coming up. That's going to be really exciting. I anticipate that being a really massive live stream. Just to give you guys like just a small example, the last Switch, it was the Switch 2, obviously, big stream, the hour one. That was the last like general direct, anything close to a general direct that we've streamed on my channel. 47,000 people watched that. So this could be a really big one, like a really big stream coming up Friday morning. So hope you guys tune in. We're going to try to make it fun and special. We're live an hour before the show. And for the first time being live an hour before the show isn't actually longer than the actual show.
Yeah, that's true.
Great. And I don't know how long I'll be live after. I know Acclaim has an event going on, but I probably won't be live streaming that, even though I could run the stream up to that and stream that as well. I don't think
that was today.
Yeah. I know they did it today. They were doing something on Friday, but I don't really care. I'm going to be honest. I looked at the games when they did it today, and I was like, I feel like I've played a lot of games like this. I wish them luck. They're probably good games.
Yeah.
But, it's not a big enough deal for me to care that much about. So on Friday, just that. But if you guys haven't figured it out by now, we do bonus podcasts when we get big directs. So there'll be a bonus show Friday night. I'll be there. Hopefully Eric will be there.
Could be.
Hopefully Gamebird's there. I don't know if Gamebird's confirmed yet, but I know Stash won't be, but he'll be calling in. But the show must go on.
I'm going to call him from the bachelor party.
Yeah, N64 Josh is going to be coming on. So that's already confirmed.
Oh,
he might be a smidge late because he's on Mike Odyssey show, but he is going to come on to ours. He really wants to be on ours for this because it's just special. It's the first big direct of the Switch 2 era. Also, if anyone out there knows Flipping the Switch, he does like Liquored Up Live. He's hosted debates between me and me and Player Essence. He did Player Essence and Gamebird's best friend, AVS. So he's
what is that all about?
What
is that all about?
Angry Vigilante?
No, the Flipping the Switch thing. What's that?
It's his YouTube channel. And he does a podcast called Liquored Up Live. Where he just he has a glass of his favorite liquor on it, and then the other guests on it could have it as well. But he hosts all like debates and stuff. It's a very small channel. It's a very small channel, but he's a really good moderator.
Gotcha.
So that's why a lot of people like using him for debates because he's just really good at moderating and everything. You need a good moderator, especially when the people don't get along that are debating. Anyways, so he just confirmed to me that he's going to come on because I wanted to make sure I had a couple people to come on just in case like Stash tries to call in, doesn't work, signal's bad or some shit. And then Gamebird has something come up, can't come on because it's a Friday night. It's tough.
Friday night replace me with another old guy.
Yeah, well, that's what Josh is here for.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm glad you brought in another old guy.
He reached out to me. He's like, "Wait, Stash is gonna miss it. I want to replace him." Like, are you trying to replace Stash on the show? Because that ain't gonna happen. I see what you're trying to do. You're sliding it into my DMs, Josh. I'm on to you. You made me spend $55 on just a meh pepperoni pizza. So I don't want to.
Yeah,
dude.
I'm
not gonna forget that. I'm not gonna forget that. That was the worst spending of money on pizza in my life. Just gonna be honest.
That pizza was
it's a lot. And the pizza was only it was thin. I don't mind thin crust, but it was like
it's very forgettable.
I'm gonna be honest. I felt like for the value, I probably could have got like one of those like $2 like square ones from the store frozen and probably enjoyed it just as much as I enjoyed that $55.
Like the French bread kind.
No, like the cheap ass one that's got air holes all through it. You can literally see.
Oh, that one, the one that's even cheaper than the Tostino's or Totino's party.
Totino's.
Those are
Totino's.
It's the worst fucking pizza.
Almost like Hot Pockets.
$2.
Yeah.
I really feel bad about it.
Microwaved Totino's.
Oh yeah, the microwave Totino.
I mean, it could have been the $62 pizza that we were possibly going to look at, but
I forgot about that.
Yeah, Seattle. I was not impressed with their pizza offering.
I will say this: the last pizza place we went to, the slice, that was fine. That was pretty good and reasonably priced for what you got.
Yeah, it was pretty good, and that hot honey was nice.
They're hot. Dude, their hot honey was really.
The garlic nuts were really good too.
Some sort of homemade hot honey that was really good. So that pizza place was fine. Yeah, that's more like what I expect. I'm not saying you can't have a bougie ass pizza place, but it needs to actually be good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it can't be bougie to be bougie. So I was like, I don't know.
That's what it felt like.
You know what I learned, guys? This is what I learned. Next PAX West, we don't let Josh pick where we eat.
Well, the one place we went to with the what do you call it, the ramen? We were doing the sake bombers. That was good.
That was okay. That was okay. I'm not a big ramen guy, so like it was just okay to me. But I knew everyone else wanted. A lot of he really wanted to go because it's like childhood memories for him, and I'm like, cool, it's fine. I can eat. It's just like, when I'm gonna spend 25 bucks on my bowl, I want to. Well, I'm not gonna order the chicken. Okay, I'm not gonna be like the one guy and order off the kids menu.
No, he went and got pizza.
Yeah, he left. He went and got pizza
beforehand.
Fuck this place. But I'm not gonna be rude. I'm gonna try the local food. It was just like, I know there's better food in Seattle that I would like than the places he picked out, but that's fine. It wasn't like every meal I had was there anyways, but it was interesting to say the least. That being said, Josh, I'm never gonna let it go that I wasted $55 because of you. By the way, not just that, $30 on a salad.
What?
For you. That's how much the salad was that Yulia got. It was $30.
Was there filet mignon in there?
She just said, and the salad was just okay. I've had better for cheaper. I'm like, yeah.
Josh.
See, here's the thing. I think people like Josh don't know how like the Midwest or like the Deep South do food sometimes. Like the Midwest and the Deep South do like really fucking tasty shit all the time for reasonable prices. That's just not the way it is in cities. So I don't know if he knows what good food is. No, I'm just kidding, Josh. Obviously, you like what you like. Everyone's different. But I'm going to give you hell. The only thing that it was, the reason I liked the ramen place was you and me with the sake bombs. Oh, yeah.
We cheersed to every game that we want to see come out. So there's shout outs to Wave Race, Earthbound,
lots of them.
Snowboard Kids for Eric.
Many. I mean, how many sake bombs?
I don't.
So many sake bombs.
Yeah, I don't know.
15 to 20 of them. It was insane.
Yeah.
That started the wild night, and then I started doing the hardcore shots when we finally went to a real bar. So.
Yeah.
Okay. That being said, and apparently there's video of me karaoke. I didn't know he recorded me doing. I shouldn't be surprised he recorded me doing karaoke.
I'm like, dude, it's such a good opportunity to record you.
I'm just glad that you said that. Apparently, I sounded good. I'm like, sometimes I can sound good. I can carry a tune, but sometimes, okay, my voice is blown. It is what it is. I'm just having fun.
Yeah.
And please review the footage, Nate.
I can't believe I had to bribe the DJ though. That's the first time I've ever had to bribe a DJ so I could sing a song. This is stupid.
I remember we signed up for one. We're gonna sing You Can Call Me Al.
Yeah.
Which he wouldn't let me go.
Literally I've literally never done that at karaoke, that song. So I was gonna be like, well, whatever.
Yeah.
We'll wing it. We'll see what happens. I know the song kind of. I don't listen to it a lot, but I at least know the song. All right, guys. That's going to do it. You can catch me right here, obviously, on Friday with the stream. Tomorrow night, I'll be live as well. And then, obviously, the bonus podcast. I make, obviously, daily videos. And then I am on X as well. Might as well bring that up because I don't know what happened, but suddenly I have like 41,000 followers on X. I really don't even know what happened. I had like 17,000 like 3 months ago. So I don't know what's going on over on X. But thank you so much for following me over there, people that are enjoying my tweets or whatever. Basically, just tweeting Nintendo stuff most of the time. And somehow it's X, so they try to take everything I say and twist it into console wars when I'm not even talking about other consoles. Welcome to X. It is what it is. That's probably it's just social media in general. They try to twist everything into drama.
That's what it's all about.
Yep, drama for clicks. Get what you want. Like, it's whatever. So you can catch me over there. I would just be talking about Nintendo stuff most of the time. Occasionally, you'll see me put up a sports tweet because I'm on the wrong account. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. Go Bucks. Go Brewers. Go Packers. Whatever. I'm on the wrong. Yeah. Twitter. One thing is my personal account. I stopped using it for like a year and then Twitter deleted it. And I'm like, oh, thanks. Cool. I guess I just do everything on the Nintendo Prime account. All right, whatever. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you, same time Friday night. And obviously next week as well. Next week's actually a special one. I just want to note, we do have some guests next week, obviously, like we always do. But we have the founder of Quadruple A Games and potentially one of their developers of Royalty Free for All coming out. So we'll be talking about Royalty Free for All next week, maybe even showing off some new exclusive footage. There's some talks going on right now. We might have some debuts on the show. And it's a good chance to find out if you guys are really interested in the game, because they'll have about a week left on their Kickstarter. And the big thing about the Kickstarter, guys, is they have a Kickstarter. They're about halfway through to their goal. They're trying to get to 40,000. If they get to 40,000, here's why it matters for us on this show. If it gets to 40,000, if you like the game and we support it and get it there, they are going to be bringing it to Nintendo. This goal is specifically to bring their game to all the consoles. Mm-hmm. Basically covering all the fees and all the necessary stuff needed to bring it to the consoles. So
this game is very, very fun. Like I had a genuinely really good time, and
I wonder why.
Well, I know, yeah, yeah. But hey, the soundtrack, David Wise.
Oh yeah, and Grant Kirkhope.
Grant Kirkhope is a Kickstarter goal, right? If they reach their goal,
they have a small sample from him, but like it's they want to do more. That's one of the stretch goals. Yeah.
So I took the footage that we have for direct feed, and I synced it up with our footage to the exact second. Mm-hmm. That way, I could actually use our footage and then pipe in the soundtrack so people can hear it in the video.
Yeah, I noticed it
because the soundtrack's so good.
I also noticed that when you go to the point where you're showing the direct feed footage towards the end, you put our faces by the characters.
Yeah, like that.
Mine's the only one that's blurry, and I'm like,
well, I just want to make sure everyone knew whose ass was getting beat. That's why I put those pictures there.
I was the only one that never won a match, so like. It's fair that like everyone else is like crystal clear and looks good. Then you get to me, it's like a blown up.
I didn't realize that. I just screenshot you guys.
I know that's what you did. But I was like, oh man, I could have gave you a better looking image of my face. But I'm like, you know what? Here's the thing, guys. I took last in every single match, so I deserve it. I deserve it.
You deserve to be blurry.
I did not ever get to third, never second. I did get some eliminations. I did knock some people out, but I was always last by a country mile.
The game's really fun, though.
Yeah, at first, I was like, "Oh, maybe I'm second," but then Colin, the guy who runs Quadruple A Games, pointed out, "No. The order of the characters here is the order they finished in." And I'm like, "Oh, so I've been last every time." Because the winner's big. The winner's big on the far right, and then I'm right next to the winner, and I'm like, "Oh, cool! I keep getting second all the time. This is great." Fuck no, I'm getting last. Second's on the other end. Damn it. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. It's gonna be a good one on Friday and on Wednesday this week. We'll catch you then. Peace out.
Bye.